Let's see here. We are starting out today on level 56. I wouldn't mind getting to like 65 Slayer. That'd be very nice. Fell asleep mad early last night. Yeah, that's all good, buddy. I didn't fall asleep till this morning. Missed the stream? Oh, it's alright. You didn't miss too much, bro. I was tuned. It's fucking cooked. Jason and I were having a good time, though. Huh. Interesting. Good to know I can just take him out if I need to. Blue. Is week 2 water? How does that even make sense? Whatever. What are you up to today, Squirt? Absolutely nothing, man. Join the club. Okay, we're gonna do one inventory. This guy's got a cannon stuff. I was like, what the fuck is that? I'm gonna do one inventory and then I'm gonna go fight his Spory. I should get a rune pouch, man. I've been slacking on that. Never played RuneScape and a little confused on what's happening sometimes, but here for it. Feel the nostalgia. Yeah. Respect, brother. I'm doing great, Corey. I'm doing great. RuneScape's basically a massive multiplayer online game, and it's like you ever play Skyrim? Just imagine like a third-person perspective Skyrim, kind of. Honestly, it's the best way to describe it. You got lots of quests to run around and do. You got all these levels to level up, monsters to fight, quests, like, you know what I mean? different gear upgrades to get and stuff. Right now, I'm training a skill called Slayer, so I can try and get to be like start bossing. I hear you, dude. Was going to ask what you were working on. Yeah, I'm working on Slayer this stream. I want to be able to, like, I have 120 blue dragons I have to kill. But basically what the goal is for today anyway, get to level 65 for Dust Devils. Would be pretty nice. What I really want is there's these things called Dagonoths. I want a Dagonoth task so I can just go fight the Dagonoth boss because I want to get a Berserk Ring and a Dragon Axe. So this is going to be a very AFK-able task, so I'm just going to go on YouTube, find something to watch, and Billy Bob's your uncle. Did you fight the boss solo? Yeah, here, so I'll show you the boss right now. This will be the boss right here. This fucking guy right there. Literally, I just sit on this one tile, and I just AFK the shit out of him. But I want to get the task first, because I'll get a lot of Slayer experience whenever I kill him, you know what I mean? Instead of just going there and killing him. For no, like, you know what I mean? The way I look at it, get two birds stoned at once, you know? Oh, what the fuck? My dude just totally tripped out right there. Like right now, if I had Vorkath unlocked, I wouldn't even be killing these guys. I'd be going to kill Vorkath, like the Blue Dragon boss, but I don't have him unlocked, sadly. Let's turn that up. A little tune last night, so I had everything turned down. How you been, Corey? What's new with you, buddy? How's life? Runes, damn. Take it while you can. Yeah, facts. I hear you there, man. I'm gonna put on this video. Hope you don't mind. I low-key love watching Mario. I don't know what it is.
Hard. Sounds easy. Oh my god. Did I need that still? Dude, could you chill? Could you stop? Could you freaking...
Oh no, how you messed up bad jump out of all the jumps.
Thank you, Rocket Money, for sponsoring today's video. More on that later. Oh, is it possible to save your power up here? I don't know. That seemed unreasonable. Come on. Come on.
COD on the go? Yo, that's what's up. What kind of COD you playing?
I'm gonna die. Nope.
God.
What am I saying? I've never died once in my life. I don't plan on starting now.
Tech.
You all know what time it is. It's time to blast off and roll the tape. Y'all notice how everything is subscription based nowadays, and how easy it is to forget to cancel one that you don't want? Well, today's sponsor Rocket Money can solve that problem forever. Simply put, Rocket Money is an easy-to-use app that helps you save more and manage your money better. Now, Rocket Money has a ton of amazing features. Once you connect your bank account, Rocket Money puts all your subscriptions in a convenient single list. And I know it sounds simple, but being able to see them all in one convenient place really helps you understand the landscape of your spending every month. And again, there's so much more that Rocket Money does that can help you look.
Oh my god, Rocket Money can suck my left
That sounds
nut.
like something you'd be interested in? Give it a shot. I think you'll like it. Oh, look at that. Rocket Money just saved me even more money. Oh my god, there was a thunderstorm and my run got deleted. Now I have to start a new one. Damn. Oh god. What the world? What in the world? What is this crap? Why is there a... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
So, did you play this?
Watch.
Bro, there used to be this
Watch the magic.
Modern Warfare 3.
Watch the magic. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. That was magical.
There's this one title.
So magical. Boink. Okay. Dude,
There's this
chill.
one.
Chill. Chill. Chill.
In Modern Warfare 3, I used to have all of these, by the way.
Ah!
Like the original Modern Warfare 3, I had all of these.
If that's not annoying or anything, can you reset it?
Bro, there's no way they don't have it.
Forgot about that. It just has to line up. Ooh, man, that's like really Huh.
Exoborn, I got the ability to sit there and play it for
Hey,
free.
what's that?
I'm gonna tell you, bro.
What the? Okay, don't hit
It's fucking hot dog
Missed
shit.
it.
Exoborn is hot dog shit. Not worth your time.
Um,
You're on in 2020.
Yeah.
The original? Yeah, it's when I hear MW3, that's the only one I can ever think of because it's like the only one I, played.
Nice. Get the check. Yeah. What the? Oh, shit. Hey, it's Yoshi. I like how it's so easy to just walk over all the hazards. Oh, this is beautiful. Beautiful. What a stage. What a beautiful, beautiful stage. Sorry, Yoshi. Oh, I can't. Oh, wait. Hey, Yoshi gets to win after all.
Never heard of it before the video? I mean, it's a good concept. They just really don't have the gameplay down, you know? Really cool concept and stuff. They just do not have good gameplay.
Nor do I see Spinies. What a disappointment.
Here, I'll be right back. I gotta go blow my nose.
Boom, buddy. Boom, buddy. Wait a minute. What about the other direction? There was another direction. What the? Oh, that is probably the lamest way to die after all that. Oh, I was cooking. What's in the clear pipe? Ah. Nice. Nice. Alright. Here we go. Whoa. Low. Nice. Oh, I can't believe I made that. No, I should have went back and got momentum. Crap. I'm assuming that clear pipe in the middle doesn't do anything valuable. But hell, I'll go look. Yeah, that checks out.
You got your eye on any upcoming games?
Hey.
Not really, no, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like,
Hey, buddy. Do I hit that?
gaming's kind
No,
of not in a good spot. I'm being real.
Oh, I have no idea what's happening now.
Gaming's really not in a good spot. Like, the new COD looks terrible. The new Battlefield will be fun for a bit until they just ruin the game with microtransactions. Like they do with all fucking EA games.
Full speed ahead. Why does it say
Um,
dad? It's like, dad? I don't understand. Why does it say that? That's so weird.
what else is coming out? Here, I'm gonna wait for this guy to spawn in, and then I'll look up the a list of upcoming
I
games.
don't think you're supposed to wait for it. There's no point. Ah, dude.
I mean, GTA, obviously, people are hyped about that, but me, I'm pretty indifferent.
Oh! You can't make that in one jump.
Silent Hill, Borderlands 4, hell of a...
What?
Yeah, I'm not really excited for any.
Okay, because I didn't do the level up to that point.
It's the only thing. The only problem with
It didn't
Battlefield is
the yellow shit.
it's EA, you know.
There we go. Got it.
Hollow Knight 2.
Is the yellow stuff gonna line up? That's crazy. So in theory, if you don't do it exactly like the level creator, you'll die right here. It works. Full speed strats line up good. I'm getting absolutely bodied. This is not okay. I know there's not much left.
I just want to see upcoming games.
Damn.
Period.
Stage is hard. There we go. Yep, it's hard. That piranha jump's really tight. You have to land on the right side of it, otherwise you hit the spike.
We're in August,
I
right?
cannot get this jump anymore. Spike. It's really bad. I keep overshooting him because I'm scared to hit that spike above. Ah!
You know what game I was pretty hyped for? Mafia Old Country.
No, dude. Okay. We're looking at a full-fledged game over.
I would love to play that game.
Of all things.
Gamescom. Or
What happened in the first run? I don't even know. Damn thunderstorms.
Hell is Us seems pretty interesting as well. Hell is Us. I don't know. This game seemed pretty cool.
I canceled it early. I need more
But
lives.
it looks like it can be very bad at the same time.
Not enough. Please. I haven't even been to the subworld the second time. There we go. There we go. Did I time that correctly? That was fast. Dude, that was fast.
Mafia solid. Yeah, the only problem with that game is like the time frame, the time period it takes place in. I've been wanting them to make a Mafia game where you are in the 80s or like late 70s, early 80s, where you're like running a casino when like the Mafia owned Las Vegas, and like you drive around and you gotta like fucking torch up fucking like other casinos, or like go in and like fucking rough some people up so you can like make it so people don't go to their casino, and you gotta like build up your casino, like have different attractions. It'd kind of be like a roller coaster tycoon game with a Mafia game. You know what I mean? So you're sitting there building up your fucking your casino or whatever. You got different attractions. You're trying to get as many people in and make as much money as possible. I'm gonna be sick.
There's the end. Timer has a couple seconds of leniency. Final jump is tight with that power up. There's a chance. Let's lock in. Where's my Giles theme? There it is. Another subworld attempt. Okay, 12-second door, that sucks. Okay, careful, focus. Light jump. And hold right. And
Yeah, schedule 1.
jump here.
Bit of Far Cry Capture. Yeah, I've never played it. I've watched people play it though, and that shit looks super fun. I've never personally played it, but it looks really fun. I'm gonna rip the toke, bro.
Fish?
If you smoke,
Fish. It's a good
join
one.
on in.
I'll give it a heart. Moving on to stage 3 with 4. Kaizo training. That's not Shrek. That's Peter Griffin in a Princess Peach dress. You got your characters all mixed up. Come on, man. Nice chill Kaizo training. Where you jump off a Koopa in midair. Yep, that's good stuff. Good, really good stuff. Yep. Sweet Jesus.
Jump now.
Oh.
Jump now.
I jumped
Oh,
so early.
why?
Tried to anticipate him.
Why?
That's so bad. Oh, man. Okay. Well, that's not easy. The world record is 20 seconds. So, it's not a long level. Only a few tricks. Oh. Ah! Life? Do I skip or keep going? The chances of beating this are like...
I don't know. The last Far Cry I played was Far Cry Primal,
Screw it.
and like that was a fun game.
Let's go.
But I don't want to. Like, I'm not a big Far Cry fan. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought I
I'm not a
had
really
it.
big Far Cry fan. The gameplay loop has been. It was like very fresh back in the day, but it's been just
Storm and then
beaten to the fucking ground. You know what I'm saying?
damn, man, I
They
got
need to change it.
level 2,
They need something fresh.
3,
It's like Assassin's Creed. The original few Assassin's Creed are fun, but like they beat that horse to death.
Let's try again. I don't,
You know what Assassin's Creed I wouldn't mind trying though?
I'll be
I wouldn't mind trying Origins, like the one that's in Egypt, just because of the setting. I love Egypt.
literally the same name.
You know what I mean? I love Egyptian culture.
Oh, look at that. It's actually
I feel as though that would be worth playing, but like the problem with modern day Assassin's Creed is there's so much fucking filler garbage in that game, like
dude,
you know what I mean?
trampoline setup.
That's the problem with modern day games in general, is there's so much filler garbage. Instead of just like focusing on a good solid story or something for a single player game, they gotta think of all these side quests and blah blah blah. Look at fucking God of War 2018, you know?
Oh, it's a triple. It's triple.
Black Flag, I never got to play it, bro. Apparently it was amazing though. We're not the target audience anymore. Yo, Squirt, that's actually so true though,
There
dude.
we go.
It's so true. That's actually a very valid point, dude. I actually never really thought of it like that. But dude, that's so true, Squirt. You're actually so right. I'm not even fucking around. Like, you're so right.
Yeah, I thought touching the wall would even him out, but I thought it would straighten him out a little bit, you know? Oh, yeah, keep ducking. Keep ducking. You won't get hit.
Cheers, boys.
There you go. Stop. Stop trying to ground. So stupid. He's supposed to hit the wall and straighten out, but he's, like, not. He refuses. Nope. I ain't gonna do that. I don't know how I died right there. Today is not my day, folks. You know, not every day can be your day.
Yo, Corey, you have a great night, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, eh, man. Appreciate talking with you. Props, buddy. Stay out of trouble. Stay safe.
You can't have every day. That's selfish. Holy crap! What is happening? Kind, generous soul
Oop,
did not have a
didn't grab
donut there. Usually they put a donut there. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Yunoko Suke. You are fantastic. Moving on to stage 2 with 20 lives. Kane Comp. Oh, I see what you did.
Yo, rock it with your cock out, brother.
Oh.
You have a good day.
Today is definitely
Thanks for stopping by.
a weird day for me. It's a weird day. You know, it's a weird
Here, let's talk to this fucking goober. We'll go take the free XP for Herblore.
But hey, it's funny. I think this guy forgot you could spin jump. So the donuts are useless. Huh. Check this out. See you later, idiots. Whoa! What? That was nuts. Can I off screen him? Huh. Apparently I can. Uh-oh. Whoa! Whoo! Wow, that was crazy. Ah! I almost did a spin jump on the fireball. Because in Mario World you can do that. Not in Mario Maker though. Oh,
Oh, it was pretty slick.
dang,
It was a slick maneuver.
tricky section. Nope. No.
Oh, you're lucky you can swim in this game, buddy.
You kidding me? I'm back for the one up. I'm back. Woo!
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go take my dog outside real quick.
I don't even know
Little guy's
what's
giving
going
me
on.
that funny eye.
That's too long. I could try to read it, but come on now. That's too long.
That's what she said.
Sweet
It's too
Jesus,
long.
18 seconds. Looks like just a bunch of triple jumps, right? How bad could it be? Technically, could I get that? I can't quite get it. Can't quite get it. Stupid ground pound won't work. It doesn't look too hard so far. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, so far. Oh, wait, that looks like a really low, awkward jump. That's not a triple jump, is it? Uh-oh. No. It doesn't look that hard. Famous last words. Famous last words. I know how this goes.
He's
Holy
trapped
shit,
himself.
That is a triple jump. It's a mega ridiculously. Of course. Of course he has that. It has an 18.5 second world record implying 1.5 seconds of leeway. Possibly cheesable with that timer. If you could bypass the triple. Doing a triple there is very difficult. If you could get by with like a little duck jump. Like that, you could do a wall jump here. And if there's time. What the fudge was that?
Oh no, you fucked up. Yeah, I'm gonna take these bones and go let my dog out. I'll be right back. Alright, Rox, let's go. Yep.
Okay.
I'm talking to you,
I should have known.
Stinky.
One, because it's one of those
Talking to
days.
you, Stinky.
And two, because they always do this. They trick you. Like you think it's going to be a nice level, and then they hit you with all this bullshit at the end. It's a classic New Super Mario Bros. Move. They always do it in New Soup. It's definitely a New Soup thing. Okay, so somehow you're able to maintain your double jump right there. I think you have to jump right before you hit the spring. I'm optimistic because of the timer, because maybe we can make this work. Ah. Maybe, I don't know. Got it. Why didn't the triple jump go off? I got the dub, but no trip. You've got to be kidding me. It is one of those days. This is definitely one of those days, you guys. I got the double jump to work, but now the triple jump doesn't work, even though that one looks like it should be straightforward. Because you're just holding right and jumping, but it doesn't work. What? Why doesn't it work? Why is there no triple? There's a... You know what? I'm having flashbacks. I played a level a long time ago. I've played a lot of levels that abuse triple jump tech over the years. It's hard to keep track of all of them. And there are a lot of weird ways you can abuse triple jumps. Trying to think. I feel like in that particular scenario, the reason the triple jump isn't working is something to do with twirling. But I need to twirl. Maybe if I twirl one less, can I make it still? I don't know. Did you see that? That was crazy. I didn't hit the spring. Whoa. I don't know. Damn, you guys. I thought actually some serious clutch was coming, but oh no. For some reason I can't get the triple jump to activate. It's very annoying. It happened again. That's so silly. Damn, that's so silly. Ah, man. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I say we skip. I say we salvage a few lives and skip because I don't know how to get it to work. I'm running, dude. I'm running 40 seconds. Oh boy. Whoa. Nice. Go. Hey, that was awesome. Checkpoint. Help! That was close. This is actually a cool level. Finally. I don't have a power up now. What? There we go. I didn't. Oh no. Can you respawn that? Yes, but I freaking lost Yoshi. That might have been cheesable. Crap, 1 life. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. We got a shot here. Let's go. Jump late. Got it. Nice. That Yoshi jump is hard. There we go. And then... Okay. No! Stupid Yoshi, you suck. Damn it. Man, I'm getting my ass kicked today. Looking at the comments on the triple jump level, and unfortunately, it's not really going to be much help. We have this, which appears to be somebody just suffering. It's a tech I don't know how to do. So, fuck it. Dude, I took damage, but it didn't matter. I'm still good. I could have got a helmet. I think it's cheesable. I think you could get a helmet and then have a cape in this section. Straight up. Straight the fudge up, dudes. I feel like that is a thing. I didn't get the key. No! I want that cape. I want that cape, dude. I keep off-screening the thwomps. Like, I don't think that's supposed to happen. But it does. Oh, it's only on the second attempt. On the first attempt, it doesn't happen. But on the second attempt... No thwomps. That was it? Oh my gosh. Damn, that was it. That was freaking it. We were so close. If I hadn't have choked that jump. Damn it. We gotta try and cheese it with the cape. Somebody wrote a comment and said, got my world record back. There was a world record championship happening on this stage. You know what? I might like to be a part of that. The only thing is, like, all you really do is hold right. I wonder if those guys cheesed it. Will that save you time? I don't even know, actually. So, hold on. Hold on. How am I going to grab that? I'm going to lose a lot of time. That was the coolest fucking thing ever. Okay, that doesn't save me time, but damn, that was awesome. That was so cool. Oh. That was very stylish. Okay, hold on. I want to get the world record now. I'm in this. I'm in this, man. You see how slow that was? I bet you could get a faster jump at the beginning. Watch. See, that was way faster. Getting the cape through is too slow. So it's not worth it. That was very... Oh. Pipe is on the right side. Okay. Yeah, it's too slow.
Yo, Squirt, tell me you're still here. Listen to this fucking story, dude.
The world record's gonna come down to... Oh, you just walk. If you line it up just right, you just walk. There it goes. Oh, God.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
35
My dad's out cleaning the garage. He's like, oh, listen to this, Jack. We found your fucking baseball stuff from when you were a kid. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He goes, there's a pound of weed in it, so I just threw it out.
Ooh, that's how it's done right there. Damn. You can do that in the second half too. Crap, I think I'm good. And the time lost. No! I'm still alive. Watch. So jump there. That saves a shitload of time too. And the fastest way to beat the end is to jump over the top. Alright, we got everything. Let's get the perfect run. And put that little bitch in the ground. This guy, this Luigi glasses wearing guy, Connor 3. You're done, son. There we go. There we go. That could have been a little better. That was pretty good. Was it good enough? What say ye? Dude, devastated. I'm lashing out after a bad day of getting roasted myself. Now I'm trying to roast other people to make myself feel better. Conveyor belts suck though. They're so stupid. They're so jank. If you jump at the end of a conveyor belt, it takes your momentum. It's like, what? What the hell? It's super jank. Ooh, that was pretty good. Let's bring it home. Nice. That's pretty good. Ha! Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, 32 flat? Wow, that's really crazy. I gotta give that level a like. You know? Oh, the map is recent. It was created only a few months ago, which means Connor 3 set that record very recently. See? Only not even 3 months ago. That means there's a good chance he sees my comment. How exciting. Connor 3, he has a super world, and he uploaded a level so recently called My Friend Code. If it doesn't work, oh well. Kaizo level 0%. Whoa, Connor 3. My God, he has an uncleared thing. Piracy is a serious crime. Can anyone give me ideas? Will you please guess part 3? What are... Hope it's fine. Buy again. Stupid level. Random level. You are dead. Dumb level. You know what, Connor? Since I defaced your legacy, your world record on that stage, I'm gonna play your uncleared Kaizo level.
Thanks.
Over 200 attempts and no clears. Whoa. That's a big jump. What? What? Okay. Oh wow, if you do that too aggressively, you hit the one way. If you don't do it aggressively enough, you don't make the icicle. Connor, you dog with your shit.
This is a crazy level. What the fuck?
It's like, you can't. What? That one-way position on the right side of the second spiny is ridiculous. Oh, there you go. Am I gonna get Bowser fired? Oh, wow, RNG kills you if you get bad Bowser fire. Oh, what is this? Okay, I don't feel bad about taking his world record anymore. Nope. Not at all. Good time to do my outro. Thank you, Rocket Money, for sponsoring today's video. I really appreciate it. Be sure to check them out, you guys. You can try it for free. They got some free features. And then if you like it, you can get their premium version. all that support. Of course, helps me out. Make sure to use my link so they know you came from me. Yeah, fun, interesting day, kind of crazy. Damn thunderstorms. Be sure to subscribe to my other YouTube channels. I got 3 channels. I just played Metal Gear Solid 3, the new one, the Delta. It's a remake of MGS 3. It's on my second channel at a live stream. So check the live streams on that channel if you want to watch it.
It's a good game.
And again, next week we're going to be playing...
What the fuck even is this level?
Silk Song, finally. After a million years, it's finally here.
Oh, took it on.
So, you know. That's
Bro, that
very
might be
exciting.
just worth taking.
Hollow Knight. I really loved it.
Yeah, I'm going
funny
to. I'm just
story,
gonna
actually.
take
I know this sounds
fucking
funny after saying that, but I actually never beat it. I know that sounds funny.
law runes so I can
But I
teleport right
played
to
it, I
Felder.
streamed it a whole bunch on Twitch. So I put one Hollow Knight
Okay,
video.
we're gonna go kill
and then I streamed
Hespori
the
real
rest
quick.
of it on Twitch, and I was an idiot, and I didn't save the VODs, and they got auto-deleted after a while. So there's no record of me playing Hollow Knight, but I played most of it, and I also handicapped myself where I was playing really weak, and I was in the Coliseum playing like the hardest. I was doing like the hardest fight in the Coliseum, and I was super weak, and I was like stubborn and trying to get it. I wasn't paying attention.
Ouch.
This sucks. Connor, what is this? This is crap. What is this, dude? What a bunch of bullcrap. And then you gotta like come fight Bowser, and then you go through here, and then you go through all this crap, dude. What the fudge, man? But yeah, I didn't save my Hollow Knight VODs. I was in it. I fought tons of hard bosses. I fought this one boss. I don't remember his name. He was I think he was one of the hardest bosses in the game, and I fought him too, like pretty underpowered. And it was a really crazy challenge, but I ultimately
Do that.
Now, I never
Actually, I wanna go
beat
fight
the
Spore.
game, but I did fight all these optional bosses, super
Wanna
hard
fight
bosses,
Spore.
crazy challenges. And I did complete the Path of...
I don't care about the path of whatever, homie. I'm scared about the Mario. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Can you believe it? Now that the 4th episode has aired, we're already halfway through the first season of Alien Earth. I think it's nice that TV shows come with the big budgets and cinematic feels these days, but the episode loads are definitely smaller, and we'll be lucky if we get a second season before 2 years have passed. But that's the way of things, and let's just enjoy it while it lasts. I'm here today to talk about Season 1, Episode 4, Observation, aka the one where Wendy learns to talk to aliens. I'd say this one has the least to offer by way of action sequences, so no big spaceship crashes, no xenomorph rampages, but what we do get is an offering of good character moments, interactions, and strong dialogue. We also get some unnerving moments. I think it's here where the series really gets to show just how effective it can be in its balance of the tried-and-true, heady science fiction ideas, along with a showcase of the nasty, gross alien experimentation. Once again, I'll warn you of spoilers to follow. The episode opens in the usual kind of way, with the title slowly appearing along with some recap imagery, but we get it spliced with something new and different here. We see the waves on the shore of the Neverland Research Island. We see something washed up on the shore. It looks like a head. Is it a human head? A discarded head of a failed synthetic? We get closer, and we see that it's neither. It's a doll's head. Just a child's plaything, separated from its body and left behind. This, I suppose, is symbolic of something that maybe the show wasn't quite ready to talk about until now. We already know the setup from episode 1. Boy Cavalier has taken these sick, dying children and given them a new lease on life by transferring their minds into the bodies of adult synthetics. It's an amazing achievement. It apparently took a decade to prepare for. It will usher in a new era for humanity, where death and decay is a thing of the past, and the human essence can live on in a new and improved vessel. But how well did it really work? Can a life truly be extended by this method, or is it just really effective in collecting all the memories and traits of a person and transferring them into a machine that believes they are the same human inside? Arthur Sylvia's blunt concern expressed to Dame in a heated conversation is this: if we did this wrong, best case, we've got a bunch of AIs running around thinking they're human, and worst case, we killed 6 kids. Dame doesn't even want to consider this scenario, and that part of the conversation goes no further, but the idea has been laid out for us to consider. Maybe this will be an ongoing topic of debate for viewers. Some will say, yes, it's exactly what was shown. The children's lives all continued in synthetic bodies. Others will say it's not that simple. Something else is going on, and it will remain ambiguous. Or maybe, and this I guess is becoming my mantra for the series, maybe something will be revealed later. As each episode passes, we're always left hanging on something, but so far I've noticed it's never been exactly the type of cliffhanger you might expect. The last episode, for example. You'd almost think that if they had structured episodes 2 and 3 differently, the big cliffhanger wouldn't have been Hermit being snatched up and Wendy running off to save him. It would have been their potential deaths in the opening of episode 3. But it leaves us hanging in different and unexpected ways, and each time so far the focus has solely been on Wendy and her story, and where her decisions are going to take her. Observation is no exception. The last time around, Wendy had become overwhelmed by the noises of the aliens, communications that only she can hear. She collapsed outside Kirsch's lab. It picks up here with her awakening, met with many questions. Boy Cavalier is especially interested, and his patience is running thin with those around him. He dismisses Kirsch, not finding him useful in this particular matter, and dismisses Dame Sylvia, who he finds to be, if not obstructive, then at least distracting. He's intuitive enough. He knows well enough what's going on between her and Wendy, and that so far has gone unspoken, but he cuts right to the matter here. You're not her mother, he tells her. This is an IT issue, not a gab session. Not necessarily true. He's very interested in the gab, but it's the alien gab he wants to know more about. Wendy describes the xenomorph sounds as something like bugs rubbing their legs together. The baby alien, she says, was screaming. Arthur and Hermit, who has come to be by Wendy's side, want to see if they can get the sounds to stop. Boy K and Wendy object to that idea. They want to know what the aliens are saying, and they want to know if they can talk back to them. With Boy's encouragement, Wendy is able to translate in a way, and speak in a frequency that humans can hear. The boy genius is thrilled. And you know what? I am too. How the aliens communicate and what exactly they may be saying has always been a subject of great interest to me, and I'm always eager to find out more about how exactly that could work. Sources such as the Weyland-Yutani Report and the Alien RPG have suggested that the aliens can communicate using some form of telepathy. We've seen that concept play out in stories such as Aliens Infiltrator and Alien Sea of Sorrows. Even in Alien Resurrection, to an extent, Ripley 8, the part human, part alien clone, can hear or sense the Hive and the Queen. Nothing so far in incredible detail, and I think that's something being promised by this series, especially considering how this episode ended, but we'll get to that. The question on Boy Cavalier's mind, at this moment anyway, is if the aliens are speaking to Wendy, or if they're speaking to each other and she can just hear them. He believes the latter. This whole aspect brings with it a lot of questions. One of the big ones being, why is it only Wendy that can hear them? What makes her so special that she would be able to hear them? Or that they chose to let her hear them? She actually says that herself. I think they chose me. It's not as if the aliens could recognize her social standings in the group of hybrids, that she's technically the oldest and in charge and favored because she was the first. Nor would they really care about that, if they have the ability to care or not care for anything outside their own propagation anyway. Then again, maybe they did sense some kind of willfulness inside her, brought on by the strong emotions for her brother, that could aid them in some way. But they'd have to be able to control her. Another example of xenomorph telepathy we've seen in the past came from the original Aliens comics from Dark Horse's first run. In this storyline, the aliens would enter humans' dreams, even humans who had never seen or heard of the aliens before. The figures would take over and consume them, drawing them closer to the Queen Mother Xenomorph. It would follow them into their waking life, giving them a longing to become part of this great, unified family, a part of the Hive. So much so, they developed into a cult with the sole purpose of letting themselves become hosts and coercing others into doing the same. The psychological takeover was so strong that this was all they wanted. Could the aliens be slowly taking over Wendy's mind so that she may take similar actions? How much have they gotten into her mind at this point, if at all? In a later scene with Cavalier, Wendy refers to Kirsch's experimentations with the alien. You shouldn't have cut them open, she says. Did they say that? He asks. No, she replies, then stops.
That's total.
I don't know.
Total coincidence.
Is she holding something back? Is that something she really believes, or did the aliens really tell her that? Is every thought and every decision Wendy makes from this point forward somehow going to be actually influenced by the aliens and she doesn't even realize it? That plays into another theme of this episode, and the series with its hybrid technology as a whole, of free will. We see the other Lost Boys in practice, testing the limits of their own free will and their own defiances. Some of it on the surface is harmless enough. We have Toodles, who has really taken to his work in the lab with Kirsch and has become fascinated with the world of science, but unhappy with his name. He argues to Kirsch that Toodles isn't so much a name for a grown man and a serious scientist, more like a code name like Sport or Chief. He suggests his real name should be Isaac, after Isaac Newton. Kirsch doesn't seem to have a problem with this, but I guess we'll have to wait and see how Boy Cavalier may feel. Slightly has been thrust into the world of adulthood by having to consider moral and ethical dilemmas thanks to his encounters with Morrow. They're still in communications, and Morrow is still very determined to get those
Can I get the
specimens
bucket
back.
today, boys?
A lot of people pointed this out in the comments of my
Please?
last video, and yes, it just completely did not register with me that back at the crash site, Morrow had implanted a tracking and communication device on Slightly's neck. So I guess he isn't quite as advanced as Wendy when it comes to hacking into competitor technology, but he certainly makes up for that with his cunning. He convinces Slightly that stealing back a specimen is the right thing to do, that despite any loyalty he may feel to Boy Cavalier and to Prodigy, the fact is the specimens belong to Weyland-Yutani. In the simplest of terms that a child could understand, he asks if it's really stealing if you're just stealing it back from the person who stole it in the first place. How can you steal from a thief? This mission is more difficult for Slightly than he anticipates, and he wants to back out, but Morrow has raised the stakes. When speaking to Slightly, he found out his real name, Arush Singh, and tracked down his family. Morrow also revealed his own name, first name being Kumi. In an interview, he talked about how his first name was meant to be a significant reveal, and in my previous video, my imagination went wild and I made a pretty big deal of it. I'd like to thank everyone in the comments, by the way, who predicted that his first name would be Tom, as in tomorrow. You cheeky monkeys. Kumi, Morrow says, is a Ghanaian name. The origin of this, in Ghana, can be interpreted as meaning forceful. That's significant enough as it relates to the character, and fits quite well, but if it goes beyond that, I don't know. But there is an implication that Morrow brings with the surprise he revealed to Slightly, by sitting in his former home with his mother, waiting for his brothers to arrive, that he could do harm to his family. That's not at all a bluff you'd want to call, especially if you're a frightened child, so we could assume Morrow would really do something if he had to. He likes to think of himself as a good guy, even refers to himself as one, but given his obsession with reclaiming the specimens, there's really no telling just how far he'll go. After all, he let the Maginot's crew die. He chained up 2 soldiers at the crash site and left them for dead, so he may not hesitate to take drastic actions in the name of the greater good, or what he believes to be the greater good. He gives Slightly 24 hours to find a host for a facehugger and get them impregnated with a specimen. This is a very grown-up dilemma for a child's fragile and vulnerable mind. But what choice does he really have? Even when you look at a character like Curly, who had a big moment in the previous episode with her proposal to sort of woo Boy K and become his favorite, she's pushed aside a little bit and outside of the action. I think it's true of anyone, incredible hybrid, synthetic or otherwise, that if you make it your focus to be like someone else, or act a certain way to please or impress someone else, your own personality gets lost in the process. She's already given up a lot in order to be favored by Cavalier, and it doesn't seem to be working, and he sees this and seems to be bored by it. He even has to remind her that he wants the truth from her, not just what she thinks he wants to hear. We can only imagine the jealousy she's feeling at Wendy's special ability to speak to the aliens, and we're going to have to keep a further eye on her to see just how far she may be willing to go to be the favorite. While not one of the Lost Boys, Hermit may as well be one. Held in captivity, no more than another asset to Cavalier. The boy Genius and Adam Ines believe he can be of some use. Hermit and Ines share a good scene together, where the poor young medic's free will is pretty much thrown out the window.
How am I doing?
Stay
I'm
here,
alright, man.
work for
I'm
us,
just
even be with your sister,
fucking
or get sent off this
working
private
a
research
lot,
island, go
man.
home, never
Trying
see your sister
to
again, and good luck paying off the bill for that
get
next
some
month.
bills paid off
I
and
guess
shit.
if
And then
Hermit
once I get
truly
those paid
believes it
off,
really
you
is
know,
his
start
sister
stacking
inside
some
this new
cash.
synthetic body. Not unlike Dame Sylvia,
That's the
Hermit
goal.
doesn't want to even consider the alternative. He doesn't answer.
Christmas is coming up. I gotta get
To
my kids some
Ines'
shit for
not-so-veiled
Christmas.
threats,
You know
he
what I mean?
agrees to assess Wendy. Ainz makes it clear,
I don't know
though,
what to
that
get
the
her.
unit Hermit calls his sister is property of the Prodigy Corporation. A prototype for a transhuman product, which, once
Oh, he's looking
refined,
for
will create
paper?
human
Yeah.
immortality. There is no universe in which he takes her home. Big shout out to Adrian Edmondson in this episode. This and his scenes with Boy K are fantastic. For some reason, I just love the little moment in the lab where Boy K bounces the little ball off the wall and he catches it without even flinching, like he can anticipate his every move. This isn't just a bulldog character used for intimidation on behalf of Cavalier. He comes off as thoughtful and intelligent and an important part of the conversation. Maybe there are more revelations in store for this character as well.
And player's not bad now
Then
after the
there's
updates. Yeah, good
Nibs.
shit, man.
She was in
I
a
love
rough
to hear
spot
that.
during the last episode, and things have taken an unexpected
I
turn.
forgot
here
about
in
Oblivion.
episode
That shit,
4.
I should get that and play
I
it
can
sometime.
honestly
It'd be fun.
say I didn't have character claims immaculate conception on my Alien Earth bingo card, but here we are. Nibs tells Arthur and Dame Sylvia that she's pregnant. This isn't a childhood fancy or fun game to her. She sincerely believes it. Dame, rightly, sees this as a problem and offers to have a one-on-one with her in the hopes to figure things out. This is a terrific scene, and it plays out in a very tense way. A real element of danger has been introduced. Children may be ideal for this consciousness transferring procedure for whatever reason, but the mind of a child is very delicate. Introduce trauma, which Nibs has experienced, and things get all the more complicated. We begin to question who the real adults in the room are. It's not just that these hybrids are children's minds inside adult bodies, but they're children's minds inside superhuman bodies. If a 9 or 10-year-old kid gets angry and throws a tantrum, it's usually not likely to be of any physical harm to the grown-ups. In this case, it is, and Nibs has abilities she's yet to understand and strength she's probably not even fully aware she's capable of, and would have no way to discipline if her emotions take over. Dame is very, very careful throughout this entire conversation.
No bucket.
Still, she's not entirely innocent. She has a lot to answer for. If she really sees herself as Wendy's mother, then by right she's mother to the other 5 hybrids as well. That being the case, she's been favoring one child over the others just as much as Boy Cavalier has. I believe a part of Nibs recognizes this, or at least feels it, and her delusion could be a cry for help. Dame does her best. She tries to implement some reason into the back and forth. She realizes that at such a young age she may not entirely have a grasp on how someone may get pregnant, and despite her body being synthetic with no earthly way of becoming pregnant, she works on that level, which would probably be easier to process. But Nibs says she grew up on a farm, and is well aware of the mechanics of it all, of sex and pregnancy and babies. All of that is understood. Except, she says, for Jesus. His mommy didn't do that, and he was born. Dame has absolutely no way to counter this, which is kind of telling of her character. She's completely willing to talk over all the biology of human reproduction in great detail, but bring religion into the conversation and it stops her in her tracks. Even in the future, all the wonder and innovation of science still...
I mean, what the fuck are you gonna say to that, though? Like, you gotta think that robot's got the mind of, like, a fucking 12-year-old kid. So it's, like, on course. Like, no parent would really know what to say. I don't know what the fuck I would say if my kid came back with that.
still can't seem to coexist with the mystery of religion. I asked in my review of the first episode, if this process transfers everything about a person into a synthetic body, does it transfer the soul, too? There was no answer to this, and Dame Sylvia knows this, and would rather not talk about it. She tries to direct the conversation to the functionality of Nibs' new body. Nibs refuses. She tries to get the child to open up about her experiences at the crash site. Nibs refuses. If this all goes beyond trauma and beyond delusion, then it is, in a way, an act of rebellion. A way to control her world. It's as if she's saying, I'm going to believe what I want to believe, and there's nothing you can do about it. With the looming threat of violence, it's Nibs who holds all the power here. What else can Dame really do, other than entertain these delusions until a better workaround can be found? Given everything in front of her, I think she acts smartly, and she handles the situation in an appropriate way. Things could have gone much differently, and that could have been her head washed up on the shore. I really loved this scene. It was one of the highlights of the episode for me. Essie Davis and Lily Newmark give incredible performances. Newmark especially, who once again stands out when there's so much going on in the
No
show as a
Dragonfire,
whole.
please. Thank you.
For this episode, she spoke with the official Alien Earth podcast, and she had some really interesting insights into her character and this scene. Here's what she had to say. She certainly goes through the strongest existential crisis out of all of them. she's not enjoying this as much as the others, if at all. I think the only part she enjoys is having new friends, but for the most part, it's deeply traumatic for her. I touched on this briefly with Noah Hawley when we first met because it was, mentioned in one of the scripts I was given that she had trauma in her previous life, so they had to be careful with what they put her through because it could trigger that. I did wonder, and I spoke to Agla Hochstutter, who is the director of Episode 4, about the possibility of Nibs to have experienced physical abuse, and for that to be playing out now, because its new trauma has triggered that previous trauma. I don't think it's so far-fetched to think that, and we did come to that vague conclusion together, but also, I'm not the writer, so I don't want to speak for Noah. But because it was such a strong response, and pregnancy, what that has meant in the past within the Alien franchise has, signaled towards rape. It's not so far-fetched, it's incredibly bleak to consider, but we had to get there somehow. We had to find a reasonable reason for that very big response to the image, Teocella's attack. I think she's using fantasy as a coping mechanism, as a form of escapism, which is obviously incredibly normal for a child to do. Deep down, she knows it's not true. It's a trauma response. The power of the mind is really incredible, and what's not entirely certain is whether the power of her mind, like with Wendy's capable of more things than the adult makers were aware of. And they don't know that maybe, perhaps, the power of her mind can alter her physical capabilities. And I mean, all of their powers are unprecedented. They're all part of this experiment. It might be to do with, like, that part of her circuit, around the abdomen. There might be something going on there. Of course, it is, impossible for her to be pregnant because she's not human physically. But the power of her mind might be, creating some kind of energy in that area. But I guess the point of the pregnancy is for Nibs to establish control over the situation. Like, to have this autonomy over her body and her new life, because it's become clearer and clearer that she's not an autonomous being. This is all a very interesting perspective, and whether or not we see any of it come to light in the exact way described, it's such a great way of getting into the character's mindset. Lots to consider. But all of this still in play, I'll have to say there was one thing that immediately came to mind for me after Nibs makes the claim that she's pregnant. The sheep. What if the sheep, inside the Neverland lab, is pregnant? I didn't grow up on a farm myself, so I couldn't tell you offhand how long a sheep is pregnant for, but I did ask Google, and the answer to that is around 150 days. It's entirely possible that the sheep may have been impregnated before being acquired for scientific research. I bring this up because the scene right before Nibs' pregnancy revelation is the scene in the lab with the sheep and Teocelas. Animal lovers and Google AdSense eligibility bots beware, we're going to talk about it. The sheep is in captivity behind the glass. There's an opening through which the Teocelas parasite enters. There's an audio Easter egg this time around. It's the same sound we hear from the air ducts in the original Alien. By now, we're well aware of what this parasite can do, and what it's about to do to this poor sheep. The tentacles shoot out, it leaps and attaches to the face, and makes its way to the eyeball. After some violent thrashing, the tentacles scoop out veins and nerves and muscles dangling down its head, and the Teocelas then assimilates. Very quickly. In a very creepy moment, it tries to stand on its hind legs, almost like it's trying to act like a human. When that fails, it drops down to all fours, and the eyeball drops to the ground. Kirsch and Toodles note the recordings of the gamma waves, indicating problem-solving and concentration, have increased dramatically. This creature is highly intelligent, Kirsch says. Look at how it's watching us. They're observing
That
it.
was the coolest part. Like when it's like how he says how it's watching us, and it's like goes to its vision. It's like looking around the room,
It's observing them right
following
back.
him. That was so cool.
Boy K is just utterly fascinating. From what we've seen of this creature so far, I think it could actually be somewhat comparable to the alien from John Carpenter's The Thing. That creature got into a host's blood, but in whatever form it would take, it had a physical memory of its past encounters. In one part, we see some kind of fauna it must have taken over in the past, and we see the dogs form again at the end with the Blair monster. T. ocellus may have this overarching telepathic memory of everything it infected during its life. It makes some kind of connection through its tentacles, even if it doesn't fully assimilate, as we saw with Nibs. It knows and understands how a human may act, but since it's attached to the sheep, it's unable to do so. And if it's able to partially infect a host and open up that psychic connection, then the host would know what the organism knows. If the T. ocellus attached to the sheep recognized that the sheep was pregnant and their minds interlinked, it and the other interlinked minds may all share in that. It's possible. For an episode where the xenomorph alien had to take a little bit of a back seat, I'm glad we were at least able to get a good moment like this where another creature had some time to shine, and to fascinate and repulse. That's what I love from my sci-fi horror. Monsters that aren't just disgusting to look at and do terrifying things, but that are interesting in the way they operate. T. ocellus has delivered there, and for a lot of people, it's been stealing the show. So much so, and I thought this was a joke at first, that they've already made it into a Funko Pop figure. That's pretty incredible. But don't worry, the alien and Wendy are getting their figures too. While there wasn't much of the XX121 xenomorph in this episode to speak of, we do get to see a newly born chestburster at the very end of this episode. Although, I guess we can't really call it a chestburster, can we? This is the payoff to last week's ending, where we saw the knot of the xenomorph makings burrow its way into Hermit's isolated lung. As it would turn out, this is enough for the knot to infect and begin producing the xenomorph embryo. It bursts out of the lung, breaks through the glass, and it looks like Wendy is able to calm it down. We have this sort of snake charming scene between her and the creature. She speaks in the alien frequency that she's been practicing, and it listens. For me, this brought back some memories of Alien Covenant, actually, when David first sees his creation after its violent birth. There is a bonding going on. There's something familiar, but as far as David is concerned, it just may be one-sided. That may be up to the viewer to determine. It's clear enough that with Wendy, they are communicating. They do understand each other somehow. Ugla Hawksdaughter, the director of this episode, also spoke to the Alien Earth podcast, and here's what she had to say of the scene. I think in a way it's nice to think about Wendy and her relationship to the chestburster, and how that develops as a love story almost. But I think we begin to sense at the end of the episode is that there's a loneliness inside of Wendy, and there's a growing feeling that she does not somehow belong at the facility. And of course, Boy K, he uses the fact that she can hear the alien sound to sort of manipulate her. And he says, I'll let you keep your brother. I'll let your brother stay here at the facility if you listen to the creatures and tell me what they're trying to say. So that also becomes obviously a motivation for her to learn this language and to find a way to communicate and understand what the creature is saying. But I think that's what's really quite special about that final scene of the episode, is that we sense that loneliness and this sort of connection that she seems to desire towards this little creature. And this is a storyline that obviously will progress in terms of how Wendy begins to realize that maybe her and this alien creature are not that different. Very interesting. That's as far as we're getting for now, but it was a great moment and quite the way to end the episode, leaving us hanging for more. I loved this moment, and I thought the baby alien special effects were really good, and a really good design. True to the original 1979 version, but updated nicely. Throughout the entire Alien series, the chestbursters in particular are always kind of tricky. We don't always get to see much of them, at least not in full. More often than not, we just see the half of them coming out of the chest. Sometimes they have little arms, sometimes they don't, but here we get a really good look at it. I'm curious to see what's in store for it, but also dreading the possibility that the aliens might not be quite done with Hermit's body just yet. Also, in the closing of the episode, we get a sense that Slightly has chosen the human host to infect and bring tomorrow. That happens to be Hermit. Not that he had much of a selection beyond scientists that wouldn't be stupid enough to fall for his trick and scary armed security personnel. Part of what drives this selection is a jealousy that Slightly has developed after learning Wendy is somehow allowed to have her brother with her. It's a fair enough objection. Why can't he or the others be allowed to have their family with them? In fact, if Prodigy really wanted to assess and ultimately refine these prototypes, wouldn't it be beneficial to have input from those who would know them best? The ones who would truly know that if life and essence and even soul continued on, instead of a dead body being left behind and all that's left is a machine with copied memories. Maybe they don't really know the answer to that. Maybe that's something that will be revealed later. But as always, I'd like to thank you very much for watching today. Be sure to leave a like if you enjoy this video.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good time indeed, Jay. That was a good time. I honestly don't really remember much. Nah. Dreading that. You kept getting a second place, did I? Four or five games in a row. Let's go, baby. How many kills were we getting? Probably like fucking 2 kills or something the whole time. Probably just running around avoiding fights and shit. Yo, Jack, you got Battlefield 1 on PC? Nah. My Battlefield games don't work for some reason, dude. I bought Battlefield 2042, but it doesn't work for whatever. Making solo plays? Shit. I don't really remember. I ain't gonna lie. I remember one game, bro. I was telling Vita about it. He didn't believe me. We landed at that no name spot, and we fought like fucking 6 teams, bro. Vita didn't believe me. He's like, "Nah, Canadian. I don't believe it, bro. I don't believe it." I was like, "Fuck you, dude. I totally did, bitch."
Crypto would be crazy too, bro.
Goon. Oh yeah, right here. Classic. Oh, they just scanned.
Yeah, one has purple. Almost cracked him.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you fragging it the whole night.
Knocked one.
Huge.
Lifeline on me. Knocked.
JC just eating them up. Eating them up, baby. Your daughter just barking.
Landing into them and they just get 3 shots on us first. That kid is.
Oh, that's funny. I think it was the Zanshuria kid.
And then I was playing a little bit of RuneScape.
Is it the Zanshuria kid?
They gave us 3 or 2 fucking.
Yeah, it's this fucking guy.
Make it a POI. That's what they're gonna do to Kings Canyon. Coming. Hold on, Happy. We gotta go help my boys. Boys.
Making contact with enemies. First blood. Tastes like victory. Hostile right here.
Of course they have a caustic too, bro.
Knock one.
With you. Hunter banger, 58 on him. I'm dead, bro. So fucking cringe.
You in
Get him, get him, get him, get him. Nice.
Got your back.
That was cringe. Get rolled, kids.
He'll fix you up. Contact.
More?
Yep.
Let's go this way. Attention. Enemy spotted. Taking fire. Spotted.
Come back this way. Come back this way.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the other side.
Getting shot at. Enemy track.
Broke enemy shield. Double timing it. They're taking fire.
Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Wonder which upgrade I should get. Upgraded, I'm good to go. Hey, Daddy. Broke their shield now. Give my shields a recharge.
Something's going burr for real.
Reloading.
Pathy on right side.
Yeah, I see that. 158 on him.
Reloading. Give my shields a
I'm swinging it, bro. I don't even care.
I'm getting
Another team, bro. Another team, another team. Back up, back up, back up.
You follow them now, alright? Got my halo here. Come here.
Yo, what's up, Shawnee boy?
We got Jeff. Just it.
I stingered him off, so we're chilling.
This kid just like walks out for whatever reason.
Shield now. Give my shields a recharge. I'm at max level.
A fucking idiot.
Who's the baddest?
What are you saying, Shawnee boy?
Still one to our right, I think.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
You want to hear something? We were playing, yo, Jay. We were playing with Fade. We were playing with Fade, Ecstasy, Aceu, and Vita all in our lobbies last night. I'm not even trolling. Because I went and joined Vita's stream, and he was playing in the exact same lobbies as us. He just has streamer mode on. I'm just saying.
88 on him.
This kid's body blocking me, bro.
I'm,
Stinger incoming. Stinger coming in. Just giving my shields a recharge. My shields a recharge.
I'm with you.
Frog out. Come on in. Old Payless is waiting.
The resin. Above.
Sounds like too much pressure for them.
Do shit.
There, take that. He'll fix you up. I'm the kill leader. Ready for bear. Reloading.
take this counter. Dropping for you.
Thank you.
You're an animal? Nah, bro. Team effort.
2x4 in this box here.
I remember there was this one time we were on this building and the team TP'd, and I just almost shit on all three of them with the Mastiff. No bolt.
Champion, recharging my shield.
I gotta rip that toe.
Hostile close.
Flying right on me. Out of the air. Sniped him out of the air.
Watch yourself.
Okay, that was pretty dirty.
Beaming me, bro. To your left.
That was pretty dirty. I don't remember this part of the game though.
Up top, up top, up top. Back up, back up, back up.
I'm backing up. You gotta watch over me. I'm dead here.
Almost cracked one. I got naded off. I got naded off.
Huge kill.
This kid's fucking cheating, bro. There's no way.
Knock another.
Picked up a teammate's banner.
Fuck, this
Grabbing
game
fucking
sucks.
thing out of your box. Armor swap.
Throwing, bro. I literally jumped over the kid and he's just snapping onto me, bro. Like I was over his head. Like some keyboard and mouse shit, I guess.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't see anyone. On this side, at least. Can't believe you took my armor swap. And my backpack. Y'all are fucked.
I didn't take any backpack.
Maybe I did, I don't remember.
Teammate took my fucking backpack, bro.
Yeah.
Ultimate accelerant here. Ultimate accelerant here.
The ring is near. Closing in 30.
Nope. Nope.
Give it to him.
Nope.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
Way better than last time, he says.
I mean, last game. Wait, were you the Wraith last game?
Yeah.
Oh, how did you die last game?
Sentinel?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Might be something good that
From there, you can get almost as much intel as I give you. Tracker scanning.
I missed. Not on the mod.
some air, Doc. Looks like got some extra munitions here. Backpack here. Level 3.
You know what's funny? We had the worst fucking spot, and we still killed those kids.
That's very funny, actually.
Target over there.
Should I get an angle on that?
No,
Just
just
stay
stay
here.
up here. Stay up here.
What is that? 11. I want him.
Tracker scanning.
Catch.
Tracker out and scanning for enemies.
We're here.
Hostile. Cancel that.
Snake grass.
Un momento, per favore.
And I'm keeping it. Oof, I remember this. This is terrible.
80 off him.
Oh, no way I missed that, bro.
Reloading.
Oof. Oop, I didn't mean to do that.
Whoa, they're shooting at me.
We Just sit up top. Huge scan.
Solo to our left.
With me. I always find my mark. Target there.
Hostile spotted.
Replicator incoming.
Ammo's almost out.
Ash is pushing. Ash is close.
Got blue. 70 on one.
Bro, what the fuck?
Get my ult.
Ash is weak.
That shit out of here.
Ash to the bullet.
Dead, 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 dead. Lifeline res.
Fucking Uber.
Crack lifeline. They're both push as fuck, bro.
They're coming with me. Reload. Here, take drop. He'll fix you up. Fasten near that sugar.
Reloading.
And I make up my shitty game all in one fight. Let's go.
Yeah, they're not even picking up the dragon bones, man. What a disgusting piece of shit. Fuck
Over here
this
still.
kid.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Coming to a spot and crashing it with a cannon. What a fucking homo.
Just taking space a little bit. This
Andiamo. Get in the ring. Roll outside.
Enemy spotted.
one team there, one team to the left. 180 off or 120.
Like no
Look
ammo
left,
at the
bro.
end of this
You guys
game.
keep
I
focusing
remember
on it.
this. I have no ammo.
They're getting aped. They just one died. One died. Two teams there, one team to the left. There's got to be a team south somewhere, bro. We're over here.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm just focusing on.
Good.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm just focusing on.
One shot on this kid. Ash. Oh, they
I
put.
can't see him.
You're good. We have really good. We just need to take space. Different angles.
They're fighting on my ping. They're fighting hard.
We win
They
this
might
game.
have just fucking finished, honestly.
We do in this game.
He just rotated westish.
Yeah. Sean, my bad, bro. I still haven't taken that toke. I'll do it right now.
They're below us.
Bro, this fucking kid. I'm out of here. Fuck this goober, bro. Fucking
Charge
retard.
rifle right here.
Yeah.
Behind his. They have a rampart.
Fucking puts up the
Behind ramp.
cannon, dude. What a fucking idiot, bro.
I need light ammo.
We both have 572. Yes, sir.
Let's go that way.
Slow play it. We're gonna get pinched by both teams.
And this kid's just fucking shooting all the ammo he has like an idiot. Cherry Italian ice? That sounds like delicious.
Playing this too aggro, bro. We're gonna get pinched.
Slow it down a bit. Slow it down a bit.
That rampart team's just gonna ape us. They're watching the whole thing.
Come on. Go here.
If we push this and we go right, we're chilling.
Get inside, maybe.
Almost out. Better resupply.
Knocked one.
Someone stay. I've broken a
They altered.
Oh my
bro.
god, I'm so bad. I just missed a free kill. Alter, set of rampart walls.
Rampart.
Reload. Fasten near that sugar. You done good, Doc. Come on back now. Fasten near that
Here's buddy.
Hunter banger. Rampart's a bullet. Dead.
enemy shield. You're down. Reload.
They rezzed on me. And then we just get thirded so hard, bro.
Just give me
It's one kid. One kid. One kid.
played that perfectly.
Very good, very good. We did play that perfectly.
What if it was Cap who triumphantly entered Wakanda in Infinity War instead of Thor? Not only that, but what if Bruce Banner and the Hulk fused together to become Professor Hulk in the film's final battle? And what if Thor didn't go to Nidavellir to forge Stormbreaker, but instead fought a giant serpent? Believe it or not, all of these things almost happened. So let's dive in and find out what happened behind the scenes to arrive at the movie we got, and also take a look at what could have been Infinity War. While writing Guardians of the Galaxy, Kevin Feige told James Gunn that they were thinking of making some of the stones featured in previous films Infinity Stones, and asked Gunn if he could write a scene explaining what they are and where they come from. The result would be the scene with the Collector, which Gunn said he wrote in 3 minutes. Not only that, but the Power Stone in Guardians was originally red, but after deciding to retcon everything and make the Ether in Thor the Dark World the Reality Stone, Gunn had to change the color of his stone in post-production to be purple. This kind of last-minute rewriting and retroactive tinkering shows how Marvel was often making things up as they went along, and flying by the seat of their pants during the Infinity Saga. For instance, a different Infinity Gauntlet had already been shown in Odin's vault on Asgard and Thor, but once Thanos was teased with the real gauntlet at the end of Age of Ultron, Marvel had to backtrack, and revealed in Ragnarok that the first one was just a fake. Kevin Feige even admitted that it was tossed to Thor as a harmless Easter egg, before the Infinity Gauntlet storyline was ever in development. Similarly, Tony Stark's workshop in Iron Man 2 featured what looked like an unfinished Captain America shield. Another Easter egg with no real plan behind it, as Marvel had a knack for throwing in these Easter eggs to excite fans, even if they didn't actually make sense until they were forced to patch it all together later. To write Infinity War, Feige approached Joss Whedon, writer and director of the first 2 Avengers films, but he was burnt out after making both of those movies. Not only that, but he would later admit that he didn't really understand Thanos or know what to do with him. As a result, Captain America writers Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFeely would be hired to pen the script, and they wrote at least 6 different drafts of it, meaning the movie was almost radically different.
Very
The early
Italian
draft of the
lace.
script
That sounds
sent both
fucking
writers into a
phenomenal.
panic because, as they later admitted, no one liked it, with many criticizing Thor's storyline. Instead of seeking out Eitri with Rocket to forge Stormbreaker, Thor and Rocket would have had to retrieve Stormbreaker in battle against a giant serpent. In Norse mythology, the Midgard serpent, also known as Jormungand, is so massive it coils around the earth, destined to rise during Ragnarok as Thor's ultimate nemesis. It was a big, myth-inspired spectacle, but on the page it felt more like a side quest than a crucial part of the main narrative. Most importantly, it had little connection to Thanos, unlike the final version that tied directly into the tragedy of Eitri's people, being slaughtered after forging the Infinity Gauntlet. Thor's characterization was also initially written with him as the straight man of the group, just as he had been in earlier Avengers films, but Chris Hemsworth showed up to set insisting that the character needed to change. Ragnarok was filming at the same time, and once the writers saw Taika Waititi's reimagining of the character, they realized Hemsworth was right. Thor was being completely retoned. According to the writers, after the Dark World, which they also wrote, nobody was calling Thor their favorite Avenger, but in Ragnarok, by leaning into Hemsworth's comedic timing and willingness to play the fool, he suddenly came into his own. As a result of Thor's original storyline battling the Serpent, he wouldn't have triumphantly entered Wakanda to save the day. That was originally meant for Captain America. As Anthony Russo explained, the core premise of Infinity War was always that the Avengers lost to Thanos because they were divided, because of the fallout between Tony and Steve. The difficulty of getting them back on the same team was the emotional backbone of the movie. Therefore, the writers thought he should be absent for most of the film, since he was a fugitive and living underground hiding from the government. However, bringing Cap in so late to the film didn't sit well with Marvel. The Russos originally felt it was the right creative choice, but after pushback from the studio, they brought Cap in earlier to give audiences more time with him and balance the ensemble, while the dramatic Wakanda entrance was given to Thor instead. At one point, Infinity War included a sequence where the heroes entered the Doctor Strange realm known as the Mindscape, forcing each of them to
I don't even
confront
know anything about
themselves.
Marvel.
In this version, Banner would meet the Hulk inside the Ragnarok arena.
Never even
The
watched these
conflict would
movies.
ultimately lead to the debut of Professor Hulk during the Battle of Wakanda. The plan was for Banner and Hulk to strike a compromise when Hulk refuses to come out, allowing him to burst out of the Iron Man suit mid-fight and finally unleash his full strength as Professor Hulk, which was a merging of his 2 personalities. The problem was that this moment felt too triumphant. The third act of Infinity War was designed as a steady march toward defeat, and introducing Professor Hulk there gave the audience a win that undercut the tension. As a result, Marvel scrapped the sequence late in the process, removing Professor Hulk from the film entirely. Additionally, they also had to reshoot the first act of Endgame, where the remaining remaining Avengers travel to Thanos' country lodge since it used to have Professor Hulk in it. Instead, in order to show how each surviving Avenger had changed after the snap, Professor Hulk was introduced in the diner scene after the 5-year time jump in Endgame. But for many fans, this change felt like a missed opportunity. Hulk never got his revenge on Thanos, or any real moment of catharsis for his crushing defeat early in Infinity War, something the deleted sequence in Infinity War would have delivered. Originally, Infinity War would have opened with Thanos laying waste to Xandar and annihilating the Nova Corps. In his
Okay,
quest
so
for the
dude,
Power
fucking
Stone.
corrupts
In early
there.
drafts, the storyline would have also introduced a new character, Nova, aka Richard Rider. The idea was that Thanos would wipe out the Nova Corps, leaving only Richard Rider alive. He would then become a lone survivor, emerging as the herald who warns the Avengers of Thanos' arrival, the same role Bruce Banner ultimately plays when he crashes into the Sanctum Sanctorium. The sequence was reportedly close to 45 minutes long, but the Russos ultimately decided it wasn't needed. They felt the audience could easily infer how Thanos obtained the Power Stone without seeing it take place on screen, and adding such a lengthy detour would only bloat an already overstuffed film. Ultimately, while the sequence was filmed on Xandar, the VFX were never completed due to the massive cost of finishing them for a sequence that would never see the light of day. In the first Avengers mid-credit scene, Loki's failure in New York is reported to Thanos, with the warning that challenging the Avengers is to court death. Instead of being deterred, the Mad Titan grins knowingly. It's a deliberate nod to his original comic book motivation, which stems from his desire to impress Lady Death, the physical embodiment of mortality itself, by destroying half of all living beings in the universe. For a moment, it looked like the MCU was setting up the same idea, but the Russos ultimately chose not to introduce Lady Death in Infinity War. Adding a brand new cosmic entity would have complicated an already packed story. As writer Stephen McFeely explained, it would have required creating an entirely new plane of existence the MCU wasn't ready to explore. Instead, they offered subtle nods to a role in the comics, like Red Skull's flowing cloak in Infinity War, which evoked her iconic design. The filmmakers also didn't want to overload the cast with another major character, especially since Infinity War needed to devote time to establishing Thanos himself. To do this, at one point the writers experimented with telling the entire film with Thanos' narration, giving it the feel of a gangster epic from his perspective. While it helped them explore his voice and motivations, they felt it became repetitive. Additionally, they also tried writing flashbacks of a younger Thanos on Titan, showing him growing up and eventually passionately arguing for his plan to save his people. But these scenes felt too reminiscent of Jor-El warning Krypton and Superman, plus it bogged down the pacing. In the end, they settled on a flashback with Gamora, which not only revealed his ideology, but also laid the groundwork for the emotional gut punch of sacrificing his own daughter later in the film. The writers originally planned to dive deeper into the children of Thanos and give backstories to each. In the comics, Proxima and Corvus are married, and early drafts included storylines exploring that relationship. In the finished film, the only trace of it is Proxima's reaction when Corvus is stabbed, a subtle nod to their bond. Ultimately though, these character threads were cut because the story was already bursting with characters competing for screen time, and it was felt the spotlight should stay firmly on Thanos. Additionally, the Black Order's powers were also scaled back from the comics. Jonathan Hickman's run had made the Black Order nearly unstoppable, but the creative team worried that secondary villains might outshine Thanos himself. To avoid that, their abilities were redesigned to create more dynamic battles with the Avengers. Ebony Maw, for example, was reinvented as a sorcerer-like figure with precise control over matter, making him a unique threat without overshadowing his master. When it came to the Guardians, the Russo brought in James Gunn for input, and several of his ideas made it into the script. He not only picked the Rubber Band Man by the Spinners for their opening sequence, but also insisted that Star-Lord would have followed through on Gamora's request to kill her, something the script originally had him unable to bring himself to do. One note the writers didn't take, however, was Gunn's belief that Star-Lord would never have lost control and struck Thanos, the moment that ultimately doomed the universe. The Russos have also revealed that Peter Parker's heartbreaking farewell to Tony Stark wasn't scripted in full. On the page, the only line written was "I don't feel so good." Wanting to push the moment further, they asked Tom Holland to improvise, and what followed, his desperate pleas of not wanting to go, became one of the most emotional scenes in the film. The filmmakers later explained that Spider-Man's spider sense allowed him to feel the snap taking effect before it did, which is why his death lingers longer than the others. Adding to the devastation, James Gunn confirmed that Groot's final word before turning to dust was "Dad," spoken to Rocket. It was a subtle detail not heard in English, but one that underscored just how cruel and personal the snap really was. In the end, Infinity War was a film built on constant rewrites, discarded ideas, and last-minute changes, as Marvel spent years flying by the seat of their pants, retconning the ether into an Infinity Stone, randomly asking James Gunn to dash off an explanation for what the stones even were, and rewriting entire character arcs on the fly. Yet all of that chaos still funneled into one chilling defining moment. Thanos snapping his fingers and proving that, despite everything, he was inevitable. Thanks for watching, everybody, and don't forget to like and
See, I've never even watched that movie, yeah. But that guy just basically explained what happened right there. I'll never have to watch it now. Plus, what could have actually happened. Like, almost even better. Oh, Spider-Man 2, bro. The Forgotten Game. I've never actually seen that. I've never actually seen this game. I heard about it. I wanted to play it so bad as a kid because I loved the first one. Apparently it sucked. Oh, quit your growling.
Come on, then, little boy.
The man's out here fly fishing? That's sick.
Oh!
Can I have some more sticks, please, Sydney? Come on, lucky boy. Matching the hat. So today, what are we doing today? We're catching a fish. Today, if you hadn't obviously seen already, you've seen branding and awful trousers that I'm wearing. We are actually in the wild with Farah. We're going to catch a fish. No, but okay, so I'll fucking switch on long day otherwise. So today, in case you're wondering where I am, reading this lovely book, we're out on a chalk stream and we're going to hopefully catch a trout and cook it. First, I'm making a cup of tea, settling in, a little early start. The weather's looking good, nice bit of cloud cover, not too strong a breeze, so hopefully I'll be able to put the line
Whippersnappers
on the water today. And we'll catch a
Whippersnappers.
fish, hopefully. The duns hatch in open water in the evenings from June to late September, not for us. The spinners mate in the air. Have you done that before? April, May, June. Okay, so these alder fly, their peak season. The trout are eating seasonally, you see, like we should be. That's basically asparagus season. So that's why today we're going to cook the trout that we catch with some asparagus, English asparagus obviously, because we're not dickheads and we don't buy asparagus in December from Mexico. Match the hatch, Peter Lapsley and Cyril Bennett, got legends. How are they doing? Are they still alive? Fucking hell. Try not to set fire to the fucking grasses. Oh, could have given me a fucking clean cup, didn't they? These wild men at Farah, they didn't give me any milk or sugar, so might go and milk that ewe over there. They have given me this book. They give me all the tools to go and catch a fish. So, I mean, it's on me now. And, oh! You hear that? That was a salmon, wasn't it? Was that a big rise? Yeah, it was a big boy.
You the first thing I think of when
That
I
may
wake
get
up
pretty
is
big.
dinner, 'cause it's a gentlemanly thing to do, but my pocket's thinner, so if you
Okay, so the hell with the fucking thing.
Hey, I know that you super into being independent, and I should honor that. Hey, what's on the tab? And you the bomb like Islamabad. I'm an honest cat, so whatever I say, I mean it. And if I ever don't seem it, I appreciate you holding me down like a block of cement. Working for long hours a day, but I was away, but she be holding me down, holding me down. I ain't around, holding me down. I know we joke. She got a job.
Come on! You're off. And that's the one thing I would say about this river, about fishing, is a lovely headspace for just being peaceful, I suppose. The trials and tribulations of everyday life in the modern day. Pretty tough. You know, always plugged into your phone or emails. I haven't once felt like I want to reach for my phone. It's very peaceful running water as well, so the birds are chirping. Not becoming too romantic, but it is a wonderful part of the world, this. My winky's cold.
My winky. Oh, British people.
I went over my waders basically. Right, so fishing done. We're gonna go and cook one of these wild brown trout. Give it a good prep. Fought like an animal. Right, before we're just gonna get a little lubricated. It's been a tough day. Quick glass of Macon. Goes well with the trout. Oh.
Jack's frying. Yeah. Okay.
Keeping it chill in the river. Fast
Cooked.
that one. Okay, so what we're gonna do first, we've got to
We
gut
nearly
this
knew for me tonight, boys.
beast. So straight up the tummy. Want to take the bloodline out, so it's cut down the back. Just make sure chicken farms aren't close by. I've been leaking sewage into your water. See, I grew up in the River Wye. It used to be clean as a whistle. Now you can't even swim in it for the stink of chicken muck. Slimy little bastard. That's all that chopping board's for, isn't it? Okay, so where are those little scissors? They gone walkies. Nip off the fins. I mean, not essential when you're doing trout, but definitely when you're doing other fish like a sea bass or something like that. They've got super spiky dorsal fins. So what I'm gonna do first, I'm just gonna scale it. Okay.
Definitely cooked.
If you're cooking this for date night, make sure you wash your hands, because fishy hands ain't that pretty.
Watching this, bro. I like
Take this
fishing,
fish,
bro.
have a nice firm push down. We're going all the way down this backbone, yeah? So, one nice smooth fluid motion. Yeah, staying as close as you can. When you hear that tick, 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 that's the pin bones. And then just come here. If you've already gone through the pin bones at the top here, all you do, lift up, pair of scissors, snip it off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the job which you might get bored of doing, but it's necessary. Wash your handies. Food hygiene, level 4. That's what we're gonna do. going to take the longest, so we get these potatoes on. And cook those potatoes down. Just take these into portions, probably like half a. Okay, so with the trout, we're going to cook some English asparagus. It's the season. As you all know, we love seasonality. If you don't know by now, either you've just joined us or you're not fucking listening. Okay, so people say,
Look at the size
snap
of
the end of
those.
asparagus where it feels natural. Okay, so we snap the asparagus off. Then we're going to use this turning knife here just to take these like, little outer spears off. It's kind of one of those therapeutic jobs, unless you're in the shit in the kitchen. Sydney! Sometimes what I like to do here, if I'm feeling uber fancy, give a little nick round on the base, and then because this end of the asparagus can be quite woody, so you just literally nip up to that. It's just quite, like I said, with being on the river, if you like something, just concentrate on doing that one thing nicely, you know.
What's the point
Spend
of doing
time.
that though? Other than just like.
Get off your phone. Back in the real world. Next time, I'm just going to make a little nice dill and chive. Bit of mint mayonnaise. We've got some mayonnaise in here. This is a lemon mayonnaise. It'll be in my book out in April. Okay, so mix that together.
Lemon mayo. Interesting.
Nice herby. Roll that lemon. My favourite part of catching this fish must have been, you know, it's the hard graft you put in for these wild animals. And then out of the fucking depths came this. I can remember when I first caught my first fish.
Same.
I was with my dad up in Northumberland, and we, you know, he had a barbecue going with a few burnt sausages on it. We were trawling down the lake. I must have been 4 years. I was pissing my brain, and we caught a trout. So we ended up having, you know, a trout and salmon sort of medley. No, so a trout and sausage medley. Quite exceptional. Oh fucking hell! We melted the spade. We. Just gonna quickly blanch the asparagus. Okay, because we'd have, you know, when you're cooking in the wild, you need to sort of use your nous. So put a plate on top, bit of steamage. So, a bit of oil on it, a bit of salt on it. Leave it on the side. Trout can take its place in the cooking zone. We've got the potatoes. Here, we're just going to strain them off. Use my genius straining method. Just got to be a little bit. They need a bit of butter and salt. Luckily, I don't travel anywhere without butter. And this, keep in my little poacher's pocket back here. Salted butter. Unsalted. We're easy unsalted today, because then we'll add our own amount of salt. It's meant to be rustic. We're outside. Nothing better than a buttery potato. Two at once. Don't try that at home. Lots of butter.
Fuck man, that looks so good.
You want to make sure the fish skin's dry. Then you want to oil the grill, oil the fish skin, and a bit of salt.
I want to go camping again. This looks fucking bomb.
We do it straight on the grill here. You don't want
We didn't even have a
Cold
fish fry
too
up
hot
north
underneath
this
it.
year because my daughter didn't want to keep the fish.
Also, these
Fucking
asparagus
pissed, man.
rubbed with oil and salt.
It's like the
Warm
fucking
those
best
back
party going up north. The fresh fish. She's like,
Oh,
you
look at
know
that.
we can't kill it. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
The potatoes would look so much better in that pan. So I'm just flattening down the coal here, just so that this fish cooks nice and slowly on the other side, yeah? So just cook through. These potatoes also just foaming. I'll plate up down here actually. Fish are cooked. Yeah, nice bit of fish.
I killed 47 more of these cocksuckers. Dude, that looks so
Stuffed
good,
with
man.
potatoes. Phew. There's some English asparagus on there. And then just a little lemon juice. That's it, simple plate of food, you know, humble. Seasonal, nothing fancy, we're outside, we don't want to be, you know, you want fucking real food, that's good asparagus, good potatoes. Mayonnaise, which is just eggs, lemon juice, mustard, vinegar, mustard and olive oil.
Fuck, that looks good, man.
Hello, you absolute legends. No, the title of this video is not clickbait. The biggest choke in speedrunning history recently happened, and it's one of the most heartbreaking things I have ever seen. In speedrunning, there have been quite a few epic chokes where players were on easy world record pace and then they fumbled right at the very end. But nothing, regardless of the game or the time period, comes close to what happened to Skycrab in Minecraft's random seed glitchless category. In order for a choke to be remembered through history, it needs to meet a couple of criteria. First, it usually needs to be a run that would have resulted in a new world record, and in Skycrab's case, his run was not only world record pace, but it was on the kind of pace that may have completely killed the category. To label this run as simply world record pace would be the understatement of a lifetime. This would have been the greatest Minecraft speedrun.
Damn, poor fucking guy. Been there with some zombies content. Trust me, I've been there. Hey, Mark. Mom needs your help. Sick, I tell ya. Yeah, it's just a little bit. No, this is what almost what 5 feet. The thing wasn't 5 feet. 4.
Thank you very much.
Martha's bringing up the chair. I put everything away for you.
Thank you.
No problem. Yo, Andy, what's good?
Of all time, and in my opinion would have been a contender for the strongest world record we've ever seen in general. It would have beaten the existing world record by more than 40 seconds, which is unfathomable considering the world record was only 7 minutes long at the time. This would have been the run to end all runs, a run that may not have been beaten for many, many years. And a truly great choke also needs to happen for a reason that players almost never experience. And in Skycrab's case, I have never seen this happen to a top player on a good run. Not only did this choke happen for an outrageous reason, but Skycrab's run ended when he was merely waiting for the run to end. He was just standing there, doing nothing. He had played almost flawlessly, he had killed the dragon, and there was nothing left to do. The world record was all but his, and then he just died. Only a few seconds before the run should have ended. And when you find out the reason, you realize that not only was it completely avoidable, but it was pure insanity that it happened at all. I am really not joking when I say this is the most devastating thing I've ever seen in this hobby. It's the kind of choke that when you watch the run, every single time, for some illogical, futile reason, you hope and you pray that it's going to end differently. Even though you know that you're watching a replay that will simply never change. Today we will take a quick look at the biggest choke in speedrunning history, bar none. This is a sad video, but I still hope you try to enjoy it nonetheless. Now legends, today we are talking about the most heartbreaking speedrun of all time. So if you're feeling a little bit down afterwards and want to cheer yourself up with some lighthearted mobile gaming fun, definitely go ahead and play today's sponsor, Acecraft Sky Hero. Everything about this game is artistically beautiful. This shoot 'em up is obvious and play together in Acecraft Sky Hero. Use my link in the description or scan the QR code to download today, and join the fun with the Tom and Jerry crossover. As its name betrays, the random seed glitchless category in Minecraft relies upon a lot of luck factors to go well. You are playing random seeds, and in order for a run to be fast, the seed needs to cater to what a speedrunner needs. And in this case, Skycrab stumbled upon what is arguably the greatest seed a speedrunner has ever had the pleasure of running. And Skycrab isn't just any old speedrunner either. He is inarguably one of the greatest players in the world today, with his personal best placing in the top 5. To begin with, Skycrab's seed is already far outside the norm. The most popular meta currently is to look for a spawn on a shoreline. This way you can find a buried treasure which will give you iron and food, and then you can hopefully find a lava ravine in the surrounding waters to access the nether. Skycrab instead spawns inland and next to a ruined portal and a village. In theory, villages can be very useful as they provide food and iron, but generally there isn't an easy way to enter the nether unless you get extremely lucky and find a blacksmith that has enough obsidian to build a portal. So good runs that start near a village are incredibly rare. In fact, the last time there was a world record in this category that spawned next to a village was almost 4.5 years ago, when Brentilda got the very first sub 10-minute run. And since then, world records have exclusively relied upon shoreline spawns. What's interesting is that 4 years ago I made a video talking about what a perfect speedrun might look like. And in that video, the speedrunner Curryway and I theory-crafted that a village is probably the best structure to start next to, in theory. Spawning in or near a village is probably the most ideal situation. Villages offer food, beds, and an opportunity to get iron. There is a bit more luck involved here, but if a village has a weaponsmith with a chest, that chest can contain not only iron, but straight up give you an iron pickaxe. The chest can also contain other useful items like gold and obsidian, and both of these are essential to world record speedruns.
Villages can result in a respectable time for runners to enter the Nether by, but if you're lucky enough to get even just one blacksmith structure, it can shave an insane amount of time off of your run in various different segments. The best and by far most unique example of this is a run from a Chinese speedrunner named Plugin L. Plugin L opens his one blacksmith chest to find an unheard of 20 obsidian, which to this day is the most I've ever seen in my 8 years of playing this game, to give some perspective on just how rare that really is.
But in practice, villages just rarely ever work out. In Skycrab's case, he does get very lucky, and the village contains not one, but 3 blacksmiths, which provides him not only iron ingots and an iron pickaxe, but enough obsidian to build a portal. But the luck Skycrab got with the village alone isn't what makes this run so magical. It's what Skycrab found in the chest next to the ruined portal. In that chest was a sword that was enchanted with looting 3. This is basically the holy grail of random seed speedrunning, and the chance of getting a sword with looting 3 is around 1% in a ruined portal chest. This looting sword will become extremely important later on inside the Nether. For now, Skycrab just got hit with 2 winning lottery tickets, an enchanted sword with looting 3, and a village with iron and enough obsidian to enter the Nether, and he enters in just over a minute. This is already incredibly quick, and combined with the looting 3 sword, this could end up being something truly special. Inside the Nether, Skycrab needs to get lucky again. He needs to find both a bastion to trade for ender pearls and a fortress to kill blazes for blaze rods. And indeed, a bastion and fortress are located relatively close by. The bastion isn't as close as it could have been, but Skycrab masterfully navigates the terrain and manages to get there fairly quickly. Once again, Skycrab draws an ace, as there are 4 different bastion types, and this particular one is the most optimal when it comes to speedrunning. Inside one of the bastion chests, he finds enough obsidian to build 2 more nether portals, and once he has traded together enough ender pearls and string for beds, he heads to the nearby fortress. Skycrab's pearl to the fortress barely misses stable ground, and if it weren't for his world-class skills, this could have been disastrous. But he manages to save himself from falling all the way down into the lava, and navigates his way back up to the top. Now here is where the looting sword comes into play. Given that a blaze has a 50% chance of dropping a blaze rod when it's killed, and speedrunners generally leave when they gather 6 rods, in theory you would need at least 6 blazes and perfect luck to leave as quickly as possible. But the odds of getting a blaze rod 6 times in a row is 1 in 64, extremely low. So this segment can make or break a speedrun. In this case, with the looting 3 sword, which increases the amount of rods that blazes drop, Skycrab only needed to kill 3 blazes before he had enough rods to leave the Nether. Skycrab then builds a Nether portal and heads back to the overworld with rods and pearls and everything he needs to finish. And he does it on a pace quicker than anyone else has ever done in the history of the game. He is already well ahead of world record pace. With the technology Minecraft speedrunners use these days, they are able to find the exact coordinates of the stronghold with a single pearl. So finding the stronghold and building the second nether portal from inside the nether to portal directly into the stronghold is now just standard practice. Speedrunners have also figured out how to find the end portal and navigate the stronghold quickly as well, and Skycrab enters the end at around 5 minutes and 26 seconds. This is 18 seconds quicker than the world record at the time, which was 7 minutes and 1 second held by the runner Drip. And in Drip's world record, he entered at 5 minutes and 43 seconds, which until Skycrab's run was still the fastest end enter ever. However, in the world record, Drip used an older strategy to kill the Ender Dragon called a 1 cycle. This is where you hope that the Ender Dragon perches quickly, where you can then kill it in 1 cycle before it perches. 1 cycles require a ton of luck to happen quickly, and not only that, but it's quite a bit slower than a newer strategy that has basically become standard practice at this point, called a 0 cycle. This is where you pearl to the top of a tower near the dragon and build up so you can kill it before it even decides to perch. Of course, it's much more difficult, but it is far quicker and removes a lot of the luck that was previously required. The 0 cycle strategy turned what was once a giant lottery into something that was much more dependent on skill. So even though Skycrab was 18 seconds ahead of the world record heading into the end, he still had a ton more time to save if he successfully pulled off a 0 cycle, which of course he did in amazing fashion. This requires nerves of steel. Skycrab surely knew that this run was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He has speedrun this game thousands upon thousands of times, and he had to be thinking that this was the run to end all runs. At the pace that Skycrab killed the dragon, the run should have ended at 6 minutes and 17 seconds, beating the world record by over 40 seconds. Forget about Minecraft. This would have been one of the greatest speedruns in the history of any game ever. And then, right before Skycrab was about to achieve glory, this happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I think we're record! Nej! Nej! Jeg så på den, mand! Jeg så på den!
Just 4 seconds before the run should have ended, Skycrab was killed by an Enderman. So how on earth did this happen? After throwing his first pearl after entering the end, while still in his inventory crafting nether bricks, Skycrab's cursor briefly hovers over an Enderman, provoking it. An Enderman will be provoked if you look at it for just a quarter of a second, or 15 frames at 60 frames per second. And in this case, Skycrab looked at this Enderman for exactly 15 frames. If he had looked at the Enderman for just a single frame less, history would certainly have been made. And if he had looked at the Enderman for longer, it's possible he may have noticed he did it. When towering up to 0 cycle the dragon, you can even see the Enderman running towards the tower. But of course, because the 0 cycle takes so much concentration, and because this run was so fast, this Enderman would have been the last thing on Skycrab's mind. The saddest part about this is that it's comically easy to avoid being killed by an Enderman if you know that the Enderman has been aggroed. Really, there were so many things that could have happened that would have changed everything. Of course, the most obvious is that Skycrab could have seen the Enderman coming, or at least built up while waiting for the end as a precaution. If you build up just 2 blocks, the Enderman can't hit you and you're safe. There is literally nothing else to do while waiting, so you may as well. Honestly, there is really no reason not to ever do this, and many players already do for this exact reason. Or if Skycrab had used a boat to float to the ground safely, instead of pearling, he would have had enough health to survive one hit from the Enderman, giving him enough time to spin around and stay alive. And another crazy thing to consider is that if you die within a second or so of the exit portal activating, the game will still complete. So if Skycrab pearled down to the fountain just a couple of seconds later, there is a universe that exists where the Enderman killed him, but he still entered the portal and achieved the world record. And
Dude,
let's
that's
be
crazy.
honest, for the greatest Minecraft speedrun in history to have ended in that way would have been the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The fact that this is probably the greatest Minecraft speedrun ever, and it ended in one of the most easily avoidable ways I've
Just obliterating its spirits. Well, you're not wrong. He is. You're not wrong.
It's a close ball game in the bottom of the 7th in St. Louis. We've got Ramirez on the bump lick. We've got Contreras at the dish. Focused. It's brought to you by DraftKings. First pitch of the at-bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A little inside cutter breaking ball thing for a strike. He likes it. He doesn't like it. I think he doesn't like it. He kind of just gave the umpire a nod, but I think he didn't like it. Follows it up with a nasty slider. That pitch is nasty. Watch this. It's coming in the zone.
Yo, it's talking
It's
about
gonna be
horny.
in the
Yeah, it's the time of
zone.
the year.
Yep,
You know they're
I'm
fucking
gonna line up
crazy
and
this time
swing
of the
at
year.
that. Oh my
Earlier,
goodness,
I was
he's
sitting in
gone.
my parents'
The
garage
catcher
and they're
even had
flying
to
all
jerk
around
for
me.
it. That's a nice pitch. Now it's 0-2, and he just chased a breaking ball, so I would guess he's thinking they're going to try and throw another breaking ball. Waste one. I'm not going to fall for that. I'm not chasing again. Fastball right down the middle, strike 3. He walks away, says something to the umpire, but he just walks away, says another thing to the umpire. Umpire says, "You're out of here." Almost, next batter thinks he's throwing hands at him. Contreras is like, what did I do? Why'd you throw me out? He says, "You told me to fuck off. You told me to fuck off." No, I didn't know. I did not. You told me to fuck off. I did
Atta
not.
boy.
Yes, you did not. Yes, you did.
Martha, you should go help him cut grass.
Fuck off. Now I said that. Fuck off. Fuck off, huh? Yeah, now I'm saying it. Hold me back. Hold me back.
I'm not being a smart ass, I was being serious.
Tosses the helmet at the feet of umpire Jordan Baker, who came in the middle to play bouncer.
yeah,
He
that's
just
fine.
kind of looks at it like, noted, equipment fine. How about it? Meanwhile, they get Contreras out of there. He says, "Now I said that.
My
Fuck off,
dog.
bitch. Fuck off." Yeah, and then he's going to turn and he's going to throw his bat right in his coach's face.
Dad, they're hurting. Yeah, stay away from him, sweetheart.
Bam! In the chin. Oh, that stinks for that coach. He's just kind of like, well, I'm kind of on your guys' side now. He told me to fuck off, Ollie. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. He's probably just, "You're out of here." So he gets ejected too. The woman in the back liked it. Umpire's like, I'm just going to go blank brain. I'm not going to listen to this anymore. Just chew my gum, look around, but I'm done. Done with everybody here. Marmal walks back to the dugout. He didn't protect this guy. He got ejected. Contreras walks back to the dugout. And a new thing, everyone's getting in on it. You got to throw the gum bucket. You just have to, it seems. That seems to be the new fad. We've seen it before, but it's really ramping up. It's really ramping up. Meanwhile, the ball boys do a great job picking up all the gum, the warheads, the high chews. Congratulations and thank yous to Zach and Ethan for just a great job picking up the garbage. And afterwards, they asked Contreras about it, and this is what he said.
I didn't argue any pitch in any at-bat. I didn't argue any pitch in my last at-bat. The only thing I said was, go to pitch the ball side because you're missing for us. That's it. And then I turn around. Then next thing I hear, like he threw me out. He had no reason for it. Apparently he heard something that I said. I did not say that.
Yo, Jay,
And
I
then
just
after
found
that-
someone that plays Apex in this game.
Just leave it at that.
He says, "I did not say that." He didn't argue any pitch at all, but he did say, "Call it both ways," which some could think is arguing, but you'd be of a different mindset than Contreras, who says that's not arguing. He's just telling him to call it both ways. The first pitch is the only one he could possibly complain about. There were other pitches in this at bat, like his teammates, that didn't get calls.
Man,
that
this
they wanted,
Iron
so maybe he's
Blingen,
doing
this
that, but
total
who
random
knows
dude I
if
found
he's
plays
told-
Apex. Total random dude I found plays Apex. That's crazy. I might have found us a third J-Ski. Since the Squirmy, the Tickler, is no longer around. Sheesh.
What's been the hardest part of going from a majority owner to now a minority?
Not making the final personnel decisions, right?
That's what I was going to guess.
You know, oh yeah, let's trade one of the top 3 players in the NBA, right? I wouldn't have done it, but it's done. And so, you know, and sometimes the basketball gods smile on you and you get Cooper Flagg and the #1 pick, right? But yeah, that's been the toughest part, just not being the final decision maker when it comes to on-court decisions.
So let's get into it. So after the finals run in 2024, you lost control over Mavs basketball operations, right? During a recent interview with the DLLS Mavs podcast, you said the NBA removed a clause in your sale agreement that would have allowed you to retain control of basketball hops, while also saying, I don't give a fuck at this point, it's done, I signed the contract.
Yeah, it's done.
So we talked about the Luka trade. You said you were not a fan of the Luka trade, but I want to know, what's your relationship like with Luka right now?
You know, we still DM, and most of the time he'll respond to me, and I'll still give him shit about stuff. And, you know, like even when we went to play the Lakers, I'm sitting and talking to his dad, and I are friends, right? We'll always sit and talk and hang out, you know, talking, you know, give Luka a hard time. So, you know, I wouldn't say we're close, but we still communicate as much as we ever did.
Okay. So, I mean, when you respond to
I love Luka to death, right? I like his team. I mean, I got nothing bad, only great things to say about Luka.
So when he responds to DM, is it words, is it like the janky heart? I hate when people just give me the heart.
No, it's not just the heart. Luka's not like the just the heart type guy,
okay,
right?
Making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that was hard. I mean, it seemed like when we got him, I seen like that was a real shock. Like a lot of people don't get shocked, and I was like, the way he's.
Yeah. Well, you know, you've been there, right? And you've been around guys.
Hard.
You know, it's just like Nash, right? That was motivation for Steve to prove. And now look at Luka. He's just going to be tearing it up. Thank God the Lakers are going to struggle, but, you know.
So like even you know, like when you guys, I was bad on predicting the Luka win. But I really kind of, like when we were talking about the draft, and I was like, well, he looks slow, he looks this, I don't know. And I don't know if it was true, but did you have on your staff, it started with an H, Haralabas?
Yeah, Bob.
Bob, yeah. Bob, yeah, Haralabas, yeah. And I'm just like, well, if Bob's there, then I know he understands basketball like fully.
No, the analytics guys were like over the moon. I mean, just like, this guy is the real deal. And I remember we played in China our first preseason games then, and I had Sean Marion, Trix was right here, and I forget who else was, I think maybe Steven Jackson. And I'm like, tell me what you think, right? Because I'm dying, right? Because I just traded a pick, got this deal done myself. And I'm like, please, God, let him be great.
Yeah.
And he just, day one. I mean, and, you know, talking to the guys in practice, you know, when guys are winning every run as a rookie, and you got a lot of vets on that team, that's a sign. And when the vets are showing, you know, nothing but love to the guy, saying, he's the real deal, he's the real deal. Now you just got to go prove it in a game. Yeah,
you can see like the things that he sees. Like I'm always like him, Steve Nash, Magic,
LeBron. Even LeBron, right? Yeah. One step ahead, right? They know the chess game, and they, you know, it's not just vision. It's like they see the game happening in their brain, right? It's like that.
That's like kind of me in Apex, bro. I can just see. That's kind of like me with Apex, dude. I can just see shit in my brain before it happens. You know what I mean? Like sometimes J-Ski will be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go peek over here," and I'll be like, "Don't do it," and then he'll immediately die. You know what I mean? Like I can just foresee shit happening in PEX like that. Means I'm elite, according to this guy. For the boys! That's my dog, Squirt. It's my man. We got a game soon? I mean, how about Monday? I got Monday off. In the morning? Alright, well, Oh shit, we'll play it by ear. Fuck, you gotta work on Labor Day. That's crazy.
They see the plays happening before they're happening, and so they're putting the ball where it's supposed to be, knowing the guys are going to be there.
Yeah, it intrigues me. Like when I watch him, like it's like he knows like I'm gonna drive here, he's gonna reach, so I'm gonna just put it down just a little bit. He has to shift over, he's gonna go down, I'm gonna throw.
He's gonna get this screen, this back pick right, and he's ahead of time, 3 moves ahead, right? And he's big enough to see it because there's lots of guys, you know, that have that ability but don't have the size. And I remember when we drafted him, and people were giving us a hard time. Why? You know, we gave up a pick to move up, and I'm like, look at the guys who have the biggest impact on the game right now. Kawhi, how big is Kawhi? Bringing the ball up. Giannis, how big is Giannis? Bringing the ball up. LeBron, how big is LeBron? Bringing the ball up. You need a big point guard who has a big basketball IQ because that just makes everybody better. You know, it's not that a 6'2" or 6'3" point guard can't have an impact, but it's just harder.
Yeah, I learned that when I was in Orlando and we had Turk.
Yeah, Hito, he's great. It was shocking how good Hito is.
Yeah, the stuff he can see.
Yeah,
like, how did you
he's
know I was
6'10", right? And he, and he's got all the shit to him, right? Yeah, he had a little.
Yeah. Overseas, they're doing it.
Two-part question for you. Were you a diehard Luka fan when he was with the Mavs?
Yeah, of course.
Are you still a diehard Luka fan?
Of course not.
You are not a diehard Luka fan anymore.
No,
come on, Mark. Slovenian Jesus.
Slovenian
Jesus, yeah.
Vala, right? I learned a little. Slovenian is the hardest language to learn. Like I thought I would really kiss Luka's ass by learning some Slovenian.
Yeah.
That shit's hard.
Yeah.
But in any event, like off the court, love Luka to death. On the court, fuck him. I don't want him to get hurt or anything. I'm
you
not
hate
really,
Lakers that much?
Yes.
Can he play good and the Lakers not play well?
They have the same colors as my high school. I threw my high school gear away.
Oh man. Thought you was going to turn you and
there is no
Laker fan.
chance.
Mark, you can tell us the truth. Are you going to watch Laker games this year just for Luka?
No.
And be excited when he scores?
No.
He does something nice.
No.
No?
I'm going to hope they go 0-82. I hope they go 0-82.
Are you yelling brick when he comes?
I don't mind.
Yes.
Like I'm a Laker diehard. Like I'm with the Wizards with a Laker tattoo and a tattoo.
Yeah, I know.
Like I even had when I did my shoes, there was always a Laker colorway.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there was a Laker colorway. It said I love Lakers. So I'm a diehard. So when we got Luka, my Euro stance changed.
He did flip.
Yeah, I flipped like soon as I heard like Luka. What did I say about Euros? I'm lying. I got one now.
Yeah.
So like
I love Luka to death. He's a great guy.
So my favorite.
We respect you standing on business. Stay on that side. We got
Penny Hardaway. It was so Penny, then Kobe, and now it's Luka.
I'm good with that because Luka's a good guy, but fuck the Lakers.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
And I love Genie too, right? I mean, there's like, and I get along great with Rob, but on that court.
When you see them now, is it smoke? When you see Jeannie, Rob, the rest of the Lakers crew, is it still what up, or is it just I'm just doing what I'm doing? I'm not.
Rob just killed me, killed me. So I took my son when the Mavs played the Lakers after the trade, right? And we're sitting there, and Rob comes up to say hi, and he just gives me that no grin, right? Like he's trying to hold it back. I'm like,
got him. No.
Got him. That's right.
So let's go back to a moment when Luka was with the Mavs that went viral. What was your reaction to Michael Finley taking the beer out of Luka's hand?
I was standing right there. I was fine with it, right? And it wasn't because he didn't want him to drink it. It was because there were cameras everywhere, you know, and just not cool when a player's doing an interview with a beer, you know. So Michael wasn't like worried about, oh, you're going to gain weight or any of that shit. Like if he didn't do it, I would have done it. You know, it was more about camera's going to be rolling. You're going to need to be talking. Nobody needs to know that you're drinking a beer. How many times have you seen a player do an interview with a beer in his hand?
The Golden State Boys.
Which one?
A Western Conference Finals championship, though. I think that warrants a beer.
No, but
Finals, you know, they're popping bottles, they're doing all
yeah,
that.
finals is cool, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
but not
finals
Western
is cool.
Conference.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, no, because we had just lost, and you were going to have to do interviews, you know, and so it was. I agree with it. I thought Finn did the right thing. I was standing right there. If I thought it was wrong, I'd be like, get him another one.
Hey, what's so funny is I thought Finn wanted it.
Yeah, like he wants
I'm
to
fucking
step.
thirsty.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I thought it was one of those. I didn't even look at it like that because Clay popped it on. Was it? He was in the middle of an interview, TNT.
Oh, he did? Yeah. But that was after they won.
It was. I mean,
yeah, after you win and you're celebrating.
Herb played. I was sitting there like Clay.
Yeah, I mean, how many guys have you seen pull up a beer, right?
Yeah.
That, especially if you're at the podium, they're not letting you put up anything except the sponsor, and nothing comes to mind of just some guy just, okay, here's my bud, let me just go with it, right? Because
like worst case, I was like, oh, maybe they're not sponsored by that one.
Well, no.
Gil has drank beers on our show, so he has a different perspective.
No, I'm cool with drinking beer.
Trying to get
the
right.
bread.
Come on,
come on.
I got
product placement.
Yeah, I mean, look, and like I tried to explain to people before the trade, Luka's Slovenian, right? He's Slavic. Look at Joker, same part of the country. Boban, same part of the country, right? Just a different mental perspective on the game and your personal life. They're gonna have drinks.
Yeah.
That's what they do, and I never had a problem with it. It's like respect the culture, their culture, and who they are. As you get older, you mature, and your time will come.
Yeah. So in the aftermath of the trade, obviously there was a lot of bitterness, anger from Mavs fan Nico Harrison, subject of much criticism, a lot of hate from fans, Mavs fans and fans around the league. Fire Nico chants, audible at games, even at medieval times.
I know, that was insane.
Which was
right?
insane.
I feel so bad.
I was at a movie premiere for The Accountant 2, and a couple people saw me and they're like, "Oh," doing the whole shit. I'm like, come on, man, I'm trying to watch a movie.
But in your opinion, what's it going to take for the organization to repair the relationship with Mavs fans?
Just winning.
What?
Yeah, it just takes time and winning, right? Just
You
like
can
after we
feed him
lost
for me, that'd be
Nash, I got
awesome.
Crushed. Crushed.
Yep.
Deservedly so, but then we go to the finals.
Thank you for feeding them.
Two years later, and people forgot about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just making the
Yeah, I mean,
They'll go
Cooper
to
can
the
make you
finals
forget.
this year, and even if they go to the finals or win it, I mean,
Yeah, people
he's
say,
the
okay.
smartest man in the world.
Yeah, for whether you agree or disagree, fans. I mean, there's always going to be a subset of fans that are just critical, no matter what.
Yeah.
No matter what, right? They're just calling into talk radio still, on Twitter 24/7, just waiting to pounce. There's nothing you can do about those guys, right? But at the same time, you got to respect the feelings of Mavs fans and understand why they're upset. And I do. I was just as upset. I'm still a fan, right? I'm still all in on the Mavs, and so, Cooper, us getting Cooper, that makes a huge difference. Now we just got to win.
So Texas is a basketball hotbed right now. You got the Rockets, got KD, made some moves over there.
KD, I keep forgetting he's on the Rockets. I keep thinking he's on the fucking Suns, man. That motherfucker switches teams like every year. Crazy.
You looking forward to the second season?
Yeah.
Me too. I hope we
I
have
don't know.
some...
I just hope I don't get murdered in the middle
Jesus,
of
I don't know what's
America
gonna
says
happen.
that you got to go, Chuck.
Do
They
people,
really hate
what
you.
do they say to you?
Well, you broke my heart, Chuck. This is just Twitter
But don't
stuff.
people
though.
see
And
your...
they're-
Do you hate it when people call you Walter White? Because we're kind of the guys to our deathbed that are going to be known for this one character that sticks in America's cultural memory.
Yeah.
And how do you navigate that? Because sometimes when people call me Dwight,
yeah,
and they're like, guys, it's Dwight. It's a little bit like, guys, Dwight is a fictional character on a TV show from 10, 11 years ago.
Yeah, it's, well,
Like,
see,
seriously?
then you know that's how big the character became because it seeped into their psyche so deep that they don't even know that your name is Steven. I love it.
Rain.
That specific shot, I was so pissed.
Uh, killed his Spory so many times.
Hello, you absolute legends. For the past week and a half, there has been an insane battle raging on Twitter. On the 9th of August, the gamer Riley CS posted a Battlefield 6 montage, and it's crazy. The aim is unbelievable. She quickly snaps back and forth between targets with the kind of ease and precision that is hard to take seriously. And at one point, she even snaps to a target that is hidden behind a giant rock. This gameplay has all the hallmarks of cheating: inhuman quickness when switching targets, snapping to enemies outside of her field of view, and even locking onto enemies behind objects. This seems like it's obviously fake, and it didn't take long for this to blow up, with hugely followed content creators retweeting Riley's post, calling out the fact that it's blatant cheating. And when I say this montage blew up, I really mean it. It has almost 100 million views, and I can't recall a single cheating scandal that has had this much attention, period. What's interesting is that in spite of this obviously fake montage, Riley has a ton of support. In one corner you have the large content creators proclaiming that this is the most obvious example of cheating ever, and in the other corner you have a ton of professional gamers and highly skilled aimers saying that it's legit, and both corners have massive amounts of proponents. So not only does this seem to have garnered the most amount of attention out of any scandal I can recall, but it also appears to be the most divisive. And what's perplexing is that for all intents and purposes, Riley CS is a relative nobody, who appears to have just uploaded a montage of herself using an aimbot in unranked Battlefield 6 beta games, a game in which apparently over 300,000 other people have already been banned for cheating. So this really shouldn't even be a story, and yet here we are. Unfortunately, regardless of whether or not Riley CS is actually cheating, I immediately realized there is a lot of misinformation being spread. So I figured that if you're going to have such a strong opinion either way, it should be based on correct information. So today, we are going to debunk the biggest myths and misconceptions around this quote-unquote cheating scandal. I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, you could win this incredible one-of-a-kind gaming PC toaster that is being given away for free by today's sponsor in Total Darkness, the prices across ridiculous gaming PC out of a real toaster, and they are giving it away for free. This is a fully functioning gaming PC that has really nice specs. I'm not gonna lie, I have entered the competition myself. I don't even know if I'm allowed to, but I did it anyway. This is one of the coolest giveaways I've seen. And if you want to win this masterpiece, just use my link in the description to enter and download Signal RGB for free. At the very least, your gaming setup will look cool as hell. Before going into the details, we have to be honest. These clips don't pass the smell test. To any reasonable observer, they appear to be fake. So I would not fault anyone for thinking that Riley is cheating. However, just because something appears to be fake to a reasonable observer, that doesn't mean it is. This isn't proof. As someone who has been in the speedrunning community for over 25 years, I can tell you from experience,
It was that one clip right there where she just snaps onto someone behind a wall. It's that right there. Like...
was a time that whenever a casual viewer watched a speedrun, they would say it's fake. The most famous example being Super Mario Bros., where the world record runs would get flooded with comments from people saying Mario should have been killed by a piranha plant. Nowadays, people are a lot more knowledgeable about speedruns, so this comes up a lot less often. But let me give you one more speedrunning example that might relate to this Riley CS situation. This is Suigi, playing Super Mario 64. He is the greatest SM64 speedrunner of all time, and this is the world record in the 120-star category. So we have the greatest player playing the greatest speedrun, and it takes him around 38 seconds to collect this star. Now watch this clip of a different person getting that same star. Not only does this look stupid and fake, but it's 17 seconds quicker. So the obvious question should be, if this is real, why doesn't this person have the world record? They are clearly a better player just based on this comparison. You can see how this thought process might seem a bit silly in this context. Obviously, the player who did this insane strategy, known as Gib, just grinded this star for a long time to get that one clip. And while they obviously have an incredible amount of skill, this one clip isn't indicative of how they would perform in a full game run, where you need to be consistent. And what's funny is that Gib doesn't even have a full game speedrun submitted. He specializes entirely on single star speedruns.
If I see somebody that's that good at FPS, why aren't you playing that? Why have you never played on any team? Why aren't you on like a Valorant team? Why aren't you playing professionally, competitively? Why isn't that happening?
If you think Riley's clips indicate that she is good at FPS, so
no
good
way.
that she should be a professional player, then you don't understand what makes someone good at FPS. If these clips are legitimate, the only thing they demonstrate is that she has good aim. But how reliable is aim as a predictor of a person's overall skill in FPS? Well, luckily, we have a real-world experiment that tells us. In 2023, Red Bull hosted an event called Ready Check, which was a competition based solely around aim. Competitors played various scenarios which only measured their ability to aim with a mouse. They had 8 people who qualified, and they put them against 8 esports professionals, which were invited by Red Bull. You would think the esports pros would win easily. I mean, it's their profession, but the results might shock you. In every single round, the lowest scoring non-professional scored higher than the highest scoring professional. The best aimer out of the pros couldn't beat the worst aimer out of the amateurs. This was an in-person LAN event, so there was no chance for aimbots or hacks. The pros got stomped. So do pros just suck at aiming? If these other players are so good at aiming, why aren't they pro?
That's one example, though.
Well, it's because there is a lot more to being a pro than just having good aim. You need to have excellent game awareness, problem-solving ability, good communication, leadership, teamwork, the ability to predict enemy behavior, the ability to handle pressure, being a likable person that people want to be on a team with, and many more skills that have nothing to do with aiming. And all of these skills take time to practice and develop. So while the pros might have a laundry list of around 10 things they need to excel at, an amateur who solely practices aim is going to be a better aimer. But this simply does not translate to overall gaming ability. The winner of Ready Check, Maddie, who is basically the undisputed
What are you saying, Jay?
goat of aiming, even admitted he just doesn't care about the other aspects of gameplay.
Before we get into this specific performance, tell me a bit about how you got into the aim training community and becoming even a coach at that.
I originally got into aim training to get good at Overwatch. I'm not gonna lie, I was hard stuck like Diamond Masters before I got into aim training, and I was like, I want to get better aim, and I want to get better at Overwatch, but the more I played aim training, the more I realized like I'm really good at this, and I don't want to really focus that much on getting better at Overwatch and other aspects of the game. I want to aim train.
Riley is someone who specializes in aiming. She has over 1,500 hours in the Kovacs Aim Trainer alone. She is on a team that specializes in aiming. If her aim is better than esports pros, that doesn't mean she could be a pro herself. There are no delusions of grandeur here. These clips are not supposed to show that Riley is amazing at FPS. In fact, just based on the gameplay itself, it's terrible. If you tried to play like this on a pro team, not only would you get kicked immediately, but the other team members should be insulted. In this clip, Riley clearly sees several opponents, and yet doesn't engage or take cover. She completely ignores them and runs right out into the open. This is because she doesn't care about playing well, or playing effectively, or even winning. She just wants to get a good clip. And it would look really cool if she ran out into the middle of these group of players and took them all out, like some kind of action hero, which she does. This is an entirely different style of play. Once inside the group of enemies, it basically just becomes a target switch scenario in an aim trainer, which aimers are experts at. But the only reason this would ever work is if the other players were complete scrubs and you got incredibly lucky. Obviously in this case, the enemy wasn't paying attention, or they just suck. If you tried to do this against good players, you would get destroyed every time. In order to farm these clips, Riley has to intentionally ignore enemies, run out into the open, and pray she doesn't get spotted and killed while she attempts to chain a bunch of kills together by target switching. And indeed, even against scrubs, Riley gets killed way more often than not trying to get into these positions. These clips aren't indicative of what happens the vast majority of the time. These are highlights from hours of play. It's a selfish way of playing. And the only point is to grind for hours and hours to get a few good clips that would look cool in a montage. This is why the only thing these clips demonstrate is good aim. And Riley would fail at every other metric that makes a pro, at least based on these clips. When you watch a professional who is trying to play effectively and efficiently, it's completely different. They take cover. They don't just run out into the middle of a group of enemies. It's a lot more strategic, and most importantly, it's a lot more effective. And to be fair, I understand where a lot of people are coming from. And I understand the...
Man, I'm telling you, the way she snapped onto that one guy through a rock, it's just not, there's just no way. There's just no fucking way, Jose. That's a chick. That dude's a chick. Definitely a cheater.
For this kind of montage. If you believe that Riley is trying to prove that she is some kind of battlefield savant, that would be really pathetic and cringe. If you are under the impression that these clip montages are supposed to suggest that Riley is better than professionals, that would also be pathetic. But it's not the case. These montages are purely a form of artistic expression, and nothing more. They aren't supposed to suggest anything.
But I don't... when you have people that are perceptually very, very good players, but they're not entering competitions and they're not winning competitions, I generally assume that they're probably cheaters.
These clips do not suggest that Riley is good at FPS. They only demonstrate that she has good aim, and having really good aim is what happens when you specialize in having good aim. In fact, many people who are not professionals have far better aim than most pros. But at the end of the day, when it comes to competitive esports, that really doesn't mean much. It's the equivalent of a Taekwondo exhibition. Sure, it looks cool, and it takes a lot of skill, but try it in a real fight and you'll learn pretty quickly that flashy kicks just don't work against a competent opponent. And if anything, they will just get you into a world of trouble.
They snapped to a player through a wall and traced their movement through a wall. And the internet is coping so hard, they said, you know there's a mini-map, right? Yeah.
This is definitely the clip that has raised the most eyebrows. Riley flicks 90 degrees to the left and shoots at a rock, and then when she strafes around, an enemy is there. Tectone is correct that the code for this is a minimap, and indeed, a player is visible on the minimap in that location. So based on the minimap, it would make sense to snap to that direction.
They perfectly tracked their verticality, their horizontal degree, and traced them through a unless they have x-ray vision, you can't see someone through a rock. You can't trace their movement through a rock.
Yeah, but like you've got to admit, I mean, we can clearly see what's sus about this, right? Is that he locks on to this player that's behind the wall.
It definitely appears sus. But what I don't understand is why people say that Riley locked onto an enemy she couldn't see through a wall and tracked them perfectly. This is an oxymoron. Not because it's impossible that Riley could be tracking someone through a wall, but because it's impossible to tell. If you can't see what is behind the rock, you cannot tell if anything is being locked onto, nor can you tell if anything is being tracked. You cannot have it both ways. If we try to do a forensic investigation into what Riley was possibly aiming at, we find there was no one there. This
the fuck are you talking about? The guys were right there.
She snaps to, which is to the left of the C, and when she peeks to the corner, the enemies are all on the right. There is definitely a downed enemy in the direction Riley snapped to the left of the C, but not only can we not determine if the player was downed at that moment, but the verticality appears to be way off.
Here is where Riley was aiming, approximately around here. And if we go in that straight line, where do we end up? We end up right here. And if you look, this is around the area that enemy 4 died.
If Riley did snap to this downed enemy, she seems to be aiming way too high. Even when Riley peeks out from the rock, she isn't locked onto anybody, and the closest enemy to her crosshair was moving, so we don't really know exactly where he was. The fact that an enemy was close to the crosshair when Riley peeked makes it seem like she was locked on the entire time, but unfortunately, we really have no way of knowing. At best, what we can say for certain is that she snapped to the direction of a player. We cannot say if anything was locked onto, and we cannot say if anything was tracked perfectly. This means it's up to you whether you think it's plausible that Riley could snap to that direction so well based on the enemy's location on the minimap. Personally, I don't find this to be that crazy. Riley turned to the direction of someone on the minimap, and there were a total of 4 enemies behind that rock. One here, one here, one here, and the 4th is the downed enemy on the left. So with 4 enemies behind that rock, it isn't shocking that her crosshair ended up in the general vicinity of one of them.
Snap to a rock, although I will say before, if you go back, I just want to break this down, they're on the radar right here at the bottom left. They're on the fucking radar, okay? So I understand why they snap there, but I feel like if you're shooting straight, you're looking there, you're not looking at the radar, so how they know exactly where to snap to is kind of crazy.
This is a reasonable thing to bring up. Is it really possible to simultaneously aim on an enemy this precisely and keep track of the minimap? Well, in this case, Riley didn't need to, though you would never know this just based on the montage, because the edit cuts the clip right when she engages. But if you look at the original footage, the enemy that appears on the minimap is spotted and on the minimap for at least 8 seconds before the clip even starts. Riley knew the person was there well ahead of time. And in fact, she could see there were multiple people heading to that position. Snapping to that direction was completely logical here.
Is that right, Riley? Having a great gaming chair and good FPS can allow you to snap back 180 degrees and then trace an opponent through a wall for 8 shots before you realize, oh, your bullets aren't hitting, and then you go, oh, oopsie doodly. Yeah.
But if the enemy wasn't visible, why did Riley shoot? Well, it's because she was already shooting. The best clips are the ones where you don't stop shooting. You just switch from one target to the next and try to get as many kills as you can in a single magazine without stopping. It's basically spray and pray. In this case, the rock is more than anything a red herring. It was already a flick to an enemy completely off screen, so the rock was inconsequential. Clip farmers do not check to see if their aim is perfect before shooting. They shoot first and hope they hit something. 9 times out of 10, they don't, or they die trying. But of course, you'll never see those clips uploaded to Twitter. We also never see this type of instant snapping to enemies through walls in any other clips, and no one has been able to produce another example of this happening, despite Riley streaming many hours every day. I would posit that if this instant snapping to enemies through walls was a feature of an aimbot, you would see it happen at least one more time. I haven't seen an explanation as to why it only happens a single time in this entire montage or in any stream. Even the people who seem to be the most interested in proving Riley cheated disagree on how she did it. The channel Call of Shame, who seems to be very knowledgeable on aimbots, and to be honest a lot more knowledgeable than most people I see talking on this matter, claims that the snap to the rock was not cheating at all, and that the aimbot is only activated when Riley shoots and the target is within a certain field of view.
The aimbot didn't get a lock. Let me explain why this happened. The aimbot only works if the enemy is inside its field of view. Now, because the enemy was outside the FOV, it didn't lock on, even though he is firing his weapon. The snapping isn't the cheat. The aimbot only takes over once the weapon fires. In this clip, watch the first 5 bullets. They all miss completely, because the enemy is strafing left and the aimbot's field of view isn't on the target. That forces Riley to miss his shots. On the 6th shot, the target moves into the field of view, and that's when the aimbot's micro adjustment takes over. I mean, it doesn't get any more blatant than this. If you can't see aimbot by now, then you are deliberately lying to yourself.
In that last clip, he shows the aimbot supposedly working. But when I view the actual footage and examine the next enemies in the exact same clip, the aimbot seems to behave differently. Riley is shooting here, and the enemy is within the field of view, but the crosshair drifts off target. So either she is toggling the aimbot between enemies, or this analysis seems to be cherry-picked. Call of Shame has also said this particular clip is both not cheating and also obviously cheated. Here he shows the aimbot supposedly working in this clip, which is the first clip in Riley's montage, but previously he had said the exact same clip wasn't cheating, and was inserted into the montage to give defenders plausible deniability.
Breaking down the first part of this montage, you'll see he's snapping all over the place. At first glance, this creates the illusion that he's cheating. I mean, you'd think that, right? When you slow it down, you can see that this person is actually snapping past the targets and correcting their own bad aim. They're snapping to nothing. And no, that's not cheating. Cheaters often include clips like this in their montages so that absolute morons can try to break it down and say, "See, he's not cheating."
Pointing out contradictions isn't proof that Riley isn't cheating, and Call of Shame could be correct that Riley is using a sophisticated aimbot of some kind. Apparently he is working on software to detect aimbots in Battlefield 6, which I'm very interested to see. However, at best, this just highlights that people's opinions are changing from day to day, and at worst, it shows that people are making claims too quickly without adequate investigation. If even the cheating experts don't agree on what cheat is being used, or which parts of the clips are cheated, we obviously have issues. People also pointed out that after the rock flick, Riley's crosshair jumps extremely quickly. But again, it has also been mixed in with misinformation.
And once they get this kill, it snaps again. Right to that guy right there. You guys see that little snappage?
For example, many people claim this snap is locking onto an enemy, when it clearly jumps to nothing. I have seen technical explanations as to how this can happen, and apparently players can do it at will. If the snap went to an enemy, I think it would be a lot more dubious than it is. But given that it didn't, and the phenomenon is reproducible, I don't see how this is any proof of cheating. Another clip that was seen as proof of cheating was this clip in Battlefield 5, where Riley flicks to players who appear to be invisible due to smoke.
Yeah, this isn't a hack. Somehow Riley knew in that smoke that there was someone in it and they were laying down. You can't see it, but Riley's God-given transcenses that transcend being human. At this point, it's a huge LARP hiding behind the queer community. We're watching someone literally use cheats and hacks and go, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're a transphobe."
And when I viewed this clip on Twitter, it made no sense to me. The best excuse I had heard was that sometimes people get lucky, and I can understand why this would also cause a lot of people to think Riley is cheating. However, the real explanation is far more simple. When I view this clip on Twitter, I can't see an enemy here, but the Twitter version is terrible quality, entirely compressed. Luckily, Riley still has the original video in high quality and sent it to me, and when I view the original, the enemy is clearly visible. And when you see the enemy, you realize the flick wasn't even accurate, and it took multiple shots before Riley adjusted. So when viewing the actual footage, you see that not only can you see the enemy clearly, but the snap was completely off target. Both narratives surrounding this clip are simply untrue. In truth, the fact that so much of this debate has been happening on Twitter is probably causing way more problems than otherwise necessary. Twitter doesn't even offer frame advance on its videos, and the video quality is always far worse than reality. So a lot of the time, it's very hard to tell what happened. I've seen so many comments from people saying that Riley perfectly snaps onto enemies.
It's crazy, bro, because some parts look insane, like this one. It's perfect.
But when I view the footage myself and slow it down, that's almost never the case. There is usually an initial flick that misses the target, and then there is a micro adjustment. This has been the standard technique for switching targets for years.
The core technique involves a flick, a fast, explosive, snappy motion, usually performed with the forearm, that produces a straight line in the direction of the intended target. This rigid snap is followed immediately after by a microcorrection, a much more narrow and smoother adjustment to correct either the overflick or underflick distance away from the target. The microcorrection is followed by the target confirmation, a very brief, almost instantaneous check to see that you are on target and can take the shot. This is the foundation of static clicking, and it is what allowed Bardoz to reach such high accuracy thresholds.
In response to the fact that Riley usually misses her initial flick, people will say that you can insert inaccuracy into aimbots to mask their impact. The channel Lincoln Margison shows a great example of an entirely automated aimbot that appears almost identical to a human playing. So this is certainly possible. Essentially, the argument is that Riley missing isn't evidence of not using an aimbot, because you can make an aimbot miss on purpose. Or at the very least, you can make it randomly target different parts of the enemy to vary its effect. Recently, the player Shimmy was exposed for using an aimbot because it consistently snapped to the same part of the enemy's body, and in his case the snap was very obvious, as was the inhuman tracking. In Riley's case, there doesn't appear to be any rhyme or rhythm to where the aimbot is targeting, and it often drifts off target completely. If it's true that aimbots are sophisticated enough to vary their targets and insert this amount of unpredictability, I would love to see Riley's play replicated. Ultimately, while it could be possible that Riley is using an aimbot, the evidence presented so far hasn't been strong enough to convince me of anything. I would never say she isn't cheating, that's always possible, but given how many misconceptions there are floating around, I don't trust much at this point in time. Riley has been streaming many hours.
I don't know. Looks like a cheater to me. Looks like a fucking cheater to me. What do I need here? Watermelons. That bitch. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go to Mortania. That down there. We're gonna go to Mortania. We're gonna fucking get our herbs here, boys, and then we're gonna go grab our herbs in the Troll Stronghold. Then we're gonna go grab a task. Kind of hoping for a Dagonoth task because I'd really love to be able to go kill Dagonoth Rex. I just realized I didn't put my fucking watermelons back in the bank. That's alright though. I don't have. Oh God, what am I doing? I need that bucket so bad, dude. Oh my gosh. Every day, I just pray that I get the bucket from Histori. Every day, my dreams just get crushed. This weekend, and make it 74 agility as well, so I can just, start doing this. Be it running around, save so much time.
Hello everyone, and welcome to 101 old school RuneScape facts you probably didn't know. Let's get into it. Varrock Center used to have a circular fountain that you couldn't walk through, and it used to look like this. A Reddit user asked, what's the largest item in-game that you can drop? As in, what item takes up the most amount of space on the ground? And well, the answer is, if you trade Purdue and buy a beacon ring with a full inventory, then you'll drop the beacon ring on the ground, and this thing is pretty big. A total of 8 hardcore Ironman have been killed by the crab so far, which has a max hit of 1. During the quest Throne of Miscellanea, you'll need to give the princess a ring to get her to marry you. Most people just use a gold ring, but many different rings work. Some of the most expensive rings are manually excluded, but you actually can give her an internal Slayer ring worth 10 million gold. So in old school RuneScape, there's this thing called animation stalling. Basically, there's ways to like use an item and then do an emote, while at the same time having your player run around the game and attack other players and stuff like that, but giving the appearance of the player being stuck in one place doing an emote. This can be pretty dangerous, especially in PvP, where you can just get rushed and attacked without even knowing where the other player is in the game. You can actually put 2 halves of a pizza together to make a full pizza, but you cannot put 2 halves of a pie together to make a full pie. In 2023, a player found a duplication glitch in Soul Wars, which he then exploited and made 450 billion GP, and he eventually sold it for $100,000 before it got patched. Kebabs can be used to make compost. Some players in old school RuneScape actually have a fire cape at only combat level 3. In 2019, a player by the name Exarac killed Jad with a combat level 3 account, being the first player to have a fire cape at level 3. In the Chasm of Fire, if you go up this lift to where this NPC is here, there's an invisible tile which allows you to step on the edge of the platform, making it look like you're floating. Xanaris is located on the moon. The Yak-hide legs actually have a higher range attack bonus and defensive stats than the green D-hide chaps. During the quest Curse of the Empty Lord, there is a person in it who will say he needs a powerful magic user. If you have 99 magic, your character will say, I don't mean to brag, but I have level 99 magic. The YouTuber SoupRS found out that using the agility shortcut from Draenor Village to Port Sarim is only about 3 seconds quicker rather than running around the normal way. Back in the day, the Black Knight used to be the strongest mob in the game, with a combat level of 46. The NPC Hans out the front of Lumbridge walks around the Lumbridge castle all day every day. A Reddit user once calculated at the time of this posting that from the time that Hans had been added into the game, that he had done approximately 11,247,838 laps around the Lumbridge castle. During the quest Monkey Madness, at any point during or after the quest, you feed your monkey a banana. It has a rare 1 in 256 chance of spitting out a medium clue scroll. 1 coin is called coins. With the item Your Pet Rock, you can actually feed it, talk to it, stroke it, and even tell it to fetch a stick. But if you put the rock down in your player-owned house, and then if you leave your house and then come back, when you return, sometimes your pet rock will have moved, meaning that your pet rock actually might be alive. In the God Wars dungeon, there's a couple frozen orcs here with the word noob written in front of them. This next fact is actually pretty useful. So we all know that the follow feature isn't the best, and it's very easy to get stuck on things when turning. But if you right click and use an item in your inventory on the player that you want to follow, then your player will moonwalk around any objects that are in the way, making this kind of useful. The Elf City Prifddinas was released in September of 2004, but for a long time you couldn't access it, and it wasn't until 2014 it was added into RuneScape 3, and finally added into old school RuneScape in 2019. Back in the day, the Zamorak temple by the Goblin village had a door that could be repeatedly closed. Players would do this, trapping newer players inside and forcing them to take the wine of Zamorak so that they can get their items. This made Jagex remove the door completely in RuneScape 3, and in old school RuneScape the door is now locked into place and cannot be open or shut. Plate bodies used to have longer sleeves for the icon in your inventory, and they used to look like this. When cutting a tree, there's a 1 in 256 chance of getting a falling bird's nest to drop. And then on top of that, there's a 1 in 250 chance for the falling bird's nest to play the Armadillo crossbow spec noise when it drops. You can buy a Paramaya ticket in Shiloh Village in the Paramaya Inn. The ticket allows you to sleep in one of the inn's beds. The reason for this was for players back in classic days would have a location in the village to sleep to reduce their fatigue, in case they had no sleeping bag. Despite neither fatigue or sleeping bags being a thing in the game anymore, you can still buy a ticket and sleep in the inn. After every game update, the doors to Castle Walls close. They can only be opened once and they will remain
trolls.
open until the next game update. So try and be the person to open the doors the next time the game updates, knowing that you're the one who did that. The Falador Castle never used to always be white. Back in the day, it used to have a grey colour, kind of like the Lumbridge Castle. The Castle Wars Bridge used to have a glitch where it would go invisible if you lit a fire on it. Gem bags actually have a chance to drop an Onyx gem. The chance is so low that it has only happened once or twice in the history of RuneScape. It is so rare that Jagex actually made an announcement on Twitter when the first player finally got one. If you are wielding an Armadillo God Sword in the desert and cut a cactus to refill your water skin, your AGS will spec it. The leprechaun at the Falador farming patches refuses to know cabbages because he doesn't like the smell of them. He'll tell you not to be showing him any cabbages because the whole farm stinks of the things, and to take it away and get it exchanged somewhere else. In 2003, the Lumbridge Bridge used to look like this. Then in 2004, it changed to this for a period of time, before finally changing back to the bridge that we all know and love today. A couple years ago, Jagex came out with an update which updated the hairstyles in the game. This caused a couple bugs in the game, and there was one user on Reddit where he was unable to see Zuck's shield while doing the Inferno, which is pretty unfortunate. This has since been patched, but you used to be able to light fire underwater using the Barbarian training method. You can build a topiary bush in your POH, and if you have secateurs on you and you use them on the bush, then you can trim it into various bosses that you've killed in the game, such as Vorkath and Zulrah and Skatizo. So in my last video, I mentioned how cows cannot be poisoned because their moo interrupts the poison timer from ticking. Well, it actually turns out that chickens are also immune to poison and venom, as their egg laying timing will also interrupt the poison from ticking and the chicken taking damage. You can actually attack the dummies in West Barrock for attack experience, but only if you're below level 8. Another good example of Jagex's spaghetti code is the farming patch at Trollheim. If you pan the camera southeast, then the farming patch will sit on top of the character. Last year, a player by the name of Port Kazard completed the Inferno, getting an Infernal Cape without the use of any overhead prayers, being the first player to ever do this, which I didn't even know was possible, but congratulations. If you talk to the tramp in Varrock, then he will ask you if you have some spare change, and if you decline to give him any money, then it will tick him off a little bit, and if you follow him, then you'll see that he'll just be walking around Varrock telling everybody that he hates you. So a feature recently got added into the game where if you talk to the gnome in Puro and ask about the wheat, then you will have the option to turn on and off the ability to get strength experience when pushing through the wheat. So if you're a level 3 skiller account, or if you want to make a skiller, then you'll be able to catch implings and loot them and all that without worrying about getting any combat levels. The price of Elder Malls went up a lot last year. They used to be sitting around 8 mil. But nowadays they're sitting around roughly 120 mil. And Odablock has a friend that bought 309 Elder Malls when they were at their lowest, making a nice 50 billion GP profit. If you have any insane GE flipping profits like this, then drop it down in the comments. I'd love to hear it. I've seen a lot of 2 Defense Pure accounts around lately, but there's actually this really useful plugin called Attack Styles, where it will take away the option to use a defensive attack, so it should be pretty much impossible for anyone to get 2 defense on their Pure account ever again. The Karis Partisan has the highest max hit in old school RuneScape. If you have max combat stats, the best in slot gear, piety, and you're on a Slayer task with the blue gem in the Karis Partisan, then the theoretical max hit you can hit on a Kel fight is 195. This one might be common knowledge by now, but there's actually a HD old school RuneScape client that has been officially approved by Jagex that you can download from the Jagex launcher right now. So if you want to try something different, or if you just have a friend that wants to get into old school RuneScape but is not a fan of the old graphics, then it's definitely worth checking out. In 2005, there was a cult in old school RuneScape called the Order of the Cabbage, where the members would pick and collect lots of cabbages, then they would go bomb Varrock, dropping cabbages everywhere and doing stuff like that. So currently, the heaviest weight a player can weigh is 1,027 kilograms, which most of that weight coming from the golden helmet, which weighs 31.7 kilograms. Back in 2014, when the Kraken boss was introduced, there's actually a very small Easter egg that came along with it. So one of the items that the Kraken can drop is a jar of sand. And if you use the jar of sand on any other item, then nothing will happen. But if you use it on a jar of dirt, then the sand will go into the jar of dirt and vice versa. I'm not sure why this is, but I think it might be a reference to the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. There is actually a plugin that can replace your thralls with pets. If you go to the plugin hub, then it's called Companion Pet plugin. So whenever you
I
summon a
need
thrall, you can
87
make it
Slayer.
look like Zora
That's what
or
I'm working
Hawkpack,
towards
which
right
is
now.
pretty cool. It's actually possible to go from 35 cooking to 99 in 1 XP drop. If you keep making jugs of wine in a 12-second time period, it resets the clock for all your fermented wines, meaning you can ferment thousands of wines on the exact same game tick, leading to massive XP drops. YouTuber Raft did this, but he went from 65 to 99 all in 1 XP drop. Level 65 to decrease the amount of bad wines he makes, so he can guarantee that massive XP drop. There are over 1.5 million walkable tiles in old school RuneScape, and some JMods have confirmed that there are a few tiles in the game that have not been walked on yet. But 10 months ago, YouTuber Hannah and a bunch of friends used the tile tracking plugin and walked on every single tile in the game. In classic old school RuneScape, the strength potion used to be purple, and when Jagex updated it to the yellow color we have today, there was a week where the 4-dose potion was still purple, but doses 1 to 3 were yellow. Around 2008 and 2009, water fountains and other water features would periodically have the fire cape texture. Back in the day, the anti-dragon fire shield used to just be called dragon fire shield, and it used to look like this. You can actually predict where Jad will spawn early on in the fight caves. If you take note of where the blob spawns on the 3rd wave, then that's where Jad will spawn. Recently, a bot was found perfectly 1-tick cooking crime ones, which gives a crazy 900,000 cooking XP an hour. And for comparison, sharks and anglerfish give roughly 300,000 cooking XP per hour. If you right click the banker and select bank, instead of simply just left clicking on the bank, then you will open up the bank interface a lot faster, which can be pretty handy if you're doing a lot of bank activities in the game. Another random fact about old school RuneScape is that you can use an abyssal whip to cut bananas. I'm not exactly sure how this would work because the abyssal whip is, well, it's a whip and not sharp or anything, but on top of this you can use it to slash through spiderwebs and stuff like that. There is a random guard sitting in a tree outside the bank in Draenor. You can feed this guard a stew and he will give you 30 GP. He will also get angry if you try and chop his tree down. So as you know, in RuneScape all new characters start off as level 3 because you start off with 10 hit points, but a YouTuber by the name of Pip was able to get a level 1 account.
How's that dude level 1 in bronze? What? This guy's genuinely level 1 in bronze.
He did this in the game mode Leagues by getting over 210 million experience in hit points, which overflowed his XP and set his hit points level back to level 1. Back in the old days of RuneScape, the fire cape used to look slightly different until Jagex decided to update it in 2007, but in classic Jagex fashion they made a mistake and for a week the fire cape would appear upside down in your inventory. The 3rd age pickaxe is the most expensive item in old school RuneScape. They are currently being sold for 11 billion GP at the moment. If you were to buy a 3rd age pickaxe by selling bonds, then you would have to buy approximately $9,126 US worth of bonds to be able to afford a 3rd age pickaxe. If you use a gold ring in the lava out here in the wilderness, then a goblin will appear saying "my precious," which is a Lord of the Rings reference. Once Jagex came out with an update to improve loading times loading into your player owned house, but this causes the player to appear outside the home portal for a split second. Right after the update, YouTuber KempQ noticed this and started killing bots right outside the home portal. This was a very dangerous bug, especially if a player had a lot of valuable items on them. Luckily, Kemp reported this to Jagex and has since been patched. If you right click your home teleport spell and then select animation and then select RuneFest 2014, then the next time you use your home teleport spell, you will get a unique animation of the cow kicking you back to Lumbridge. For some reason, if you wear a Harem's robe top and a Mystic robe bottom OR, then your character will do some very funky animations when you do some emotes. And then if you use the RuneFest 2014 teleport spell, then things get even weirder. If you search a haystack, then there's actually a 10% chance you'll find a needle in there. And then if you find one, then the player will say, "Wow, a needle. Now what are the chances of finding that?" Salts from Wheeze that you use to make teleports are named for a reason. The 3 salts T, F, and ERT spell out teeth hurt, suggesting the trolls attempted to eat them before discovering its use for fire making.
Collection log slot. Collection log slot. Completed.
In old school RuneScape, no one has actually fully completed the collection log slots, but currently a player by the name of Marnie is rank 1 and has completed a whopping 1,462 out of 1,491 collection log slots. This is because of the 3rd age items, which you get from clue scrolls, which have a 1 in 249,000 262 chance to
You're
get, but the reward
crazy,
caskets
bro.
can
What's going
roll
on with
with
that?
multiple items, so the number is a little bit lower than that, but let's just say they're pretty rare. If you do the quest, Doric's quest, and already have all of the required materials on you, then you will get unique dialogue with your player saying how you already have those exact materials on you, and Doric will say things like how much of a coincidence that is. If you're poisoned and you have the correct antidote potion in your inventory, then you can click your HP orb to drink the potion and cure the poison effect. The longest name for our item in old school RuneScape is the Rune Scimitar Ornament Kit Saradomin. So pets are some of the rarest items in the entire game, and there's actually a feature where if you go from 0 to 200 million experience without getting a pet, then you will get a 15 times multiplier, making it much more likely for you to get a pet. This has also been confirmed by a few different JMods, but getting 200 million experience before a single pet is very unlucky, but I'm sure it has happened. The world record for the fastest fight caves is 19 minutes and 10 seconds by a player named Parhiz. This is particularly hard to do because the location the monsters spawn in the fight caves is dependent on what time of the day it is. So these speedrunners have a very short window of time for when they can attempt speedruns in the fight caves, because they will always be looking for a certain spawn rotation for the most efficient run. Back in the early days in classic RuneScape, some skills had different names. The first one being prayer, which was called necromancy, and then the second one being herb lore. The wise old man's house at Draenor Village has books in it that explain algebra and calculus. In old school RuneScape, the rarest level 99 skill is runecrafting, with only 88,379 players achieving it. To put that in perspective, the most common skills are strength, hit points, and range, with strength coming in at number 1 with 588,820 players achieving it, compared to runecrafting's 88,000 players. Vials of water only fill 1/4 of a water skin, but you can fill an empty bucket with a vial of water, which will then fully fill a water skin. In the Lumbridge Swamp Cave, if you venom a rock slug, then it will continue dying, taking poison damage over and over forever, for all eternity, until Wednesday when the game updates. It's a mechanic where it cannot die without using a bag of salt on it that you get from Slayer Masters. There's an interesting glitch with the werewolf agility course in Mortania. While doing the agility course, if you equip any weapon that changes your run or walk animation, and after you climb this skull slope part of the agility course, you will go back to
if you got money of it, you definitely get money of it.
But with whatever weapon you had equipped. You'll go back to having the normal animation after you re-equip another weapon or teleport, but it will still stay if you just leave the agility course. One of my favorite ones would probably be the giant boulder, because it looks like it kind of just clips into your head. If you go to the corporeal beast and detach your camera and look underneath, then you can see it's got an extra little layer to it, which has the word corp written on it. There's a couple interesting facts in Varrock. There's an NPC cleaner here, and if you dropped ashes and he happens to come by, then he'll actually sweep up the ashes that you dropped on the ground. Over in East Varrock, where the museum is, there's a person who goes to and from the dig site with a wheelbarrow to get fossils and whatnot. Usually he'll say what's up to the guards, and the guards will say nothing new here. But if you kill all of the guards just as he comes out of the museum, then you'll get some unique dialogue of him asking how the guards are going, but then realizing that they're all dead. If you look at the shape of the group Ironman tutorial island, then you'll see that it's in the shape of an Ironman helmet. There are also boars on this tutorial island, which is most likely a reference to the South Park episode Make Love Not Warcraft, where they killed only boars in the starting zone Elwyn Forest to level up their characters.
We can't get to a higher level because that dude doesn't let us finish quests. That's why we need to just log in and stay in the forest, killing boars. Boars? Dude, boars are only worth 2 experience points apiece.
In Xanaris, Fair Enough has a very interesting shop, where you can trade gems to her in exchange for a small amount of hit points. I'm not sure if anyone's actually ever done this before, but this extremely useful service is impossible to use after starting the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest. If you try burying Zorg bones in Jig Jig, there's a small chance that a Scourge will rise from the grave and attack you. The Crystal Crown in the Prifddinas clothes shop is worth 250 million GP and is programmed to restock once every 250 million game ticks, which is 4.8 years. What likely happened is when this was getting programmed, the quantity and the restock time got mixed up. The lowest level Inferno completion is combat level 37 by a player known as Afsol, who also had the previous Inferno world record with the combat level 39 completion about a year ago. A half coconut is always worth exactly half of a coconut. There's a pole in the bandit camp that you're prevented from using if you're wearing Saradomin equipment, and a chat box pops up saying the bandits don't like your attire. In old school RuneScape, cats have a ridiculous amount of unique dialogue depending on what type of cat you grow, its hunger, happiness, location, and what you're wearing. I don't have one on me, but if you grow a wily cat, then it will talk shit to you if you're wearing a dragon chain body, saying that the dragon armor you're wearing is so last year. Anyways, there's 20 minutes of 100.
There you go, gentlemen. 101 facts.
Hello everyone, and welcome to 101 old school RuneScape facts you probably didn't know. Let's get into it. Varrock Center used to have a
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Caravan of Garbage, where we're taking a look at the second Prometheus movie.
Oh yeah, it is kind of that, isn't it?
It's kind of that. It does straddle that line of like, look, we're sorry. We're sorry the last one wasn't Alien, but also you kind of want to follow up to Prometheus, so we're going to do a bit of both, but kind of neither.
I think we can thread that needle and please everyone and not please no one. Hopefully the one person who survived this movie wants to come back for the sequel. Kind of.
We'll get into it.
Okay.
So originally people left a like on this video, but also originally this movie was titled Paradise Lost, and it was all engineers and origins of humanity and how the engineers created both humanity and also feeds into xenomorphs in a third movie, which we'll get into at the end.
But if I can play, you know, audience member here for a moment. Paradise Lost, that's not going to play for me. That sounds a bit negative.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what I'm after in an Alien sequel. You know,
what do you want?
Negativity. Paradise. Just call it Paradise. And it's cool and chill, you know?
That would be good.
You know, like Beetlejuice Goes Hawaii was a
spec script?
That was a spec script. That was on the table at one point. Why not? Alien versus Predator, and it's a nice, everybody has a little rum drink.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like those issues of Marvel where it's like just swimsuit editions or
Sure.
whatever.
It's exactly like that.
So Ridley Scott, who of course returned for Prometheus and then this, he thought the Alien franchise had kind of lost its touch and people were kind of sick of the xenomorph.
Not because of me, though.
No. Well, there are a number of films. But then after Prometheus came out, he was like, no, they did want alien stuff. I guess I'll do some alien stuff.
Okay. I thought they just wanted planets. Different planets and...
big men.
Bulkheads. And looking at things on screens.
Yeah.
More advanced screens. More advanced screens, maybe more primitive screens. I don't know. Tapes? Oh, but they wanted the alien bit.
And androids.
Yeah, okay.
Definitively. So anyway, Shaw from the previous movie is dead.
Uh-huh.
James Cameron's even said, who of course directed Aliens, that he didn't like that because, you know, you invest all this time in a character to roll around to the second movie and go, oh, she died between movies. And we'd seen this before.
In
after
Alien 3.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a tradition at this point, you know?
That being said, she's sort of in this movie because we see her corpse, etc.
Sure.
But there are a series of prologues leading into this.
Because this was the era for this.
Yes.
This is additional media
Yeah.
that I would have to track down by going on a website and looking at a countdown and then decoding a thing and you scan a thing on a serial. No, you couldn't scan things back then, could you? I was going to say scan.
You could scan it with your eyes.
You could scan a thing on a cereal box with your eyes. It was the name of a website, which we had back then. Websites. We don't have any websites anymore. We've got 4 apps.
Yeah, that's right. Which is just as good, if not better.
I think so. But yeah, so you had to. This wasn't presented in a cinema.
No.
There wasn't really social media to distribute this, really.
Well, no, it was like 2017, so, you know, there was enough. There was a sequence called The Last Supper, which is the crew before they go into hypersleep, where you get to know them a little bit more.
Okay.
There's also one that shows David and Shaw arriving on this planet just before he nukes it with horrible goo. Also, did he pack some extra bleach? Because in that, he's got the fully bleached hair. But then in this, he's got the longer hair. So I'm just saying what happened.
That's true. You don't see his roots. Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. Famously, he is a packet-die bitch. But maybe there's a machine on the alien ship.
Yeah.
That bleaches everybody out. Because if you notice, when we go to that alien planet, not everybody's as pale as the guy from the last movie.
No.
So maybe he's got some sort of bleaching device. He's got a bleaching booth. As humans might have a tanning booth, he's got a bleaching booth, and it works on skin, it works on hair.
Yeah, yeah. Well, also, this planet that they go to, and you wouldn't know it from the movie, because it's not in it, it's not the homeworld of the Prometheus people. It's just one of their colonies. Because they don't have any of the advanced tech or whatever. They're like a Roman-esque civilization.
They were.
Yeah, so something to think about and talk about. And we are. That's what we're doing.
That's right.
That's what we're literally doing it.
But anyway, that's the end of the talk on that. It's something to talk about, but we've finished. Look at their funny little robes. There's another one. They're like, what's that? Freaking hell's that?
This is good. This is here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's bad. It's bad, actually.
Is that our dad?
Is this soup? No. Or if it is, it's really bad soup.
Because I like soup. We've established it's not soup. Just run. I don't like running. I like soup. If only it was soup.
If only.
Yeah.
Oh, also, one of the prologues, it's just a commercial for an Audi Lunamobile, which really exists. And they're just like, wow, Audi, take this with you when you go to space or whatever. Thanks,
You mean
I will.
it really exists?
Well, it existed because they were going to take it to the moon because there was a moon mission that was cancelled in like 2021, so it was for that.
So that the Audi Lunamobile.
Yeah.
If they built one,
they did. It's
available.
Yeah.
Do you think it's on eBay? Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's probably on eBay or Facebook Marketplace.
That's right. You send that message. Hey, is this still available? Oh, $20 million. Would you accept $600?
Can you drop it off also? Can you bring it to my house? I don't have a trailer. Okay, so the story this time around, it's mostly new characters. It's a colony ship finding a new world, which they've all mapped out. And it's a good world, and they're like, this is probably a pretty good world. Let's not stop for anything. I like the idea that it's a couples colony because, yeah, that's what you would do. It also means that, you know, everybody's got their own little relationships going on and their own little interconnected groups and commingling spaces.
So when their spouse dies, they can be really sad about it and alone in space.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
And then you have to build a log cabin. Now, one of the spouses that dies very early on is James.
What?
Pizza on the stove for you.
Okay, yeah, figured I was fending for myself. Thanks, bud.
Franco, which is weird because he also died in real life, as
That's
we're
true.
talking about. I think this was his last role, wasn't it?
It must have been, sure. Doesn't get a lot of screen time.
No.
Nor did he ever really speak out about anything in real life, so
Yeah.
we'll never know what he was like.
We're never going to know that. And it's a crying shame.
Really is.
Yeah. And then as a result of that, we get Billy Crudup, a man of faith, leading the mission. And I think that that's also an interesting perspective because Shaw, of course, from the previous movie was also a woman of faith. And now we got this guy.
And it's all Jesus-y out there in space, apparently. It's always spaceships showing up, and they're like, is that Jesus bringing soup?
Dude, it's not Jesus.
Wow.
It's probably not Jesus.
It's rarely Jesus.
Billy Crudup also knows that he's a liability. That he's like, they don't respect me for various reasons. And it's like, yeah, that's true, Billy Crudup. You've assessed that correctly, and you're a bad leader. And that's good. That makes interesting movies. But speaking of Mason,
go on.
The idiocy just returns in this movie in a big way.
Yeah.
Like landing in this planet, helmet off, and you might be like, what could happen? I don't know, you breathe a spore in through your ear and a fucking alien bursts out of your back.
Yeah.
Like worst case scenario.
Like Earth has a breathable atmosphere for us, but you could still tread in a dog poo, couldn't you? If you took your shoes off.
Yep.
Just walk in a park, says clean up after your dog, but people don't.
Some people
and so
don't.
you're running around with your frisbee.
Yeah.
You step on a dog poo. You know? And then it builds an alien in you. I appreciate in this movie that this version of the xenomorph just emerges from whatever weak point or hole is convenient to it.
Absolutely.
You know, it doesn't have to be through the chest.
Yeah.
It can be out the back, through the mouth.
Well, this is the...
Presumably the butthole, James.
They definitely do it. Well, this one's called the Neomorph, and it's supposed to be not as good as the Xenomorph. But I would
pretty good.
I mean, also, yeah, if it can enter you like a fucking gas,
Yeah.
then yeah, it's way more effective than an egg you have to look at.
That one facehugger that's running around, they're shooting at it's taking ages. The gas, just have a toot on this. You know? Too late.
God, I love how after Billy Crudup kills one, and then David's like, I'm going to show you something. You're going to love this. David returns, by the way.
Oh,
we
yeah,
talked
yeah.
about this?
We get a fun... I was going to say we get a fun intro.
Yeah.
But we get a flashback to when David was first brought online by evil Guy Pearce.
Yeah.
And Guy Pearce is like, I'd love a cup of tea. Can you get me a cup of tea, please, David? It's right there.
Yeah.
It's closer to you, Guy Pearce, than it is to David.
I
No
mean-
wonder he wants to kill all of humanity. You
Yeah.
switch him on, and then you're like, can you do something that's inconvenient for you?
Yeah, he's the butter robot from Rick and Morty. That's a great reference in a show that people still talk about.
That's right.
But yeah, just the idea that like he brings in Billy Crudup and he's like, you should look at this egg. And he's like, what is it? And he's like, oh, they're waiting for a mother or a man or whatever.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should look at it. And he's like, should I? And he's
You
like,
should look
"Yeah."
at this egg with the gyrating top. You know what's going to emerge from there? Cadbury cream.
Or Jesus, which is what you like.
That's you could have got him with that easily. Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what, that backbursting scene, I mean, if you put different music to that, this is a short comedy film.
Well, it's
Just
Spaceballs.
slipping all over the place.
James, it's Spaceballs.
Well, yeah. Remember the one runs in, slips in the blood, shoots
Yeah.
the roof, gets her foot caught in the door?
Yeah.
This is all great stuff, Mason.
Yakety sax, put that in there. Whatever music Tim Robinson uses for I Think You Should Leave.
Yeah, that's right.
God, this is awkward. We can't use any of those
No,
for
obviously
copyright
not.
reasons.
Yeah.
So just imagine those.
Yeah.
You know,
Do it at home.
open up 2 YouTube windows. And
Yeah. Show your partner. They won't get it.
They won't. Is this one of those niche things you like? Is it those 2 men? Is it those 2 men again?
Those 2 shouting men? It is, yeah.
it
It's
is.
us.
It's us. Sorry, babe, we're back.
So, of course, Michael Fassbender is playing dual roles. He's playing Walter, the no shenanigans model of David.
That's right.
And then, of course, David returns, who is
All shenanigans.
All shenanigans.
He's all shenanigans. He's just every day, just shenanigans. He's working through shenanigans in his mind. He's like, God, I really hope some humans show up so I can do some more shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this guy is designed to create, whereas Walter is not. He cannot be creative. I mean, if you left David alone with, like, I don't know, a bag of Lego, you know you're going to get something really fucked up.
I'm gonna make some weird shit.
Right. I feel
yeah.
like whatever he's working with, he's going to make the worst version of it, right?
Well, what it is, he'll just spread them across the room and then turn the lights off. And then you'll be like, I'm back, David. Ow! Ah! I only just wiped the poo off my foot.
But I will say, American accent Michael Fassbender is also upsetting.
Yeah.
Use security code 31564-F.
But even having the relationship between Walter, who doesn't really have any feeling, and Catherine Waterson's character, that's a good dynamic because she's looking for something that's probably not there in that model because
sure.
he's the no shenanigans model. He can't even play the flute. He can't even invent the alien theme, which David does in this movie.
That's right.
Oh, there's a sexy flute saying. What do you think? Incredibly sexy?
I didn't find it particularly sexy, but it's interesting you went with that's the sexy flute.
Everybody's calling it sexy, Mason.
Okay.
It's not just me.
All right.
Everybody's talking about it. Everyone's talking about Rick and Morty. Everyone's talking about sexy flute scenes because it's 2017 in this video, not in real life.
No, that's true.
Incredible split screen between the two of them.
Agreed.
I mean, they have a fist fight also.
Which I was
Love that.
very reminiscent of Terminator 2.
Exactly.
Just two, and of course these guys are more animated than the T800 and the T1000, so they do have a little bit of a
a back and forth,
a verbal joust, as
a
it
je
were.
ne sais quoi.
But it is similar to Terminator 2 in that they are, for the most part, just silent killers.
Yeah.
And they're very efficient at it.
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
How am I going to shut you down? Stick a flute in your neck.
That's right.
Love that hard reset, by the way. Very funny. Scratch into a ball. Now, one of the points of contention of this movie, and I don't have a massive problem with it in hindsight. This movie also, all in all, I like it.
Go on. Yes.
And I I guess we can come back more this towards the end, but it's doing some things that I like. But one of the things that I don't hate, but I think I did at the time, was that David creates the xenomorph, right? But I feel like he only rediscovered it.
Oh, I see, right.
I mean, it's on a mural in the first movie.
Right, yeah.
We've seen it in Romulus and other films, and there's other origins for it.
So it's like bringing back the Tasmanian tiger, for example.
Exactly,
Maybe it existed and then it died out due to lack of bodies to emerge from buttholes and so forth.
Yeah.
And David's like, well, I've got time for this.
Yeah.
It is shenanigan related, so
yeah, exactly.
I guess I'll do it. I think that's interesting. But I also do like the idea, and I don't know what is supposed to be canon at this point, but I do like the idea that he was created by a man who clearly hates him, and then he took on that hate, and he's like, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to build a horrible monster that's going to kill humanity.
Yeah.
It's a bit of fun.
Let's be the best version of that. And I know it'll be successful when I put my hands up, and then it puts its hands up, and then I know
that's right
that I've done it.
It loves mirror work as much as I do.
But what I don't love about this movie is that at the end it just becomes a combination of Alien and Aliens. Just in the last 15 minutes. That being said, the ship takeoff with the xenomorph scuttering around. That's all terrific and looks fantastic.
Very Spider-like.
Oh,
but there are
that.
some other shots again where it's like you kind of would prefer it was a puppet in the dark.
Well, sometimes it is.
Yeah.
There is a
Well, I'm referring to the times when it isn't visual effects.
Yeah.
Those times also.
It does seem to shoot at like a higher frame rate, or it moves at least at a higher frame rate. Yeah, maybe you're finding that upsetting, Mason. I don't find anything upsetting because I'm desensitized to all media. But yeah, that action sequence on the ship taking off is great. And I think also the idea that David swaps himself for Walter, although incredibly obvious.
Yes.
Some smart aleck on the test said, I knew something was going to happen. I said, yeah, of course you do, you idiot. Because if you're going to have two there, there's bound to be something happens, duh. That's just for us a duh.
Is very interesting bait for a sequel that I still kind of hope that we'll get, because he's still out in the universe. This is all canon as far as I know.
Right,
I know Alien Earth is doing other stuff, but don't worry about that. But you could...
Alien Romulus also doing other stuff, don't worry about that.
Yeah, but you could lead Romulus into this.
It's true.
Like, he's on his way to another colony, and I just think that would be interesting that, if he can show up. What kind of haircuts he got? Also, mullet, yeah.
Bro, I hope they make
But I think
Romulus
also,
too,
as
and they
soon as
have
Walter
Michael
turns up,
Fassbender in
he
it.
cuts
That'd be
his hair.
so
I
fucking
think that's
good.
great because he knows at some point there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, for
Like,
my
just-
favorite S word. Shenanigans.
What do you think of this anyway?
I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Good bit of fun.
I like it more in hindsight than I certainly did at the time. Yeah.
Once you get past, once again, the Three Stooges tomfoolery of the crew,
Yeah. I really like Catherine Waterston as the lead as well. I think she's great and she'll be in more things.
And of course, once you remember she's the daughter of Sam Waterston, you can't get that out of your head.
Oh, Mason. Why'd you tell me that? No, that's good.
Yeah, that is good.
But why'd you tell me that, Mason?
Trying to get a reaction out of you because, no media affects you at all.
Yeah.
Except for that, evidently.
For some reason, yeah. Anyways, it's time for Alien Coventrivia.
Love it.
This is Alien trivia for this movie
I know.
specifically.
Oh no! Sanic speed! A Sanic level? Where's my Sanic costume? Do I really have to go fast? Alright, I'm gonna go top speed, let's go! Oh, how was I supposed to know it was a spin jump? Oh! No! Yes! Yes! Dude, there's no way. I thought for sure I wasn't getting that. That's crazy. Woo! Alright. I'm pumped. Whoa! This is a weird level, dude. Ah. Oof. Yeah. What? Wait. What was the shell for? I really don't have any idea, to be honest. Doesn't seem like you need it for anything. Whoa. 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 Things are getting a little crazy. Hey. Oh, God. At least I got a checkpoint. Should I go in there? Guess so. My boy Yosh. Huh. What a weird ending, dude. Why go down here when you could go up here? Oops. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Rocky?
34-second world record? That is awfully suspicious. Man. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something very cool for you today. Roll the tape. Today's video is sponsored by... Description. Use my code. You will not be disappointed. Moving on to stage 2
That's the
with
perfect
94. Japanese. Whoa. Whoa. So far, so good. Whoa. Wait. How was I supposed to make that, dude? Oh, I wasn't. I wasn't. Eeh.
Oh.
I saw, crap. I saw a platform down here, I thought. Yeah. Yeesh. Okay, well. Here goes nothing.
Munching some za.
Here goes nothing again. Hey, we did it. First shot.
What's up, Rox?
Yo, not bad. Moving on to stage 3 with 95.
Top.
Pix. Ooh ah. Oh boy. Hey, where you going, dude? What? What? Oh, you're supposed to jump on top of that dude and go over all the stuff. So.
What? Do you wanna? Come on. Come here. Come on.
I definitely missed.
Wait.
I definitely missed some stuff. Oh, he's going backwards. Oh, this is
like
weird.
apples.
This is really weird.
Some za like fucking pizza.
This is a unique take on this kind of jump. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh,
what's wrong?
Oh my gosh. Ah. Tight.
What's bothering you? What?
Ah, come on.
Do you ever go inside?
Okay, a little bit further, a little bit further.
Is that the problem? You gotta go inside?
Conveyor. Ah. Dude.
Right, let's go.
Ah, my butt is so clenched. It's ridiculous. He's going up.
Keep going. Keep going.
Checkpoint? Yes. What? Wow, a little bit dirty right there on the checkpoint grab. Not gonna lie. Ah, so happy to have this checkpoint though. Can you imagine if I had to do all that again? Ah, I hate these spike jumps. Very grateful for the checkpoint. Ah. Ah. Whoa! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now, bro? Oof. I'd do anything for another checkpoint, man. This level's brutal. Checkpoint. Checkpoint. Oh. Thank you so much. Wow. Ah. Yeah. And you're in a hurry, and then you have to do a double. That's really hard. The double spike, single space jump too. That is nasty. Oh, the goal! The goal's right there. Oh, it's right there, dude. Oh, I got the jump. Got the jump. Just gotta get the time. Lucky number 69. Here we go. This is it. Lucky number 69, baby. Okay, no dev exit for sure. So he had to complete that all in one go, which is pretty crazy, you know? A lot of really annoying jumps in there. New record, bia. Stage 4 with 71. A dash through the castle 2. What the? Oh wow. Save a little time doing that for sure. Okay. Uh-oh. Sup, fellas? Whoa. What was the point? What was the point of that? Dude, I was not paying attention to the timer, obviously. Yeah. Sonic speed, baby. This is it. Boing. Force damage right there. Yeah, I was gonna die right there. Absolutely devastating. Oh, dude, timer's hell. It's tight. Also, the beginning part with the ghosts or whatever, jumping up the left side was mandatory. Fun fact: Japanese 3 out of 10 stars. Easy peasy, eh? All right. Okay, that was a little suspicious. Where's the star, man? Yeah, saw that coming. Yeah, I was waiting for the Kaizo blocks. Took a lot longer than I thought for them to arrive. Wow. Really? Really, man? He actually had a mushroom in here too that I didn't even get. Oh, this map is actually pretty simple. It has a couple spots that are cheeky, but other than that, there's not a whole lot going on. It looks like all you gotta do is jump low right here and you win. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ripping and roaring through this run. We got 1 level left. What's it gonna be? Stage 6 with a 66. Japanese. Oh boy. Oh boy. Looks weird. You can get a star and go back up though. That's pretty interesting. That was nuts, dude. That was nuts. Oh, where do I go? I can't see. Ah, squandered. Okay, well, I don't see why I wouldn't go for this. I mean, I could go down here. I guess just for science, we'll take a look and see, but I don't really have high hopes for this. Oh, wow. You can make it.
And Shun.
There's no freaking way that's all you have to do to beat
I was
this
trying
level.
to talk to him. Fuck.
There's no freaking way. Are you kidding me? That's it? Oh my god, dude. And just like that, we have arrived for our princess. Go for this. I mean, I could go down here. I guess just for science, we'll take a look. Excuse me guys, but I have fire in my hands. Wait a minute. Grateful. And you get a kick-ass toy. Boom shakalaka laka. What? Muito difícil. An American level with a very non-American title. What the? Ah! Holy hell. Oh. Good lord. I don't trust you. I should have trusted you, I guess. Okay, in the pipe we go. I'm sure it's awesome in here. Oh yeah, it looks really awesome. Wow, I love all those doors. That is
definitely awesome. That was a good jump. Props. Props to me as the jumper for my excellent jumping. Ha! Dude, lucky number 3 every single damn time. I'm telling you guys. You don't mess with lucky number 3, that's for sure. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Glad I found that Devi fire flower though. That's very nice. The hidden fire flower has gone a long way. Oh my god. What is going on in this crazy map? Ooh.
Bro, what? His fire just like starts at super high and just goes down.
Okay, wow, ow, douche. Ah, oh! Wait. Dude! Pipe didn't go anywhere, man. Stupid ass. Ah! Alright, the trick to victory here is simply to find the hidden block. Oh! And then you go up here, and then you choose between a pipe and a door, and I don't remember, am I in the main world or the sub world? I don't remember. Fuck! Hold on, wait! Yes! That was beautiful! Yes! Dude, are you kidding me? That's awesome. Well, you probably need that Lakitu, I guess. Oh, damn it. Dude, would you freaking... Oh, no. Ah. Damn it. Come on. This sucks. Oh, yes. Okay, go. Aw, man.
Rocky.
Are you kidding me? What? Why? Why, dude? Why? Ow! Oh, there we go. In the middle, I guess. Middle-ish. Give me a cape. Give me a cape. Give me a cape. Gimme.
Hey, Rocky.
Come on. What the hell kind of bull crap is that, dude? No, come on. What a tease. I'm stuck. Stupid fire bar. What? Ah! What the hell? Wait, if you reset the room, won't the... Ah, yes. Aw, come on, no cape? Oh, damn it. So lame. Ooh. Yes, please. Oh, fire flower. Oh, my nose itches. Oh god, my nose, it itches. Okay, there's gotta be a hidden block. Somewhere, right? Here, maybe? No? Nope. Ah. God, this sucks. This level sucks.
Indeed it does.
It sucks so bad. Man, if I had a shell. Sometimes dreams do come true. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, what the fudge? Oh my god. I can't. Nah. Come on. I need to hit the top block. I can't do it. Can't be done. I don't know. It's too much. If I was small Mario, actually, I could do it. That's true. If I was small Mario, I could do it. I can't be small Mario. There's a damn flower in the way. Damn it. Hold on, I have an idea. Ow. Look at that. It's almost what I need. All right, you can't let the fire flower spawn. Okay, there we go. There we go. We can do this now. Don't die. Don't die. There we go. All right, go in the door. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, sweet. Sweet lord. Oh, the goal, yes, dude! Good cheese, we skipped a lot, I think. Moving on to stage 2 with 98. Japanese level. Oh, no! It's a Japanese level! Okay, I got this. Boom, 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 boom. Easy. Easy street. Oh boy. Oh, watch out. Nope, don't let it. Oh, mushroom. Oh, that's not what I was expecting. Just got checkpoints, so whatever, man. YOLO it up. Oh, no. Looks like another masterpiece, folks. Oh my goodness. You can get another mushroom, which is nice. You know, that's real nice. I appreciate that. What the? Oh, there's an overlay pipe. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get that fire flower, most likely. Probably a Kaizo block, right? Oh, wow, good jump. Wow, really good. Oh. Stop.
Come on up.
Getting some interesting levels today, you guys. That's
lay
for
down.
sure, you know? Okay.
Oh, come here. Oh, okay. Rocky.
Here we go.
Oh, Rocky. Hey, you relax. Hey, relax. Relax. Hey.
Oh. Wow. Come on. Damn conveyor.
Stinky.
Oh, you can get it by running over it. What? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Mr. Stink.
That's madness. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Whoa. Holy moly. There it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh,
Mr.
Yes.
Stink.
We out of here, man. Ooh. Close call. Moving on to stage 3 with 92. Japanese. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Hold right. Wow. Wow. Beginning is fully automatic. What a weird level, dude. It's like pseudo-automatic-ish. Okay, well. Yes, well, it seems like it is supposed to be automatic still, so I don't actually know. What the hell? Dude. Okay. Just to go over the top, I guess. Ah, damn it, I messed up my jumps. Oh my goodness, man. Okay, I can get through here without losing my fire flower. Ah! I can't slow myself down. There we go. That is actually very difficult to time. Yay, we did it.
The
Okay.
Mario shit's
We should be
goated?
good now.
Yeah, facts, dude. I love this shit.
Okay. That is awfully annoying. Oh God, no! I didn't get into lucky number 3.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They're all
Playing
safe.
some packs for the night.
They're all safe.
Not packs.
Ride the
Fucking
Wiggler train.
Escape.
Wait, I can't ride the Wiggler train because it's too high up. There's another Wiggler train coming. Okay, ride this Wiggler train. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Wait, what about this train? Let's go to this train now. This train is way faster. Ooh. Okay, well. We're going. This train is safer, though. You know, way bigger train right here. Doink, 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 doink.
Do me a favor.
Doink, 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 doink.
That's the one.
Oh, buddy.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
What the hell is that? Coming up, dude. No.
Yeah, the
what
door
is
got
that,
closed
dude?
on you,
That's
didn't it,
not good.
jackass? Eh?
That's not good.
Hey, Rocky,
It's
buddy.
crap, dude. It's crap.
Come here, bud.
Enemy spam galore.
Huh? Hey, buddy.
Okay, where are they going? What am I supposed to do here? I cannot believe I'm alive. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. I think it's blocked off. I gotta go in the pipe. Please don't troll me. I've come so far. Please, please, please. Oh, I can't tell what's going on. Why is there a pipe there, but then, like, you can go this way? Come on, don't do this. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Actually, I don't know if this might not be a good thing. Ah. What a stupid ending, man. Moving on to stage 4 with 83 lives. Japanese. Starting off with a conveyor midair. Excellent. It's always a good way to start a level. Oh wait, you could do a normal shell jump. Normal shell jump way easier. Yeah. See, so easy. So easy, yo mama and grandma could do it too. Well. Timing on this one's a little weird. Yeah, that's really weird. You have to let go early. But it's hard to tell. I have so much momentum. Ah, come on. Well, I'll let you know when I
figured, see what was up. Yeah, fuck, dude, not
hard to
tonight.
get that
I'll probably
second
play
shell
some
jump,
with you
man.
tomorrow, though.
I can't see. I can't see.
I just want to grind it some Slayer
For
tonight.
some reason. Not sure why. It's just a shell
Some
jump.
good old Slayer.
It looks like it's good, but I keep missing it.
Slayer!
Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just rusty. Oh, here we go. Man. Yeah, I don't... Crap.
Halo
Is it a
voice?
midair?
Slayer. I was thinking...
That one is a midair. Oh,
I was thinking of
what?
Slayer when you... There's this
So
guy that used to play
tragic.
Apex Comp. And he played with this guy named NRG Sweet, and every time they'd die, he'd just go, Slayer! What the fuck? Even if it wasn't Slayer's fault.
What? Oh my god, what? The...
Slayer!
What the hell was that? Dude! The bloopers! The bloopers! I was done. I think I was done. It looked like that was it. Dude, are you freaking nuts? What the fudge? What the freaking heck was that? Oh my god, dude. Is that it? Wow, that ending is actually nuts. It's very scary, but it doesn't kill you. Oh my goodness. Moving on to stage 5 with 62. Japanese. Am I supposed to save these? What is this? Wait. Huh. Well, this is weird. So you can like grab a bunch of power blocks, right? I don't. Hold on. So you can place the POW on top of the spike, even though it's off screen. That's how you beat the level right there. I mean, that's how I assume you beat the level anyways. Ow! Damn it. It's really hard to see, but I'll get it. It's annoying that you have to wait for this every time. Stupid POW train. Hurry up. God. There it is. Very strange. 1 second world record. What? Stage 6 with 59. 20-second Japanese speed run. Oh god. 20-second Japanese Kaizo catastrophe. So far it looks reasonable. Whoa, okay, I take it back. Why would there be a Kaizo block there? What's the point of the Kaizo block right there? There's no point. I mean, I guess to be a douche, maybe. Come on, let's do this. Oh man. Oh no. Oh wow, that's gonna be real weird. Alright. Oh, you have to jump off the falling platform at just the right time, like as it's falling. There's a Kaizo block right there too? What the hell? Ah. Dude, I cannot count. I just keep hitting that Kaizo block. I just keep hitting it. It's crazy. It's freaking crazy. I almost got it. That was so close. There we go.
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. I have a helmet. I can get a shell. There's a bomb. I gotta kick the bomb to the right. Oh my sweet, sweet lord, man. What?
Cheers. Cheers.
Okay. Hey. Oh my god. Oh, what is this level, dude? That's so crazy. There's spring drop and P-switch jump and freaking I don't even know how I did the other thing. It just kind of happened. You know? I mean, it was fancy and felt cool, though. Oh, I did it twice. Oh. Oh, no. Wow, twice in a row. Okay. 5 seconds left. Can't be much remaining. It kind of works smoothly, the bomb part. You give it a little kick.
Cheers, mate. The night begins.
Damn it.
Yes, sir.
I keep missing this now. I thought I had it. No.
Night begins.
P-switch again.
The grind starts.
I don't know if it's a hard
Let's go.
P-switch jump or an easy P-switch jump because it depends on when the level was made. It may be an impossible P-switch jump, or it may be an easy one. If it's a hard one, then that really sucks for me, because that makes this level a million times harder. Damn it! The fact that I got the P-switch jump twice makes me think it's an easier P-switch jump, because if it was the hard ones,
I'm just gonna be sitting here killing monsters all night,
I would have
brother.
gotten it at all.
Using up some moppies.
Oh, buddy. Can't believe I'm missing the spring jump of all things. I can't remember
My
the
High on
timing.
Life playthrough is golden. Let's do it. Yeah, that was years ago, bro.
Dude.
Holy shit, eh?
Ah, my bunghole. Ah, P-switch. Damn it. What? Wait, first of all, I timed out. Second of all, kicky feet. Third of all, a freaking
That was 2
minute
years
to end
ago.
the stage. Are you kidding me? And I timed out. Why did I time out? What the hell is up with the timer? Whoa. Wow, how did I survive? How do you go faster? Dude, that sucks. Why, I timed out? It has a maniacal timer. That changes everything, dog. You gotta be faster. You do like an
We
awkward...
was there, yeah, man. That's crazy.
A different way of doing that shell jump
Yeah,
to save. You gotta
do
cut like
it.
every corner to save time.
That's crazy. I should replay that game. It's been a while. It was a fun game.
Not great. You know, you don't love to see it. That's not a good thing, man. It's a very, very bad thing. Ah, that was really good, too. Damn it. Wow, I got a frame jump. Ah, another good run squandered by a P-switch. Well, that part right there is the biggest time save that I can see, so hopefully that's enough to make the difference. What? Jank! Nothing like some good old-fashioned Mario Maker 1 jank, folks. Ha! Dude! One life. One last chance to be a hero. Can you be the hero that the world needs? Can you? Nope, apparently not. 'Cause you suck. You suck!
Let's see. Most of their tariffs are illegal, but we're making so much money we won't do anything about it. Hey, Jay.
Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights takes me back to the 2nd grade. I had a friend trade me this game, but I only had a few days before I had to give it back. The game has a surprising amount of levels, and my 2nd grade self couldn't find all the inventions. I got stuck. As I was leaving my house one weekend, I asked my mom to help me beat some of the levels. My only request was that I could beat the final boss all by myself. So I left and I came home a few days later. I loaded up the PS2 only to find my parents had already beat the entire game. I was heartbroken. They didn't know which one was the final level and ended up completing it entirely by accident. And since there wasn't much chapter select back then, I didn't have enough time for another playthrough. It was time to give the game back to my friend. And I never saw the game again. Until now, it's 2025, and I'm attempting to 100% this game. We have to find thousands of Scooby Snacks, all the monster tokens, and navigate through all the mazes to finally make it to the final boss and save my childhood memory. Which... Alright, got a monster token. We missed 2 Scooby Snacks, though. I think that's all the Scooby Snacks here. Alright, into the mansion. Oh, what is this?
It's a warp gate.
Oh, it's a warp gate. Cool.
But that game looks terrible. Even back in the day. My god. I'm fucking tired. Ugh. Tired. Have a good fucking sleep tonight, let me tell you. Come on, motherfucker, come on. 69 motherfuckers left. Give me that rain seed, bud. Give me that shit. Give me that shit.
Hi, my name's Ed Shemaitsky. I am the chef and owner of Dame in New York City, and today we're making our perfect version of fish and chips. We serve English food here. I'm English. I grew up in London. We've built a menu of modern British food around it, but fish and chips is the anchor of the menu. No pun intended. I think the Dame fish and chips are so good because of how light and airy they are. The batter is this really delicate, frilly lace batter that coats the fish. Potatoes that come out super crispy and crunchy, and then we douse the whole thing in malt vinegar and eat it with a homemade tartar sauce. We're gonna start by preparing our fish. This is local hake, which I think is the best fish if you're in the northeast of the US to use for fish and chips. If you can find local cod, that's really delicious too, and we use that a lot in the UK. We like hake for its texture. It has these really big pearly flakes, fall apart delicately when you eat it. It gives a really pleasant mouthfeel. It also doesn't have too high of a moisture content, which would interact with the batter and stop it from getting crispy. I stick to large, firm, flaky white fish where possible. These have very generously been semi-butchered for us and pin bone, so we're going to cure it. Curing it is a process of adding salt and other flavorings, pull out some of the moisture and season it from the inside. We're gonna add salt and lemon zest, just two very simple flavors. Salt pulls out the moisture and it adds seasoning to it, which is gonna make it more delicious. The low moisture is really important so that the batter stays crispy. If you introduce a very wet product into a deep fryer, the water has to evaporate before the batter can form its shell on the outside. We don't want that to happen. That slows down the cooking process. It makes it oily and soggy. You do not want to put wet products in the deep fryer. We use lemon zest because it has a really nice aromatic quality. We will use lemon juice later when the fish comes out of the fryer, and we serve this with lemon wheels so that people can add as they wish, but we add lemon juice at this stage. It'll start to cure the fish in a much more intense way and it tastes more like ceviche. The flesh will really become a lot firmer to a point where it gets quite chewy. So this will sit in the fridge for a couple of hours, and now we'll move on to the next step. The fish has been curing now for a couple of hours. We're gonna portion it. I like nice big pieces of my fish and chips. There's nothing worse than getting a stingy little thin piece. It also will overcook the fish. So we'll cook nice big chunks. These weigh about 6 ounces. You can see from the curing process, the fish is quite nice and dry on the inside, which is perfect for deep frying. Now it's been portioned, it's ready to go in the fryer. The chips are just as important as the fish. French fries if you're American, but these are different. These are English, they're thick, golden brown on the outside, they're really fluffy on the inside. The closest thing you have in the States that's analogous is a steak fry, but you'll see these are different and better. First thing, we've got to peel the potatoes. Now, skin-on chips are delicious, but to get the exterior of the potato extra crispy, we need to break down all the cell walls around the edge of the potato. We use Idaho russets. They are the most abundant American potato. You see them all over the place. And then we'll soak them in water to remove some of the starch so that when we fry them, they don't get gummy. When we cut them, we're gonna cut them into nice, large chunks. They might look huge. When we cook them, they're gonna shrink a little bit. The potatoes are cooked 3 times. It's a 2-day process. The reason we do that is to maximize crispiness on the outside and creaminess on the inside. So we soak them first, then we're gonna boil them in salted water. And normally when you boil a potato at home, you put it into cold water and bring it up to a boil. And it's to sort of cook it through without destroying the exterior of the potato. That's the opposite of what we want to achieve here. We want to destroy the exterior as much as possible to increase the surface area, and that'll allow it to get even crispier than it would otherwise. You're gonna add a bunch of salt. So normally if you just cut a potato and then you fry it, you don't get a chance to add seasoning to the inside. Whereas when you boil them, you can season the potato from the inside out. And try not to burn your hands when you pop them in. So our potatoes have been boiling for about 20 minutes. See, they're starting to fall apart, getting nice and soft. So I'm gonna pull them out onto the tray to let them cool down. We want to be gentle when we're doing this. We do want them to break up, but not too much. You don't want to end up with just mush. And the best part of these fries are going to be all these little craggly edges around the exterior. Look sort of fluffy and delicate. They're going to get really, really crispy. Because if you try to fry them now, they're just going to fall apart. So they need to have a chance to firm back up so we can fry them. I'm going to put these in the fridge and we'll keep moving on. Tartar sauce is a seasoned sort of mayonnaise and creamy sauce. We'll start by chopping up some of our cornichons and capers. So we like the chunkiness in our tartar sauce, so we're not gonna chop anything too fine. Cornichon is a pickled gherkin, a little cucumber. Capers bring a nice saltiness. The cornichons bring a nice bite and acidity. The shallots bring a nice crunch too. We'll chop some chives. And lastly, we'll chop some dill and some parsley together. Not too fine. That'll go in. The tanginess in the tartar sauce is a really nice foil for the richness of the fried potatoes and the fried fish. And the herbaceousness too is really good. We make a mayonnaise in-house. You can buy mayonnaise from the store, especially if you're doing all the other steps. This is made with some egg yolks, a little bit of mustard, some champagne vinegar, a tiny bit of garlic, some salt and oil, and then a spoon of creme fraiche. If you can't find creme fraiche, you can sub sour cream. And if this sounds analogous to ranch dressing, I think that's the American version of tartar sauce, pretty much. We make our own tartar sauce because we do everything in-house here. Everything apart from making our own ketchup, because if we could do ketchup better than Heinz, then we would be ketchup barons, and we are not ketchup barons. We might one day be tartar sauce barons. And you see how sort of chunky this is? I'm gonna add a little bit of lemon zest. Delicious. It's tangy, it's bright, it's herby, and it's crunchy. You can hear the crunch. A little bit of salt. And at the very end, we're gonna add just a dash of malt vinegar. Keep it true to its fish and chips origins. And now we're ready to move on to the frying the potatoes. We're gonna do our first fry on the potatoes. These have been in the fridge for a couple of hours. You can see the frilly edges have started to firm up a little bit, and the potatoes themselves are much more firm now. So they're gonna withhold going into the deep fryer. The goal of this first fry is to begin the process of getting them crispy, start cooking the outside, and to set the edges so that when we deep fry them the second time, they get super, super crunchy. And we do this at a low temperature in the fryer, allow them to take their time. It's better to do this slow first and then do the high heat later. You get a much crispier product and a much creamier interior. If you're doing this at home and you don't have a deep fryer, the best approach is to get a pot halfway full with oil. Do not fill it to the top. You see all this bubbling that's happening now? That's gonna overflow if you fill your pot to the top, and then it'll get into the gas ring, and then boom, up goes the house. The potatoes have been in there for about 8 minutes now, and they're starting to develop these nice little golden brown edges. Other than that, they're quite pale. However, they are now very crunchy. Just drain these of their oil and let them cool down again. These will now chill down, and right when we fry the fish, we're gonna put the potatoes in again at a high heat so that everything's hot and crispy at the same time. The batter, I think, is the most important part of this. It's what sets a great fish and chips apart from a good one. In general, with like frying philosophy, when you batter something, you don't want to fry the product that's on the inside of the batter, which is a bit of a common misconception. You are frying the batter, but you are steaming the product that's on the inside of the batter. The batter needs to form a shell around the product. You don't want the oil to get into the batter and sort of like sizzle the fish on the inside. That'll result in an overcooked piece of fish and one that gets soggy quite quickly. Whereas if you have this beautifully textured batter that's light and fluffy, you can fry the batter and then the fish itself just steams delicately inside it. We'll start with AP flour. That'll give it some body. We'll add some rice flour. And the rice flour really helps it get super crispy. Have you ever had the sort of chicken wings that are coated in rice flour?
Yeah, me too, bro.
So good. The rice flour will help it stay crispy for a long time too. Whereas
Okay.
flour, AP flour, regular flour,
I'm fucking cooked
will
right now.
absorb moisture much quicker than rice flour, so it gets wet and starts to sort of dissolve, and then you get this mushy fish and papery wet batter. It's just not very nice. And then some baking powder. The baking powder is what gives it the puff. It's what gives it that really like lacy texture. Same way that it helps cakes to rise. Baking powder does have quite an unpleasant taste when raw, so it's important that it's fully cooked off. Then we use our 2 fine alcohol products. Vodka, which is an interesting ingredient that you wouldn't see in fish and chips batters a lot. What vodka, or more precisely the ethanol in vodka does, is lower the evaporating point of the batter. The same way it would in a pie crust. So when the batter hits the hot oil, the liquid in it evaporates quicker than it would if it was just beer, forms the shell quicker, allows us to create that crust so the fish inside is steaming and the outside is frying. And then a freshly cracked Narragansett. It's a little nod to New England, so this is a very English recipe. We did try this with a bunch of other beer, and it actually doesn't work as well. But there's something about the fizziness of Narragansett that works particularly well. So the beer is for flavor. You need some sort of liquid to form a batter. If you were making a very like refined tempura batter, you might use sparkling water. You want carbon dioxide. You want bubbles. You want air. You're going to see that when we put it in the deep fryer. All these little bubbles will form.
Jack just fell asleep.
You don't want water.
My
and flour.
camera
You want
probably
a piece
froze or
that
some
coats
shit.
it and gives you this like hard shell. So some there and then some
Definitely
of the
looks like I
chef.
fell asleep though.
And now we're
I'm
going to
fucking
mix it.
falling
But
asleep.
one thing we don't want to do is develop the gluten. This is true for making cakes and pastry work too. But you develop the gluten, you form like this lattice structure. Like gluten strands are all loose, and the more you work them, the more they sort of form this structure that ends up being the chewiness in bread. You don't want a bready batter. You want the gluten to be undeveloped in this. So it's really not important to get all the lumps out. You just want to incorporate this stuff together. This is true for pretty much everything that's not bread, like pancakes, waffles, all of that stuff. You don't want to develop gluten too much. What we want is all these little frothy air bubbles around the outside. Now we have this light batter that's starting to souffle a little bit and pop up. And in a minute or so, this will be ready for our fish. The batter is nice and puffy. It's got all these little air bubbles in it. And now this is gonna happen sort of quickly. We're gonna dump the fish in a very specific
Beer, do you
technique,
think, man?
and then we're
Do
gonna
you
fry the
think?
potatoes. So lightly dust it in the batter. Allow some of it to drip off and drop into the fryer while shaking. Now spoon a few little bits of batter with your hand on the top. And this shaking technique allows the batter to sort of break off. The best part of a fish and chip shop in the UK is all these little crispy batter bits that they sell on the side or give away for free. So we get all those on the side too, so we can either eat them or serve them. And whilst the fish is frying, we're going to do the second fry on our potatoes as well. The fish goes in about 30 seconds to a minute earlier than the potatoes. It takes a little bit longer to cook. Depending on the thickness of the fish, that's adjustable. And at this point, don't screw with it too much. Just let the frying happen. We want everything to be hot at the same time, so it's important that we fry the potatoes so they come out at the same time the fish comes out. You don't want soggy, cold potatoes. The fish is swimming in a bath of hot oil, but the batter offers it some protection from getting fried on the outside and not cooked on the inside. Okay, these potatoes are pretty ready now, golden brown and very crunchy. It's been 4-ish minutes. It looks delicious. You can see this really sort of light coating, this airy, crispy batter. All these little bits we'll take with us. We'll pull out our fries too. We'll hit it straight away with some flaky salt. You can hear how crunchy it is. Same on the fish too. You do need to salt it right away because when it's hot, it can absorb the salt better. Then when you're draining the fish, just move it a couple times on this tray with paper so the oil drains off the fish. But now we're ready, we go to the plate. So we have our crispy potatoes. I'm gonna stack our fish. I'm gonna add a few little crunchies. And then a nice generous portion of the tartar sauce. To finish it, we'll serve a lemon cheek. And I'm gonna spritz the whole thing with some malt vinegar. This is a perfume bottle, you get it at CVS for $1. A few little sprays. You just douse the malt vinegar on top. That is delicious, but it makes it go soggy quicker. So this is another way of not adding too much moisture to keep everything crispy. Add a few last flakes of salt. And here it is. This is the Dame version of fish and chips. I like to start with the chip.
So fucking
dip it in
good.
the tartar sauce. Be generous with the tartar sauce too. These potatoes have totally transformed. They're really, really crisp on the outside, but the inside is really light and airy and fluffy. You break it open, you can see how creamy the interior looks and how soft. It's almost like mashed potatoes in there. Fish and chips is finger food too. A lot of people don't think that, but you can eat every part with your hands, including the fish. You see how that flakes off into these nice, like big, pearly, juicy flakes. And you can see the batter's falling around the outside, sort of coats it with this very light layer, still delicate and crispy. You can taste the lemon zest and the salt from the seasoning. The batter, crunchy at first and then melts in your mouth. Get another piece. You can sort of see here all these like flakes. This is why we like hake so much for its texture. It's
Fuck, that
really
looks
big
good.
flakes. I want people to see all the work that goes into a really delicious version of fish and chips and appreciate the craft that's behind this quite simple dish. But if you take each element seriously and work on technique, how delicious it can be.
My God, that looked good. I'll take 2.
I am Daniel Boulou from Restaurant Daniel in New York City, and I'm making my favorite steak au poivre. Restaurant Daniel has always been the restaurant I dream of. We're gonna be making today a Côte de Bœuf au poivre. Au poivre means with pepper. We do a steak au poivre sauce where we have shallots and herbs, butter, and flambé with cognac. So here we are starting Côte de Bœuf, mean bone-in double steak ribeye. So this is a 34-ounce steak. The good thing with the bone is it's gonna help keep part of the steak a little bit more rare, and anything you cook on the bone is always better. We put a string to hold the meat tight together. Sometimes with the cap, you could lose the cap here. So what defines a good steak is often the blend of fat and lean. It's okay if you have nugget of fat in the middle. That's gonna nourish the meat while it's cooking, and you can always remove it when you serve it. The first thing you have to do when you cook a thick steak like this is to let it temper a little bit. So you leave it outside maybe for 20 minutes. Now, if you like your steak very rare, then don't temper it, but you don't want to eat it cold either. So that's why you want to be able to cook it rare and have it warm inside. So the first thing we do is the seasoning. You salt the outside. This is sea salt. We're using a pepper blend that is made of 6 paper inside. And the 6 paper are from different continents. There is some green, there is some black. Sometimes we have some pink paper. You can use totally only black paper. I like the fact that many papers have different fragrance. You can also pre-season your steak, but not too long ahead. I mean, in a restaurant, you cannot pre-season the steak. You get the order, you season the steak, you cook it, and it's all fine. So, you know, there's so many theory about steak. What I'm gonna do is my theory. So good luck. I wanted to cook my Côte de Bœuf in my pan, the Daniel Boulou kitchen pan, but if you have a cast iron pan, if you have a copper pan at home, as long as you can maintain a consistent heat. I have a little bit of beef fat that is rendered from the trimming of the Côte de Bœuf. The beef fat has been cooked and also cooked with a little bit of garlic, thyme. So I use a little bit of beef fat in the pan and a little bit of clarified butter. The beef fat can take higher temperature, and it is good to cook in its own fat. But it don't matter if it's a pork chop, if it's a beef chop, or if it's a veal chop, you should always keep the trimming and cook with it. I would say medium high. As long as you see the fat bubbling and crippling and making music, that's a good sign. There's gonna be a little bit of smoke, but you don't want too much. You lower, you raise, you make sure that you don't burn your steak, but you sear it well. When you cook a steak, when you use a fork, you don't go in the middle and poke your steak. You always go on the side in a part of the steak that is not the prime meat, but right there, for example, and you can turn it like this. And I'm from Lyon, I love garlic, so I like to put some garlic inside my steak too. So this is only gonna flavor the fat, some thyme. This is just to flavor, and if you feel that it's burning, you take it out. We're gonna give mini sear from one side to the other. I'm trying to do a constant turning. I won't cook it for 5 minutes on one side, 5 minutes on the other. I'd rather go gradually, gently inside. Even out the temperature and make sure that both sides of the steak have the same gradual cooking inside. And you don't want to create a crust that is too well done on the outside and is too uneven between one side and the other. You want the perfect steak. And also, you know, cooking a Côte de Bœuf at home, if you put too much cheese, it'll be very smoky. So you really have to be gentle with the steak and be patient with the steak. And that's why the way I'm cooking here, it takes patience rather than speed. You see, the music never stops, and that's what you want. Is you don't want smoke, you just want music. You can feel it by touching how the meat is still very rare on the inside here. I think we are doing it now for almost 10 minutes, but that's good. That's how you want to do it at home. You want to be gentle not create too much splattering also with the fat, because that will take you 2 days to clean the kitchen. We have a broiler at the steakhouse that goes up to like 1200 degrees or something, but no one has this type of broiler at home. So here I'm giving you the home version of how to cook your thick steak at home. And if there is any other chef that do it differently and smartly, follow him too. Now my steak is medium rare, so I let it rest nicely. You want the steak, the temperature to get gently into it. So the outside is very hot, the inside is still cold. So now it's gonna be warm by the time I finish my potatoes paillasson here. With my steak, I like potato, I like vegetable. Here we're gonna have this pomme d'arfin. I think it's perfect because it goes well with the sauce. It's tasty, something classic French. So I have potato, I have celery roots, carrots, and my favorite root vegetable, a truffle to go with it. So as you see, I am turning this into a small, medium julienne, almost like matchsticks. You have to be very careful with this tool. It's not recommended to use it if you never used it before. You can use a food processor that will do the same job, but we like it the old-fashioned way here. I have celery roots, the root vegetable inside. You can do any kind of vegetable as long as the vegetable will marry well with the potatoes. So this get nicely mixed. If you don't have truffle, it's okay. I just wanted to show you that during the truffle season, that's what I like to do, to put a little bit of truffle inside. If you don't have truffle, you can put mushroom in it. Truffle is very particular because it's basically a mushroom on testosterone. You put a little bit inside and it'll give a lot. So here I have a little bit of clarified butter. I rather want to use clarified butter than fresh butter at the start. So again, it's all about keeping the temperature very high, but you can use oil as well. And this is a simple dish, and you can do it with only potatoes and maybe a little bit of onion. What I like also inside this, sometimes it's a little bit of shallots. Just potatoes is delicious. That's the original, just potatoes. And after you put it in the pan, you start to really compress the top, you compress the side, so it become even, and you push on the edge to keep it all together, and the vegetable is gonna start to cook gently. So, of course, if you do it just with carrots or celery, it's going to be hard to stay together. But with the starch of the potatoes, hopefully it will stay together. And then what I like is to put a little bit of butter like this. I'm moving lightly like this, just to even out the cooking underneath and make sure that it's coming out nicely. So you have to make sure that you keep that very much together. And the steam, while cooking, the steam will start to cook the center and the top. You don't want smoke, you don't want too much heat, but you want to make sure that you are always listening to the potatoes frying gently underneath there. So I don't want to add too much fat, but in order to cook it nicely underneath, I'm putting a little bit of butter here before I flip it on this part. Are you ready? Because there's only one flip, huh? And if I mess up, don't blame me, okay? Voila. You see the browning? It has been gentle. It was done with clarified butter and fresh butter. It's very crusty, but it's very moist below. And by having browned the potato perfect, already half of it is cooked. Now I just need to cook the other half the same way, and we're gonna be perfect. So I'm gonna let that finish gently here to cook. Now we're gonna finish the steak and the au poivre sauce. What's important, of course, is to use the pan you cook the steak with, but you can remove the garlic, the shallots, the thyme. I had a bay leaf. And basically what I want is all the paper that fell off the beef, what's left in the pan. It's a beautiful beef fat with a little bit of butter. What's important in the pan is what we call the suc, which is the juices of the beef, the element of the bottom of the pan here. That's gonna go away when we make the sauce. That's gonna give wonderful flavors. I'm gonna give a quick sear to the beef one more time here, just to warm it up. It rested, and I'm putting the juice that was in the pan here. I'm just giving it a quick warm up in the pan. And so now, some butter inside. Don't forget, and in the fat I left of the beef, there's a lot of flavor with the thyme, the herb, the garlic, the shallots already. But I'm adding extra shallots to finish the sauce now. I am putting with the shallots also a teaspoon of pepper that gonna fortify my sauce au poivre. So teaspoon will make that much. I don't recommend to play with this at home, but if you don't have cognac, you can put bourbon, of course, that will be delicious. I have a French cognac here because that's how I make my sauce au poivre. So you don't want the shallots to burn, but to color. And of course, if you want to make your steak happy, you just give him a little bit of cognac flavor on it before you finish the sauce like this. Voila. And what I like is to, when we do a flambé, voila, is to also give some flambé to the steak as well. We want to burn the alcohol, but we want to keep the flavor of the cognac. By nature of the cognac, the alcohol will burn for sure. So I am putting a little bit of beef stock here, which is a sauce we have as a base here at the restaurant. If you don't have beef stock at home to make your sauce, if you have your trimming in the pan and all that, it'll be delicious as well. You can find also demi-glace, which is made with mostly beef in a freezer of a grocery store. You can find that. So I'm reducing that very well, almost to what we call glace de viande. Not demi-glace, but glace de viande, which is basically a beef stock reduced to the max. And then I put cream inside. I like my steak au poivre a little creamy. You can have it without cream if you like. So I wouldn't cook it any longer than that. And then what I like to do, that is absolutely not conventional, but I don't care, is to put a little bit of mustard inside. So that's the little je ne sais quoi that give a little more extra kicks. And so if you want your sauce to be a little cleaner, you can strain it as well. And if you feel then the sauce is a little too shiny and maybe you overcook it a little bit, then the simple thing is to add a little bit of water in it. That's just nothing wrong cooking with water. Very good. It has a nice roasted flavor. It's peppery. That mustard give a little bit also of condiment to it. The shallots, the cognac, all that composed together make it for a rich and spicy and creamy and delicious sauce for the côte de bœuf. So there is different way to cut the côte de bœuf. In the steak, there is the bone. There is the things around the bone that you want to keep. It's delicious because it was well trimmed and perfect. And then you have the eyes here, and then you have the ribeye cap. What I like is that everybody can have a little bit of the eyes and the ribeye cap. So first, I will cut the bone. I will leave a little bit of meat on the bone because there is always someone that loves to eat the bone. So I like to detach the eye and keep the ribeye cap. I like the meat rare in the middle, medium rare around, and well seared on the outside, but not well done on the outside, just well seared. What's important is that you want that crust to be thin, and that's why we gently roast it on both sides to really get that beautiful, gentle crust. So we cut that all the way down. If you don't want to cut it, then you can serve yourself a big slab. It's okay too. And then the ribeye cap, I like to make sure I cut it in a way that you can enjoy because it's a little bit more fatty on the outside. And so you can enjoy the whole roasted side of it. And it's a delicacy, that part as well. It has a different texture than the heart of the steak. With my steak, I like to have watercress. Why watercress? Because watercress is peppery, watercress is spicy, and it goes perfect with a steak like that. And of course the sauce here. And to finish, I have my flavored beef fat here that I'm gonna drizzle a little bit over the steak. So this step here is just to bring back a little bit of a beefy, flavorful fat on it and to shine a little bit the steak with that. And then
I need to kill some more of these cocksuckers.
With the fleur de sel, tiny little snowflakes on top of salt. Voila. Côte de bœuf au poivre, paillasson de racine, sauce au poivre. Bone-in ribeye steak au poivre with a root truffle potato pie. That is my Sunday's lunch at home. Well, it's not every day that we do home cooking at Daniel, but my home is right above the kitchen here. You know, the French, we love our sauce. The sauce can be 50% of the steak. That's how I like it. The meat and the sauce together is perfect. Tender, tasty, And as you see, the crust here on the sear, that's where also extra flavor is. The sign of a good steak is when there's a good crust. Peppery, delicious, so French. When I taste this, it brings me back to my youth. And it's like when I had my first steak au poivre in France. That's the beauty of food, is to take you back places.
Yeah.
I think don't be scared. Just don't set the house on fire when you do the flambé. If you're really scared to make a steak, then call me. I'll come in your home and make it for you.
Let's go, bro. Get your fucking passport, homeboy.
I'm Chef Jean-Georges, the chef at the Fulton, New York City. And today I'm doing my favorite lobster roll. The Fulton is our first seafood restaurant. We opened about 5 years ago, and it's all based on East Coast seafood. Today we are making a lobster roll, luxury sandwich. This one changes during the season. The tomato makes it pop, homemade mayonnaise, different spices. Everything has to be spicy for me in the summertime. And then a couple chips next to it. But first, let's cook the lobster. So this lobster is about 1.5 pounds, and you get 2 lobster rolls out of this. This is the femelle. They have smaller claw, larger tail. I like the tail meat better than the claw meat. Lobster has to be really moving a lot when you hold it. It's nice. Many times you can see all the claw, all the membranes. When you have a dead lobster, the meat usually gets very mushy and soft. You can buy lobster meat if you like, but it's probably been on ice or in a fridge for a long time. You can see how shiny it is. The antenna. It's not been in a tank, for sure. It's been a live lobster from the wild. So the best way to cook a lobster is to either steam it. The steaming, sometimes they empty themselves. When you boil it, it sears the meat. It really cooks perfectly. Stays perfectly moist. Are we ready? Are you ready? Heads on. Here we go. Fast boil. You can see it's already red. And it's gonna cook for about 8 to 10 minutes. Here we are. Here's a beautiful lobster. Nice and steamy. Never saw the fridge and never will. To see if the lobster is cooked, it would be to crack open the tail, but then if you put it back in the water, you wash the flavors away. So in the summer, the shell is a little more tender. Trust me, 8 minutes is a good time. We're gonna let it cool in the shell, so it's gonna continue to cook all the way through. In the meantime, I'm gonna show you how to make my spicy mayonnaise. There's so many types of lobster roll, but I like the mayonnaise one. You don't have to do your own mayonnaise, but it's so easy to do. So it's 2 egg yolk, a little bit of mustard. I start with a pinch of salt, and then some grapeseed oil or sunflower oil, something neutral. So it's like an emulsion. Emulsion is when you really mix something solid and something liquid. You can do this in a blender, but by hand is easy as well. Even lemon juice and olive oil is an emulsion. You can make a vinaigrette, which is nice and tight. But this is an ancient recipe: mayonnaise, egg yolk, mustard, oil. You have to mix constantly. You can see, otherwise it would break. You want it smooth, thick, but not too thick. I'm gonna add a little olive oil for flavor. So I mix both oil. You see, when you put the oil in there, it breaks, and then you have to emulsify it. A little more salt. But it's important to really make it lighter. A little bit of lemon juice. So the acid really balances the oil, the yolk, heaviness of the yolk. As soon as you add an acid, vinegar or lemon, it changes color a little bit. It gets lighter. And now we're gonna spice it up with a Thai chili sauce, sriracha, some Old Bay. This is classic American from the South. You know, you do a crayfish boil without reading. I smell cayenne pepper, clove, allspice, star anise, maybe a little cinnamon. Delicious. Here we are. So this is good on anything, even on a burger, I think. Mayonnaise is done. Now we're gonna prep the lobster. I usually remove the claw, like this. A little twist on the tail. There we are. You can use the scissors if you like. I just push it out. There we go. Then I'm gonna just cut it. Remove the intestine here and cut it in nice chunks, not too small. I like to use all the meat. I'm gonna remove the claw. Tail meat is more meaty. This is a little more rubbery. So I remove this. I like to remove the other part of the claw. So when you do this, I remove the claw. So the claw meat is a little firmer. This piece is almost like a rubber, but it's delicious to eat. The meat, when it's cooked, it just falls right out. Cut in big chunks as well. I like to use the scissors for this part. This is the knuckle meat. So just to open up, remove the meat. It's a nice bite. You want to use everything from the lobster. There we go. Yeah, this part is really delicious. You can use a hammer, you can use something to crack it a little more. Oh, we use probably 50, 60 lobsters a day. So this is like really a popular dish. Takes time, you know, to do all this, but we cook it every day fresh. I like to just eat some of the legs. There's not much meat in there, but a lot of juice. You can see that much meat, probably 8 ounces from a pound and a half lobster. And we're gonna make my salad. We're almost ready to eat it. In the summer, I like to use tomato because it really brings a nice burst of freshness. You know, when you bite into lobster, which is meaty, and then you have a half a tomato, it's like very sunny. I call them sun gold. I cut them in half, and then the larger one, I cut them in quarters. Some tarragon, not too small. You just wanna chisel the leaves because you wanna test it as well. Tarragon is a very unique herb, very anise flavor, lots of aroma. It makes your tongue tingle. It's a great herb to have. Here we are. I'm adding a little lemon zest.
152 greater
burst of summer.
It's not what we
Then the
want.
mayonnaise, couple tablespoons. We're gonna mix it up a little more. I'm gonna try the tomato. Wow. I need to put a little more lemon juice in there. It's so rich with the mayonnaise that you wanna make sure the flavors are bright with the lemon, the spices. The tarragon, the sriracha, the mustard, tomato. It's magic. So we're making here some potato chips, but a little fancy. I call them potato gaufrettes. It's just a great contrast to have potato chips with the lobster. I use a mandolin, so you go one way, the other way. Beautiful lacy gaufrettes. This is similar to waffle fries, just a little thinner. It gets it very crunchy because it's lattice. The oil goes through it, and then they get much crispier. So you have to wash them to get the starch away, and then pat dry them, and then we just fry them in clarified butter. It's butter that you melt until you remove the buttermilk from it. So it's pure fat, but it's butter. You can use oil as well, but I think the flavor of the clarified butter is very tasty. So when you do a potato gaufrette like that, the little holes, the oil goes through, and it really makes it a crisper chip. It dries faster too. See, this one is ready. You can do a shallow fry like this. This is like a home technique. You can tell when they start getting ready. The edge is crispy, you don't want it too dark. I think it's important for a restaurant where you try to be as artisanal as you can. From the mayonnaise to the chips to the cook your own lobster. We could open a bag of chips, we could buy the mayonnaise, we can buy the lobster meat, but I think people come to us for homemade, quality ingredients, but they smell like butter now, so it's different potatoes than a regular chip, you know. Just drain them a little bit. The smell of butter, my God. So we're gonna season with some salt. I like to use kosher salt, and then some malt vinegar. I'm using potato rolls, Martins, very simple, classic. It has to be soft, you know. You could use brioche, but it becomes very rich. So I want to feel like I'm somewhere in Maine. Adding a little butter with the lobster makes a big difference. So I like to toast my buns. You could put it in the oven, but it dries really fast. So I just want the edge to be crispy, the flavor of the butter inside the bun. Here we are. Very quick, simple. Magic. So now it's time.
Man, that looks so good, but the tomatoes and it's too saucy. I don't know. I don't even want to watch the rest of that because it looks like he just kind of ruined that shit, man. This is way too saucy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. We're watching food videos tonight, boys. I'm fucking big.
boy's important to the city of New Orleans because New Orleans made it. Something that was just rooted in New Orleans history that kind of bubbled up from the streets. It turned into like everyday life. People have to do it. They have to get their po' boy fix. Parkway has been here for over 100 years and it's outlasted generations. I've been here 20 years and I don't want to do anything else. So when I wake up on a Saturday morning, I know we're going to put out 1,500 or 2,000 sandwiches. I don't sweat it. New Orleans comes to me every single day and I get a chance to feed it. Hey, I'm Justin Kennedy, General Manager of Parkway Bakery and Tavern, and you are in my apartment right above the restaurant. It's about 7 a.m. I have 2 bread delivery trucks bringing 700 loaves of bread, and all I gotta do is walk right down these stairs and meet them. So I get a double order of bread on Saturday. So what we have coming right now, 7 on the dot, this is John Gindusa. And they invented the po' boy loaf for the streetcar strikers back in 1929. What's going on, man? What's up, man? How you doing? What's up? Good to see you. What's up, ready for a busy day? Yes, sir. I'm gonna give you a hand with it. Don't let it fool you. This bread's not light. Backing up is Leidenheimer. They've been around since the 1800s. They're one of the original bakers in the city. They didn't invent the po' boy, but they make it right too. So we built it to 70. Each one's 10. So that's 700 loaves. So each loaf will do 6 smalls or 3 larges. We're looking to do close to 3,000 sandwiches between today, Saturday, and tomorrow, Sunday. What's up, Andrew? How are you, man? So while I'm doing this by myself right now, that's one thing about living here, being on top of the business.
Because, demons, that's why I should unlock.
They get here at 8 in the morning, they're here till 7 at night. You know, so they're working close to 10 hours, 11 hours a day. So I'm here in the morning to catch some odds and ends. When I crack this baby open, look at that. Looks like cotton candy, melt in your mouth. When you load it up with shrimp, oysters, catfish, sloppy roast beef, and pile it high, this just disintegrates and melts in your mouth. So you're not eating heavy, dense bread, but it's strong enough to hold it. That's the beauty of New Orleans French bread. The Great Depression hit a lot of people. Streetcar drivers, when these guys weren't getting paid, they went on strike. And former streetcar conductors, Benny and Clovis Martin, and said, look, you come down to the Martin Brothers grocery store, you show your badge, we'll feed you. We'll feed our poor boys. And they were baking French bread as well, but the bread was wide in the middle and skinny on the ends, like a football. John Gindusa came up with a 36-inch loaf back in 1929, consistently the same size from beginning to end. And this is what they still bake today. You see it this morning, by the end of the day, all this will be gone. In about an hour, I got 2 team members coming to slice this up, get it ready for service. But now, I don't want to be surprised, so we're gonna go look and see what kind of orders we have for today on online and parties. You're in Parkway's main bar. This is original OG bar. It's been around since like the opening day, which was like around 1911. This is the most sought after place to sit in the restaurant. There's a lot of people watching. So we probably have about we probably have about 6 dining spaces. So right here, we have a couple small ones, a couple of bigger ones. Between, you know, all these spaces we have here, we probably have 300 seats. So it's a little early, but sometimes a lot of orders come through online, and we have parties that come through in big orders. So I like to go check those first. So this is what we got going on for today. Looks like we got 30 people. That's at 11 o'clock. That's no big deal. We got 12 noon pickup order for Alex. That's about 20 sandwiches. That's no big deal. And then we got another 30.
No big deal.
At 11:45.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal, man. Fucking, I just punched this cocksucker right in the cocksucker, man. Fuck, dude, he is annoying. No big deal. Fucking goofball.
We could probably put that out in about 10-15 minutes. If we have 30 sandwiches and they're all shrimp po' boys, I'll tell everybody on the line, hey, everybody make 5 shrimp. And we can get that 30 sandwich done in 4 minutes or 5 minutes. This is
maybe
November.
3.
We have like a wedding reception. So we're also gonna go to the office and we're gonna check the online orders. So this office is pretty big. My cousin has a spot, my mother.
I'm not the only one that's feeling this. This guy's gotta be getting fucking clowned in the comments, I swear to God. This dude's waited his whole life, yeah.
Mother has a spot, my uncle has a spot. We got about 20 orders. You can see what's going on ahead of time, but the ticket will fire 15 minutes. So even though there's one already in for 11:55, it's gonna fire at 11:40. I'll look for the ones like this one. This is $181. So you wanna make sure you might have a little bit more than 15 minutes to get that out. I'll go ahead and print it out and have it ready for the team to know that's coming in. All right, so it's 8:15, and we're about to go.
He is pretty organized, though. Like, he is a good boss, you can tell. But he's definitely an egotistical cocksucker.
Purcell Ford. He's been with us for about 12 years, and he is, at the least to say, a character. He's about 73, and he just had a kidney transplant. And I donated a kidney to my brother about 10 years ago, so, you know, I know what he's been going through, and he's back to work. As a GM, look, it's not my responsibility to pick staff members up and bring them to work, and I don't do that. But Parkway's nothing without the people in it making it happen every day. You want to make sure your people...
He does this for the video, and he's like, I'm not picking you up anymore, motherfucker. Get a cab.
...are taken care of. And I do my best. You know, I'm not perfect, but I do my best to make sure my team knows I love them, I care about them, because we're going to come up here and take a left, and we're going to land right on Frenchman Street. And it's music club after music club after music clubs. You're sitting in the front, man.
My name is Purcell Ford. The ladies call me Purcell.
I call him Ford, an old-ass man. What you say when I call you an old-ass man?
Live to get old. That's all you got to do.
Live to get old.
Just keep on living. You'll get old one day. And I seen Parkway. I said, let me go over there and put an application in. I said, well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm one of the best fry cooks in the city. My name is well known all over the quarters. So I went to work, and Kennedy said, you know what, Ford? I was there for about 2 or 3 years frying. I was a little younger. And he said, you're the best fry cook that don't came through the door. I said, I appreciate that, but all jokes aside, you got to pay me like that. But like I say, it's a nice place to work for, and I appreciate everything you done for me. You know?
We open in 30 minutes, man. Let's get to work. Stop all that talking, man.
Well, you see what I'm saying about it? All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Y'all stay cool.
Go in there and psych them up. Get them all happy, Ford.
All right, babe. I hear you.
Thank you, man. So it's about 9 o'clock. It's about an hour before we open the doors. About to go prep some roast beef.
It's like dog food.
Hello, Miss Dawn. We're constantly prepping throughout the day in these back kitchens to feed the main one to get the sandwiches out. And you're in the roast beef kitchen, so that's all we do in here. We'll do roast beef, and we'll cook about 400 pounds a day. So this roast beef is for the signature sandwich at Parkway Bakery, the roast beef po' boy. It's smothered in gravy. Put it on a sandwich with mayo. That French bread I showed you, toasted just right, can't beat it. I mean, look at this. This is chuck roast. I mean, we do about 2,000 pounds a week, close to a ton a week. And chuck roast is very fatty. There's grains going all over the place. It's best known and best uses for hamburgers. But in this case, if you cook it low and slow, all that fat melts away into the gravy and you're left with flavor. We cook this roast beef, we put it in at about 6 o'clock yesterday evening, and we take it out about 8 o'clock in the morning. So about 14 to 16 hours, this roast comes out just like this, where it's just, I mean, literally falling apart. Even though I can take my hands and just pull it apart, that's not how you want to serve it. When you're pulling it right now, all this moisture is leaving the meat, and it's going to dry it out. So you want it to cool solidly together, slice it cool, put that gravy on it, put it on the line. It just makes a sloppy, great sandwich. I'm going to put this on this pan and then wheel it to the cooler. Catch that door for me, young fella. And you see,
a long way to go for the cooler. Holy shit.
Here's our chilled from the day before. So this chilled roast beef is going back to the kitchen we just left to be sliced. You see how nice that breaks and nice and tender? It's not stringy or pulley like if I was to pull it while it was hot. And all that moisture is still in the slice because I never cracked the meat open when it was finished cooking. So the roast beef po' boy was just about the original po' boy invented for the striking street car workers. They took the scraps of meat and the gravy and put fried potatoes on the French bread, and we still have that sandwich today. It's actually a pretty good seller. We call it the streetcar po' boy. So this is the thin au jus that came off the meat before we thicken it. So this is the gravy before thickened. Oven set to 350 degrees. Throw that in there for about 30, 35 minutes. And it's that Parkway roast beef everybody loves. So this is just one, but we have a whole bunch in this oven that Brandon put in that's about to come out. So when Brandon takes all this roast out, he's gonna head over into the main kitchen that we pump the sandwiches out of. He's gonna fill all 6 sandwich makers' hot wells up with that roast beef and barbecue beef and gravy to get ready for service. So the roast beef's all on the line, service underway here, so I'm gonna get in the kitchen and start making some sandwiches.
Must suck to have your boss in there doing that shit.
All right, y'all, it's 10:30. It's not quite lunch rush yet, but things are starting to kick off, and right now is a good time where a lot of my employees go take their breaks before the lunch rush hits. So I usually jump in here and help out. All right, so this is the main kitchen. All the sandwiches are made. This section of the kitchen goes from the main register prints to this ticket, and everything is on the line, from the roast beef, barbecue beef, meatballs, shrimp. Every sandwich maker can make every sandwich. There's no certain station. So that's what's the beauty about it. That's how we can get them out. A lot of kitchens have a lot of different stations, like a seafood station or a sliced meat station. But here, there's so many people in this tight spot. It's faster and it's just more efficient.
Probably hell to work in.
Every person can turn and do everything for one ticket. They're not waiting on someone else to complete their order. You know, each sandwich maker probably does a few hundred sandwiches in a span. We have one person dedicated to frying shrimp. I mean, this is a 20-foot hood. You can see about 15 foot of it is just dedicated to shrimp. And that's all Reggie's doing today. He'll probably fry about 500 pounds of shrimp today. There's no wet batter, there's no egg wash. We take that natural salty juice from the shrimp, and that's light corn flour, a little salt, pepper, cayenne in there. And when he drops a basket, I mean, he's dropping about 5 or 6 sandwiches right there. So right now I'm making a shrimp po' boy dressed. This is one of our high volume, most popular sandwiches. Dressed is lettuce, tomato, mayo, and pickle. You
No
want to
tomato,
make sure you
please.
get a corner to corner. So
No
we got
tomato,
the
my
fried
guy.
shrimp. We're gonna put that on there, and our most popular sandwiches are not pre-measured or pre-weighed like a burger patty or some deli meat that's weighed. It's made by hand and by feel. We don't wanna measure it and have a little cup and put a cup of shrimp in there. That's skimpy. And if stuff's falling out, that's fine. Just wrap it up. So what we have here is the OG, the signature, roast beef. And they want it dressed. I mean, that's pretty much the standard. Tomato, pickle, and then this one, here's your roast beef. I mean, that's what we saw this morning. Put that on it. And then when I put that gravy I was telling you about, you put that on top of it, and it just, look, it just latches onto it. Look how delicious that looks. So this one's gonna be the James Brown, and it's pepper jack cheese, but the key to this one is not just putting the cheese on there. We run this cheese in the broiler.
This dude's
You can see
pretty
it's nice
dope.
and melty, and that little step right there makes a huge difference.
He's just very
This is the
egotistical
barbecue
about
beef.
his work.
Then we're gonna run it down with this shrimp.
I mean, it's like reading off the orders. We'll get that done in 2-3 minutes, tops. Yeah.
It's like a poor man's steak.
But
and
yeah,
rice.
like
And
I
that's
said,
what
he's got a good operation
we're
going.
gonna do is put some more barbecue sauce on it, and then the last thing is we're gonna put that spicy mayo on it.
So it's not like his
I mean, don't tell me that don't
egotisticalness
look
is
good.
unwarranted, you know?
And that's the James Brown, award winner. This boy right here.
He just is egotistical. That's all.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at like 28 ounces right here. So this is a good 1.5 pounds right here in your belly. all my team's about done taking their breaks. So I'm gonna finish these few tickets right here, and when they're done, I'm gonna jump on Expo. It's 12:30. We in the heart of the kitchen where it goes down. I'm battling out with my team. It's mid-lunch rush. It's real busy. So expediting that parkway is a little different from other restaurant expediter. The Expo is dropping the fries. The Expo's dropping all the call food, burgers, chicken, sausage, grilled cheeses, hot hams, hot turkeys. And then they put it together with all the sides and fries and sell it out the window. Most expediters are on the other side of the line grabbing plates, putting things together. In this sense, the expediter is actually behind the line, cooking and working with the team. It's like a hybrid of an expediter and line cook in one. So we like to keep a 10 to 15 minute ticket time, which it looks like that's about where we're at right now. So behind each line, you'll see a grill. Like right now, we got a burger about done. What's on that burger? American? Yeah, so this grill is very important. You know, we're listening to the calls. You got to be very, very attentive when you're one of our expediters. If you're not an attention to detail kind of person, you won't last being a Parkway Bakery. I used to be, my spot was right there where Manny is. I used to be on that spot all day, every day, you know, when I was a kid. I've worked every spot in this kitchen. My favorite spot is Expo. When I'm looking out at this ticket board, I'm making sure everybody's keeping up. I'm making sure the fry man's keeping up, the bread person's keeping up, the flow's going right. You need one more, right? Mostly watching the flow, watching the ticket time. Looks like my crew has it over here, so we're gonna go check some other spaces in the restaurant and the online and the outdoors. So it's about 1:30 and we're on our pre-order drive.
This guy's got a pretty sweet setup.
Way in the distance over there, that young man, that's Sal. He's like the parking lot maitre d', guiding all the online and phone traffic. Basically, this came out of COVID, when it was all to go and no one could come in. We had the space to develop this to-go system that evolved into something that's like epic. You order on the online app from your house, he's mic'd up to the kitchen, and that order's ready, and they're gonna pull him up, and then Adam's gonna come out here right to the blinking light, and they're gonna get their food and go. I don't see a lot of my regulars anymore. I didn't know what happened to them. Like, where are my regulars? You go hang in that booth with Sal, that's where they are. They're coming through the drive-thru. It's like a whole nother restaurant we've opened up.
That's pretty fucking cool, dude. That's super innovative.
We used to be open
Smart.
till 10 o'clock.
Cheers.
Now we're only open till 6. One of the reasons we can close early and do the same numbers as open till 10 o'clock is this drive-thru. It's phenomenal how many people it turns out. All these spots are numbered, 1 through 90. If it's not ready, we'll park them and we'll run it to them in that golf cart right there.
90.
Jack in there? Jack's almost ready. Go ahead and park them and we'll bring it right to him, Sal.
I'm gonna put Jack in number 39, all right?
Sounds good. I'm gonna check on it. Yeah, so this works good when it's raining. You know, people don't want to get out their car. Some people use it as a car hop. 39, so this must be Jack right here. Jack? All right, man.
What's up, big dog?
Roast beef. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, have a good one, man. Easy as that. All right,
Jambalaya?
so it's 2 o'clock. Things have slowed down a little bit. So I jumped up here in our prep kitchen to make some jambalaya, and we're gonna make about 200 pounds of chicken and sausage jambalaya. We use about 40 pounds of sausage. This recipe came from a barbecue team I'm on called Silence of the Hams, and it's for a fundraiser called Hogs for the Cause. We raise money for pediatric brain cancer on a big barbecue team. So we're gonna fire this big boy up, and what this is a tilt skillet, and it's basically just a big pot.
I take back
so when
everything
you
I said.
fill
This
it
guy's
up
dope.
Wherever you want to, you can tilt
He has
it,
every right to
get
be
rid
good
of the
at this, Civil.
product, and easily put
He's
it
living
in
the fucking
pans.
dream.
So first thing I do, we're gonna melt 2 pounds of butter. So here in Creole cooking in Louisiana, they call it the Holy Trinity, like the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. Your onion, your bell pepper, and your celery. But then we throw the garlic in there too. That makes it a little bit holier. About 15 pounds here. And now it's gonna start coming together. When that fat starts rendering out that sausage and getting into that veg, and it's very important you do it like this. Cook your veg first, render that down with the butter. Then cook your sausage down, render that down with the sauteed vegetables. If you just throw it all in there, fill it up with water, put your rice in, you're not gonna get that flavor like if you were to do it in this step process. Because what's happening right now, that fat's getting cooked, rendering out of that sausage and soaking up in the vegetables. And if you did it on and just boiled it and you know, cooked it without rendering, you know, that fat could just end up floating on the top and not actually in it. Me and my wife and my baby, I can't just cook for us. I always gotta cook for a ton of people. I love the production. I love the volume aspect of it, just because I've been around it. If I was cooking one little pan of jambalaya, it'd drive me crazy. I don't even know if I'd know how to do it. I gotta cook in bulk. And this here is about 25 pounds of chicken. This will serve about 350 people, this will serve. All right, so our jambalaya is ready. I mean, you can look at it and tell this is some creamy jambalaya. I mean, jambalaya is like, I mean, it goes back centuries. It's just like a inexpensive, delicious meal. And if you look at most of the meals that Louisiana's known for, jambalaya, gumbo, po' boys, they're derived off something that's inexpensive, delicious, and super filling. All right, guys, it's about 4 o'clock. As you can see, it's starting to...
That looks fucking good, man.
The Xenomorph is no longer the scariest creature in the entire Alien franchise. No, that throne has been taken, ladies and gentlemen, by another creature that intercepts your brain by replacing one of your eyeballs and controlling you with its tentacles. It's always the ones with the tentacles, y'all. T. Ocellus, the new alien from Alien Earth. What does it really want, and what is it truly? Well, the real answer might be weirder than you think. I never thought the Xenomorph was the scariest creature in the entirety of the Alien franchise. Alright? I can't be the only one, y'all. I find this creature more cool than scary. I find the trilobite from Prometheus scarier. Look at this fucking thing. Do you want this anywhere near you? I find the Neomorph scarier because it's got a faster life cycle and is a more ferocious version, violent version of the Xenomorph. But now that Alien Earth has come out, we got 5 new specimens on board a ship that crashed into Prodigy City. The creature I'm about to bring up is one of them. You see, the Xenomorph just got soloed by this girl, Wendy. You lost all your aura points, my friend. All of them. But this guy? Holy fuck. I had to put one lens back onto one of my eyes just so I could cover it, so I don't have to see this shit. This creature is the one of the most disgusting alien parasites I've ever seen in my life, right? T. Ocellus is an alien parasite. Let's get that out of the way first. Fuck. Anything that looks like this and tries to get inside of you is a parasite, but what's the function of this particular parasite? That's something we have to answer in this video, all right? Why does it want to be inside of your brain? Why does it want to control a person? We've seen it hop from one creature to one creature. It controlled a cat. We saw it latch onto a cat, replacing it one of its eyeballs, and then trying to latch onto another synthetic. It doesn't distinguish between organic and inorganic. We're about to get to that. Then we see it thrown into a cage with this poor goat / sheep, whatever the hell it is. This poor goat. I would rather have Iris West from The Flash lecture me every day for the rest of my life than be stuck in a room alone with this motherfucker right here. I would rather get my balls whipped by Le Chiffre Casino Royale style than get stuck in a room with that motherfucker. Alright? I'd rather be killed by a Xenomorph or face hugged and get impregnated and chest burst than be stuck in a room with this creature. When this creature does what it does, it is one of the most scary scenes in the entirety of Alien. It's the scariest scene in Alien Earth so far, but one of the worst scenes I've ever seen in the entire Alien franchise. And the worst part about it is what it does after it gets inside the goat and possesses it. I thought it would start ramming against the cage trying to break out, and maybe break out as a result, but no. It waits and observes. It looks at everyone. This creature's smart, y'all. It's smart. It's not just a fucking feral animal. It has high intelligence. We already know this. But can it speak through the host? Can it literally control a host and get to the point where it can manipulate its language? Once it's done that, you're done. If it can make itself less noticeable and blend in more, you're done. Only question then is, what's the goal? What does it really want? We already know it has near human problem solving skills. We've seen that on the data reports when they were studying this creature on the ship, the Maggonaut. So it's smart as fuck. And like I said before, it does not distinguish between organic and inorganic. It'll attack you unbiased of whether you're a synthetic or a human. It attacked this redheaded chick, who's a synthetic, and still tried to get into his eyeballs. Now the ultimate question is, could it get inside of her and control her? She's a synthetic. She doesn't work the same way that humans do, organics. But she has a system that controls her motor functions. Could it control her? I don't know. But all I do know is it's given her the craziest form of PTSD I've ever seen. She's been traumatized by this creature to the point where she thinks she's pregnant. What the fuck? That's the level of being we're talking about. He traumatized the synthetic so badly. Maybe it has abilities we don't know of. Maybe it can still affect your mind even without getting to you fully. As long as it makes contact with you with its membranes, maybe it has some kind of chemical imbalance within the brain. I don't know. But all we know is this chick is losing her fucking mind ever since she had her encounter with him. And then the real question, what does it truly want? What's the point of hopping from host to host? Every parasite has a point, right? They want to survive and reproduce, ideally. They achieve by exploiting a host for nutrients, shelter, and transmission to new hosts. They rely on another living being. We know this. They need resources to grow and multiply, often in a way that fucks over the host. Now, the way this one fucks over the host is rips out the eyeball.
What's going on, my dude? How you been?
All right? It takes control of you fully until it gets out of you and you're dead at that point,
Doing
right?
traveling recently?
But what does it want beyond hopping? Does it reproduce? Are we going to see an army of these tentacle creatures, or is there something else? I think that there's a reason for it going into specific hosts. I don't think it wants to reproduce. I could be very wrong, and just this whole video could be blown apart by the next episode of the show, but you see, it hops from host to survive, but the end goal, what is it, a perfect host? Is this creature looking for the most dynamite host? Not only one that is fiercely strong and durable, but is smart as well. Could it be looking for a guide for one like Wendy? Again, I don't even know if an inorganic synthetic like her would even work with this creature. Does it want the perfect organism and the xenomorph? I don't think that it could. I don't think this creature can actually match with the xenomorph at all. I think the xenomorph is actually the perfect thing to be immune to this, because it doesn't have eyes within its eye sockets underneath the head, and it has acid for blood. There's no way this creature could literally get inside of it. It'll die in the process. I think TSLS feeds on intelligence. I think it gets smarter as it goes from host to host. I think the reason it went from that cat and latched onto the synthetic was because it knew it was dealing with a higher IQ being and wanted inside.
That's actually a pretty smart fucking idea.
Which means neither inorganics or organics
but
are
to
safe.
pick some food, what kind of food?
They all have intelligence, and it wants to feed on them. Now, whether it could feed on inorganic intelligence, we have yet to see. And then there's the case of why
I mean,
it
a
looks the way it
jawbreaker
does.
here.
Why an eyeball? It had to evolve on a planet that had similar animals to the ones we have on Earth that have eyeballs that are shaped like that, right? That's how it was able to manifest it and go inside of them. That only makes sense. I can believe that. And of all the creatures on that planet, it was after the highest IQ ones. Oh, is there a goat that looks like it's smart? Let me go in that. Oh, a salamander that looks like it's smart? Oh, let me go in that. Oh, none of these are working out for me. They're all dumb, low-tier animals. Okay, I want to continuously go to the one that gives me the most nutrients. That's the...
This guy's the craziest cook I've ever seen in my life.
Arno's have been open since 1918. We serve traditional Creole cuisine with a little bit of a French flair. This place is over 40,000 square feet, almost 5,500 square feet of kitchen space. But we have an additional 16 dining rooms, which can seat up to an additional 900. It encompasses 11 buildings side by side. I've been in Arno's since 2009. I'm responsible for all the soups, stocks, and sauces. Every single plate here starts with me. We do measure everything by the gallon. Sometimes you just get so damn busy, it's hard to keep up. But we always manage, we always do.
The boss didn't even want to do it to get the saucer boy to
Bobby
do it.
McNabb, I'm the saucier chef here at Arno's Restaurant. We got a lot to do today, so let's get this party started. Arno's is a family-owned restaurant. They've only had 2 owners in the over 100 years we've been open. You'll see the tile changes as we go along, because Arno's started off as just the main dining room. Over the 100 years we've been open, we've purchased an additional 10 buildings So you can see how each one of them was a separate house at one time. This place is haunted. Did you know that? People that died in here, I guess. All right, here we go. We're gonna show you the kitchen. What you gotta keep.
What's up, Andy? What are you saying, buddy? How you doing?
It's a street. You come in on the right-hand side, you go out on the left-hand side. It's just traffic. This is a saucier and prep area. This is where all the behind-the-scenes magic happens. Every dish at Arno starts out in this area right here. We do requisitions the night before. The storeroom keeper and the sous chefs coordinate this, and they'll load us up with everything we need for the day. These are diced tomatoes and tomato puree. Just take these, and we have a shelf over here in the back, and we'll just start putting these items away. So this is our storeroom. We limit it to the basic items that we use every day. It just cuts down on the traffic. Whenever you're coming in, we all bump into each other. But when we bump in, we say, "Excuse me, please."
You making money? What do you do for work?
We just keep right on going. All right, it's 8:30 in the morning. We're gonna have a quick breakfast before we get the day started. Raquel, she's like a sister to me, but she's everybody's mama. She prepares breakfast and lunch for us, and she's the heart of this kitchen. Let's have breakfast, folks. Everyone at this table is family. We've all known each other for years.
Rocky, how long you been here? You've been here almost 20 years.
I started here in '93.
There you go. So, I mean, I've been here 20 plus years. Everything's intertwined here in New Orleans. People say, oh, it's a big city. It's not. It's really a small village if you think about it.
We have a lot of deliveries coming in. I have some veal bones. I have some whole chickens, because we're making 2 of those stocks and soups today.
Fair enough.
And here in a few minutes, I'll be getting up with the banquet chef and the banquet sous chef. Talk about what they're gonna need for
Making
this
good
week.
money is always
His
nice.
footprints are everywhere.
What am I eating? It's called a jawbreaker.
Every sauce. He's the foundation. Yeah, he's pretty damn
That looks like a sober
good.
version of Joey
So far,
Diaz.
so good.
Thank you, chef. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
That one guy looked like the
It's
sober
9
version of
a.m.
Joey
I
Diaz.
have
It's funny.
30 pounds of chicken. We're gonna roast them off to they're nice and golden brown, and we'll make a nice, rich brown stock. This is the stock pot. This is a reduced pot. These will hold about 60 gallons, and it is big. And I have almost fell in it many a times. We have to make at least 40 gallons at a time, sometimes 50. In this stock pot over here, we have veal stock. It's been going for about 19 hours now. We still got another hour or so to go. All right, got to put the old back brace on. I'm an old man. So we're gonna take these chickens, we're gonna take them in the oven, we're gonna roast them off to a nice golden brown, and we'll make a nice, rich brown stock for the filet gumbo that I'll be making later on. All right, it's about 9:30. We're gonna start draining the veal stock that we made. We'll start off with a 5-gallon bucket here, and I got a row of buckets that we're gonna lay out and pour them into. You'll feel it, and your hand will start getting sticky, because all that gel, that's when you know you got a good stock. This is what you use the back brace for. And it's just a repeat until the pot is empty. We'll take each one of these buckets, we'll put them on the cooling rack. It takes about a half hour to empty all these. First of all, you gotta take your time because these spouts are big and you don't want it splattered all over the place. And you will get a nice facial from it. It will open and clog your pores at the same time. Veal stock is used on almost half of everything that we cook as far as sauces go, because this is like our base stock. For our au poivre, duck Elsie, veal chantal, it's just a host of different sauces. Arno's is known for its consistency. You can come back today, you can come back tomorrow, you can come back 10 years from now, and you're gonna get the same dish. I want the best product that I can possibly do because of my pride and my humility and the respect that I have for this city. It all starts in your heart. All right, got some nice, beautiful golden brown chicken. I'll take out the last one here. We'll let them cool off just for a second, then we'll transfer these trays over to the pot. It is back-breaking, but that's why I wear a back brace, so like I said, it keeps me feeling young until tomorrow. So we're gonna put all these vegetables in here, just like you're making a chicken noodle soup at the house. Same exact concept, except for we're just making 20 gallons of it. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna add 20 gallons of water, bring it up to a boil, let it simmer for about half hour, 45 minutes. It's 11:30. What we're gonna do next is talk to the banquet sous chef, talk about what they're gonna need for this week. And then me and Mike will start preparing that. Probably one of my favorite parts of the day because the banquet sous chef happens to be my son. So what we got up and coming in banquets that we need to?
A gallon of Marchand de Vin, and that'd be good for tomorrow.
That's for Wednesday.
Yes.
How's this weekend looking?
This weekend's looking all right. We have a party of 75 at 6 o'clock, and it'll be au poivre. We'll need about a gallon of that, and I'm going to need about a half a gallon of Marchand de Vin also.
Okay, sounds good. I'll go ahead and get that started so it's ready for you tomorrow. I'll have time to set up.
Yeah.
He followed me into the culinary industry back when he was a kid. He became a sous chef at other various restaurants. And then when a position came open, Chef Tommy Whitten recruited him.
We get along, we got the same vision. I think we're a good pairing for what needs to be done. We all need to be on the same page all the time. 100% communication all the time. We take care of it.
Coming up on 1 p.m. We're making a veal stock. We got 4 cases of veal bones. Each one of them's 50 pounds. We're looking at 200 pounds of bones. We gotta take them. You gotta give them a little snap a couple times. All right. These are the femur bones, which is from your hip. Got that good marrow in there. So what we're gonna do, I got some, they got started a few minutes ago. These bones are ready to come out. So this is what you're looking for. All the fats in the meat is all dried out. Marrow is all nice and cooked and golden brown. This is gonna give it its color, its flavor, and its texture. You want all that fat nice and crispy and crunchy. So we're gonna take all these out. These fresh ones that we just got in, and we're gonna take these and cook these in the oven for about 3 to 4 hours. Let's go get this over in there and get ready to go in the pot. Carefully, that's why you got the back brace on. Let's hold it up, let's carry it on to the back. Come around hot. Let them rest for a couple minutes. This is roasted vegetables that goes into the veal stock. We put these in the oven, we roast them down. I made this a few days ago. And as you can see, it's almost like a gravy consistency. If you see all this floating around the top, that's the gel that we got from making the veal stock. This gallon of gravy, if I had to guess, is probably $100. It's a very expensive gravy. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff. There's our Marchand de Vin sauce. So we're gonna hook this up with about 1.5 bottles of wine. We're gonna have it afterwards. Quality wine. If you can't drink it, don't make it. The amount of ingredients I'm using today is gonna make about 1 gallon. Typically, when we make this for a large amount, a party, we'll do 8 gallons of it. So we're gonna pour this Bordelaise in there now. A lot of flavor in this little bucket. Everything's starting to just flow together now. And I think she's ready to go. So we're gonna shut this off. Once it cools down, I'll put it into another container, and the banquet chef will take care of it from there. 3 o'clock.
This guy's got a sweet setup.
Creole. We're gonna throw in a little bit of clarified butter, celery and onions. Do just sweat out all that natural flavor, get a little caramelization on it. We got our bell peppers. We weren't gonna make an entire batch for this one, but it was a special request. We're gonna season all that up. We got our fresh thyme, bay leaf, salt and pepper. This is a very classic New Orleans dish, shrimp Creole. This is a base sauce. You can use this and turn it into a sauce piquant. We use it with alligator, use it with shrimp, chicken. Some people throw it in pasta. So this is ready to go. We'll put it in our fresh local shrimp. Because shrimp are like sponges. They will collect any sauces, any spices, anything that's being used in it. As you can see, the shrimp, the tails have started to come up. Shrimp Creole is complete. The sauté chef here will finish plate up when our guests arrive in about 10, 15 minutes. Got a lot to do, guys. Let's get back to work. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Finna get set up over here with Chef Homie. He is our oyster chef for the evening. All these take a few days ahead of time to create because they have to set up. Oyster topping to start off in the tilt skillet. So I had to make this ahead of time. Chef, we got a banquet coming up tonight. We need 6 dozen of the Rockefeller and 2 dozen of the oyster bienville. And the rest would be the oysters Arnaud. He'll be assembling those this evening. This is Rockefeller, traditional Rockefeller, that's world famous. This is oysters bienville. This is our creation that we came up with in the 20s. This was to rival our competitors, the Rockefeller. Chef Homie is going to stuff these oysters. I'm going to leave this to him because I got other things to do. Okay, guys, it's 5:30. We got people starting again. I can see the crew's getting ready. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate it, but it's time for y'all to get the hell out. We got things to do, fixing open for business. Have a good one. Thanks for coming. Come on, go, go.
Some people are made for the camera. That guy wasn't made for the camera.
The food here in Tatiana is a combination of Afro-Caribbean influence as well as food that you'll find throughout New York City. It takes people months, sometimes up to a year, to secure their reservation here at Tatiana. Lots of publications have named us #1 in the city as well as the country, which puts a lot of pressure on myself as well as the team. My goal as the chef de cuisine is to uphold the quality, the consistency, and the morale for the team. It has been such a roller coaster from day one. The accolades, the notoriety,
Shit, give me that job. I
the
can get a morale.
I can't wait to
go
see
team,
where
go,
else we go.
go.
Hi, I'm Kamat Newman, the chef de cuisine here at Tatiana. We've got quite a bit of work to do, so let's go on in. As you can see, we're at the heart of Lincoln Center. We've got the Met Opera as well as the ballet. We have guests that come in at 5 o'clock on the dot, so all the more critical for us to be on time and punctual with our production in the morning. It is 10 a.m. I've got a couple stocks that need to be tended to. We're heading down to the production kitchen where all of the heavy prep happens in the morning.
Yeah.
We are going to check on our stocks this morning. They've been going for about 15 hours or so. We've got our oxtail stock as well as our 2 chicken stocks.
Damn, they look good.
Let them go overnight. It just works better for efficiency of the kitchen and to ensure that these machines do not get turned off, because this has happened in the past. We have to put little notes, like this is the oxtail stock, don't touch it. Losing 66 quarts of stock is not a fun experience. So right now for the oxtail stock, I have to pull the meat out.
This chick's throwing shade at one of her coworkers she does not like. I'm all here for it. Give me that drama, girl.
Out of it, we let it go at a bit of a lower temperature so that the meat doesn't completely fall off of the bones. We use it for our oxtail rangoon dish on the menu. This oxtail was marinated with our jerk paste and we gave it a hard sear in the oven. The stock itself, we use it to braise our oxtail with. We combine it with our chicken stock to make a really flavorful, really deeply colored oxtail braise. So this is our 30-gallon tilt skillet. Because of the restaurant's, I guess you could say, levels of business, we make everything in large batches here. When I'm ready to strain this out, I can just tilt it down and easy and efficient. Chicken stock, we have a couple of our team members right now cutting the vegetables, getting the aromatics prepared to throw in there. Then it's gonna go for another 2 or 3 hours. So these, I'm gonna take them to the blast chiller to cool them down. Corner. Sorry, chef. Thank you. We have to put the oxtail in the blast chiller so that it cools down in an appropriate amount of time to the proper temperatures. We don't want anything to go bad. All right, now that's done. Now it's time for me to check in with my team to check on the trajectory of the day and see what else needs to be handled.
Fuck, I hate this task.
So far, we're looking at about 142 covers for this evening, and the books are closed. That means that anything extra will be walk-ins for the restaurant. We typically do between 230 up to 280 covers a night,
Let's
often
go.
depending upon the weather outside. But
Now kill
once we
Hey
hit
at Cave
that cap
Horrors.
for reservations,
Should we go
we
get
know
a
that
black
it's-
mask?
And now that I have this number and I know that the books are closed, I'm gonna communicate that to the rest of my chef team so that they know what the night ahead looks like. This is Pablo, our junior sous chef. At this time, we're gonna be checking our prep list. We do
What's up, my
a
boy
new prep
Pablo?
list every single day. This prep list was written by Chef Sam, one of our sous chefs after service. So she filled out our daily inventory and created this prep list based off of our needs for today. So Pablo, his responsibilities entail opening the kitchen along with our sous. The sous chefs and junior sous typically do a lot of the more labor-intensive work when it comes to breaking down proteins and seafood. In terms of my role, it's really important that I check in with the team. Being that Chef Kwame does a lot of traveling, opening up other restaurants, many other projects happening, I am responsible for ensuring that his vision, his creativity, and his level of quality is always met. And then we take a look at the staffing list, which is also printed on our prep list in terms of who's gonna be here, who we know has the skill to do what, who we want to give a new opportunity for training and development purposes. I just want to make sure we're not overproducing. We're not running the lamb of the special today. We'll focus on that for tomorrow. All right. At this time, I'm also going to be checking everything in the walk-in. I'm checking that nothing is out of place. I'm seeing like we have a batch of escovitch that we made that needs to be quartered. Our bread needs to start for the day as well. I'm ensuring that things are labeled properly with the dates, making sure there's no condensation inside of any of our containers, which means that something wasn't cooled down properly. So if I'm coming in here with that critical eye, we're more likely to have a wonderful inspection. People are always amazed by how big this walk-in is. It's a flex. For me, I'm like, yeah, it is. And we are set to move on. Right here, I have the pastrami, or the short rib that will be our pastrami. We got to get this broken down for brining. This is going to brine for about 5 days, and then it'll be ready. I use a 10-inch chef's knife, freshly sharpened, to make sure the project doesn't take a long time. The sharper the knife, the better. In a professional kitchen, you want to make sure you use the proper color coding for your cutting board. Red cutting boards are for proteins. That's just so cross-contamination doesn't happen. So the pastrami suya is essentially a riff on traditional New York pastrami. Obviously, we take it and we turn it into something that is purely Tatiana, in that we apply a suya and pastrami spice blend that Chef Kwame has made especially for this recipe. Suya spice is a West African spice blend. Suya traditionally means barbecue. So this piece that I've just weighed out is about 45.15 ounces. I know I'll be able to get at least 2 portions plus a bit of scrap. I think we love the scrap the most in the kitchen because it then goes into family meal. I'm just removing the excess fat.
How is Dad?
Not too much of it, because that fat is what's going to give us that nice tender texture that we're looking for after the braising process. That Wagyu short rib is definitely highlighting the texture of the meat as well as the flavor. We want to see just like nice marbling. It adds a bit of unctuousness to the bite of meat instead of just being super lean, which is typically what we see when we go after traditional pastrami sandwiches. Oof, that is huge. Jesus Christ. We got the New York Post to write us up, just stating that it was the best pastrami in New York City. It is definitely the highlight of our menu, and that the most pastramis I've ever sold in a night is about 70 orders. With all those accolades, it makes not only the reservations the most sought out in the city, but also this particular dish. The brine imparts a lot of flavor. We've tested 3 days, we've tested 7 days, 5 days is our sweet spot for this particular brining process. I've got another 50 pounds in the walk-in that need to be broken down as well. Because it's a 5-day brining process, if we miss a count for a day, that means the dish doesn't make it to the menu this weekend. So we always want to make sure we have eyes on how many we're gonna sell, how many we've sold the previous days. So as a CDC, the more you go up in the industry, the less you do actual knife work and cooking. For me, it's really important that I keep my hands in the cooking process as well as the butchering process for all products, just to make sure the quality is still being met to Chef Kwame's standards, and also just to remind myself on a daily basis what my passion is. So this is our last short rib. I'm then gonna pass this over to our junior sous chef to get it on brine and get the ball rolling, because I need to move on to the agusi stew. Agusi stew is a traditional West African stew that typically is comprised of red palm oil, crayfish powder, and ground melon seeds. It's much easier to mix things with a paddle as opposed to trying to get a small spoon in there. The red palm oil gives us a really deep, earthy flavor. It also imparts a really beautiful golden color into the stew as well. When Chef Kwame made it for me the first time, I fell in love with it. It's actually my favorite menu item on our small shares portion. I think it's pretty cool that Chef Kwame came up with the idea of making such a traditional West African dish into something as familiar as a soup dumpling. So luckily for me, I have experience working in large batch cooking. Scaling recipes up isn't as black and white as just increasing the numbers. Some things have to be altered as they scale up, as the flavors and levels do change. Let's say this recipe required a certain amount of peppers, and I know that those peppers are particularly spicy. I may want to scale those down so that it is not overwhelming at such a large batch level. Being that this tilt skillet is so large, the heat elements are in different spots. So mixing it around constantly will just ensure that all of the onions will be cooked evenly. Once it stops burning your eyes, you know you're ready. I'm gonna go ahead and add in our agusi seed. And these are just ground melon seeds that we're adding right now. We wanna make sure these are toasted off so that that raw melon seed flavor doesn't come through and get that deep flavor that we're looking for. On a busy night, we sell up to 180 individual dumplings. So I am now gonna add the iru, I-R-U, or fermented locust bean. Can you smell that? So typically we like to hand projects off to other cooks from a management perspective to ensure that everyone is trained on everything. You know, people take vacation, have family emergencies, and just sometimes want to learn new things. So it's about 1:30 right now. I need to pivot, so this project is going to be handed over to my junior sous chef. So now I'm going to check in with the rest of the team, make sure everybody's on track for the day, and then we can start setting up the service.
That junior sous chef sitting there like, bitch, you ain't do nothing around here, motherfucker. $86, yeah. Yeah. That man sitting there like, you don't do nothing around here, bitch. All you do is talk. She keeps saying she don't do shit. I guess she pretend like she do though. Who knows, she might. I'm running out of air runes, so good golly gosh, I'm gonna have to go buy more. My munchies kicked in and I had to get a peanut butter sandwich.
It's 1 p.m. right now. We're building the cart to take equipment upstairs to the service kitchen from down here in the production kitchen. At this time, we're 4 hours out from service. So typically I'll pick up and get the equipment up to the kitchen to free up the sous chefs and the junior sous so that they can stay focused on the production day. Corner, right behind you. Coming out. Now we're heading to the elevator to take us up to the restaurant. This elevator belongs to Lincoln Center, but they're kind enough to let us use it for our daily setup. Quite a bit of heavy lifting when it comes to like the equipment and the proteins and things like that. So I'd say I'm getting a really good workout in on a daily basis. Mainly due to spacing. When Chef Kwame was looking for a space, he knew that the production for the menu would have to be done in large format. So the space intentionally has a production kitchen to take care of all the heavy lifting that we saw for service. This kitchen comes into play starting at 3:30 when the line cooks arrive, and we are done with service at about 11 p.m. at night. We have it down to the exact number. There is a checklist that we use to
You're the fucking
build
goat,
this
my man.
cart. I think most of us know it by heart by now. I love integrating myself into
Appreciate
the
you,
setup
brother.
for service, as it just makes me
Cheers.
feel like I'm more in tune with the cooks. Right here, I am setting up garde-manger / dessert station. I have to break down some ice that's in here that built up over
You've been here all
the day.
stream, I know, bro.
So right
I know
now,
you're a
I'm just
fucking legend,
putting
man.
everything in place for the hotline, just making sure that pots are where they need to be. Then I'll start compartmentalizing and setting them up one by one, starting with roast and
You're the
working
real
my way down
motherfucking
to
G.
entremet and then hot app over here. So our kitchen is closed between Saturday night and Tuesday evening. So when these are left in the well, they freeze in. As we keep these fridges running so that we don't have to retemp them. Chef Kwame has set the kitchen up to be a traditional brigade system with the stations that we have with as many bodies as we have. So we have our roast station, garde-manger. We have entremet, which is our sauté station, and hot app. All of our desserts come off of the garde-manger station as well. So we'll see like a lot of the sweet treats coming up on our very last cart. In a night, it has to be upward of about 300 or more plates altogether coming out of this kitchen. Starting at about 4 p.m., we start to see a line develop outside the door, and that is comprised of people that have been waiting upwards of a year to eat with us here at Tatiana, and that makes it all the more critical for us to be ready at 5 on the dot. That pressure is on as soon as the door is open. It's about 3:30 right now. Line cooks are gonna start filing in, so I'm gonna go and catch them at the time clock to ensure that they know what the day is about to look like. The cooks, after they clock in, are going to be handed their checklist for the station that they've been assigned to today, being that we cross-train all of the cooks for pretty much every station here in the kitchen. So they'll be able to kind of gauge what their needs are based on the list that we hand them.
Yo, man, it's the way, like, some of the hardest things in life are doing shit like that, you
The team
know?
will set up with all of their sauces heated, all of the proteins par-cooked, and then we start to taste the components to ensure that they are top-tier quality. Can you bring it over here, please? I just want to give our ground lamb for service a bit of a taste. I would say that this was really well seasoned, and it's definitely got a bit of a kick to it that I'm feeling now. If anything on the line is wrong or I see that it's not up to par with our standards, I will notify the sous chefs so that they can come up and take a look at what product needs to be fixed, and they will fix it down in the production kitchen. This is the last push, and then we're gearing ourselves for pre-shipping service.
Fuck, I'd hate to work for this bitch, man.
We're gonna discuss VIPs, party sizes, as well as the lineup for this evening. We will not be running the chicken tonight. I'm hoping that means we see pastrami numbers go up. There's also an 86 on Bodega Special just to start. We will un-86 it as soon as the donuts make it to the line. right, it's almost 5. We just got done with our pre-shift meeting. The line's building outside. We're about to go into service. During the first seating in the dining room, I'll be here at the pass expediting for the kitchen up until about 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you guys so much for following me around. Hopefully I gave you a little bit of a glimpse of what it's like to be the chef.
Dude, if I was going to a restaurant like that, a month waiting list, I'm ordering the whole fucking menu.
Time and Tide, it's a seafood restaurant that takes its cues from a steakhouse. Large format cuts of fish in a way that maybe you've not seen before at an incredibly high level. Being an executive chef is definitely more than just cooking food. At the end of the day, this restaurant falls on me. Jamal James Kent, founder, he was building an empire. Crown Chai and Saga, both Michelin starred. This was just going to be the next chapter that we were building together. Just a couple months before we were set to open the restaurant, Jamal passed away. And so now it's on us to just be the stewards of his legacy.
You gotta take a trip into Canada.
What's happening,
again?
y'all?
Yeah,
I'm Danny
man.
Garcia. I'm the executive chef here at Time and Tide
Come
in New
to
York
Toronto.
City. Let's get off
Come
the
say
street.
hi.
Come check it out. We're gonna head into the kitchen, see what the sous chefs got going
Come to
on.
Niagara.
We were super fortunate with this
Come hit
restaurant.
the Cinos
to really,
with me.
We started from the ground up.
Fuck
There was
some
nothing
whores.
here, so we
Have a
really
good
got to
time.
design the kitchen from the floors all the way to the ceiling. We have the hotline. All the hot food comes off of here. Most of pastry production and additional production is back here. This is pastry service station. So during dinner service, all of pastries are coming off here and their production in the back. In the back corner here, we have kind of more robust kitchen equipment, liquid nitrogen for ice cream, dough sheeter. This is like our private events and production kitchen. So this little nook really does the workhorse of all of our prep and all of our mise en place. The hotline designed from the Nomad.
Yeah,
We
me
wanted a
skinny
prep
5'7"
area
me,
that was
me
kind of
skinny
self-contained,
5'7" me
also
too.
could function as an event space, but didn't really have too much interaction with the hotline during dinner service or a busy night. I think for any standard, this kitchen is massive. For New York City, this kitchen is enormous. It's usually about 15 to 17 people in the kitchen on a bustling day. We're doing 250 guests on a busy night. Dry goods, dry storage, kind of treated like a grocery store where everything's kind of lined up and organized how we want it and where we want it. Dish station to the left, and then all of our walk-ins. So this is our cold room, our butcher room. The idea is that we fabricate all of our proteins in here. All the fish comes in, it goes directly to Ishmi and Miguel. It's usually at 50 degrees or just below 50 degrees, but it's always cold all the time. It is 10 o'clock. I've got a meeting that I need to get into for some finance, so we actually need to go and get into that right now. The restaurant is only 3.5 weeks. So Cal and I, Cal, the GM of Time and Tide, we're jumping on a call with Ryan, who does the analytics for Ken Hospitality. Basically, we have a meeting every Tuesday morning, and we run through the previous week's revenue, sales, drivers on the menu, what's selling, what's not selling.
I think there's room to make price adjustments in both directions. Lots of the reviews have said, it's very pricey.
Are there placements on the menu specifically where we can move it?
Maybe there's a way to reduce the price on the swordfish if it's running at a 10% margin, something like that.
Sure.
And,
Yeah, we'll work on that.
I would say 75% of my responsibilities as chef are business management. I mean, definitely super different than any other restaurant that I've ever worked in, that we have an analytics team. So it's about 10:45. It's definitely time to change, get into the kitchen, get on a cutting board, and get some stuff rolling. Do you want to grab this hog with me? Yeah. We've got swordfish. These are aged. We're gonna take this one, which is from a week and a half ago. We're gonna take this and break this. We'll need it for service tonight and for tomorrow, so we're just gonna kind of get up on portions. This is probably a 70-pound fish. You have the top loin and the belly, basically just splitting open the fish so that I can get it into smaller pieces to be able to work with it more efficiently. Justin, he's the
Maybe
culinary
next
director
spring
of
break.
Ken
I mean,
Hospitality.
shit, bro.
His
You let me
grandfather
know.
owns a fishing company out of Long Island.
let me
Since
know.
we don't have a bandsaw here, instead
I'll
of
be
a saw,
around.
he came back with a straight machete. And he was like, well, this is how my grandfather used to break down fish. But this knife works really nicely because the bones on the swordfish are pretty easy to get through. So I'm scraping the bones, just any extra meat that was left on it. I want to take it off. But really just because we're serving it on the bone,
I want this to be clean so when it does get roasted, it just catches nice color and roasts really nicely. Just gonna call Cal real fast. Yeah, you got a second to come up for one more menu update? We did not get very good sardines in today. So we're gonna scratch it, but we're gonna play the game of doing monk liver mousse for the first time.
No way.
Yeah, candied pistachio, Concord gelée, celery. So the overall thought of the restaurant, like what does a seafood restaurant look like if it took its cues from a steakhouse, right? What's our answer to a ribeye? Hey, let's just do dry aged swordfish and cut it in this like chop almost that is really our ribeye. So now we're cutting out the steaks, and then again, because we don't have a bandsaw, we do the old-fashioned way. That's about 12 to 13 ounces. So the bone is running along the entire spine. So as you serve it, we'll cut it straight down here. You'll get the bone in, you'll get all of this beautiful cartilage, and you get the top loin, and then you get a piece of the belly as well. This is basically the bone marrow of the swordfish. So it's essentially jelly. Like you can pop it out. Super tasty, gelatinous. It sears off really nicely. One side usually gets me about 36 portions. So whole fish, maybe I'll be in the ballpark of 70 plus if we do it right. So it's about 12:30 and we gotta go. So days getting by pretty quickly here. Cool, so we're back at it. We are working on Pithiviers. Halibut Pithiviers starts with the halibut. So we take fish mousse from the halibut trim that we get, a duxelle of mushroom
A little
and
burnt there,
spinach.
buddy.
Those all get folded into each other, and then you get these little bricks that we wrap with spinach crepe. And then essentially the final
You'd have to
part
get
is what
hotel,
we're doing
yeah,
now, which
yeah.
is wrapping the bricks, is what we call it. It's definitely
I
taking
mean,
inspiration
fuck, where would you be
from
staying? Toronto,
a Wellington
Niagara?
or a, Pithiviers is just the French version. Obviously, at a seafood restaurant, we want to use seafood. So it's really about stretching the dough, pressing it so that it's really molded around the entire brick. Making sure that there's no air pockets is kind of key. So there's raw fish in the center, and then there's raw mousse around that. The moisture in the mousse and from the crepe will steam the entire inside of the Pithiviers while the outside is roasting. So the fork, just like an empanada or a beef patty, if you will, we're just closing and crimping down the edges. The puff pastry obviously puffs and expands, and so if it's not crimped, the two will separate, then it just doesn't work. So this is really like just an aesthetic. By no means does it make it taste better, but it definitely gives it a cute little visual. These edges all get crispy and crunchy, and it helps make it super flaky. And then this is just a little crosshatch over top, not cutting through the dough, but just cutting into it. So if you cut into it, it won't cook properly. Either the fish won't cook right or the insides will kind of like ooze out. We just made, this will be 90 for this set. This is definitely one of our highest selling items. When you slice these, you're able to see the inlay. So we know that the inlay on these is absolutely gorgeous and perfect. There's no imperfections.
What would you do?
Same with the wrap. They look really good and sharp. So it's about
What would I
almost
do?
1:30. I'm gonna get these packed up, and then we are going to get into the next project.
Buy some fucking XRP, bud.
Calvin Wong.
Wait for this shit to
Where
crash.
we at with crab? You ready to go? This is all
Wait
five?
for this shit to crash.
Okay,
Back
great.
down to like
Let's see how much we get,
$3.
but we might end up doing more, but
I
it's
buy a
live.
shit ton of
I think we
those.
start with 3 minutes and then we go. This is Norwegian king crab for our crab tagliatelle that we're putting on the menu tonight. Super classic. Butter Bermonte, if you will. A little bit of lemon juice.
That's what I would
crab
do.
That's cooked just lightly. A little bit of chives. One of Jamal's favorite dishes, actually. So we're just checking the crab. We're just making sure it's cooked properly. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of shredded is okay. Like, I want it like larger pieces. Like, take that and break that like that. Don't shred this down to nothing. When they toss it with the pasta, it's gonna break down. Okay, so we're gonna break down hiramasa real quick. I'm gonna go to the dry ager and grab fish so we can break that down. We age these for 9 days. I have one ready, which is great. Jordan, you have no oyster pan roast. Do not do any oyster pan roast mise en place. AM's portioning crab tag. They're going to cook and portion crab for you. Price the crab tag. 30, you want to do 36? We chef. I mean, this is crunch time. It's 140. We're in the shits. My head is never just focused on one task. There's always 1,000 questions to be asked. So hiramasa, she's dried. I mean, you can tell it dried, and it's like this thing is stiff as a board. But this is great. This is 9 days. This is exactly what we're looking for. So I'm going to take off the collars. We use the collars. We SFN those something for nothing to some guests that come in that we're excited about. And we have a couple of those guests coming in tonight. Hiramasa is a type of yellowfin tuna. This one specifically from Hawaii. You see a lot of hamachi. I think hamachi's fine, but it's just this really like mass farmed fish. I just think they're all waterlogged. I'm not really a fan of them. This hiramasa is part of our Grand Plateau. 5 bites. It's probably the most composed food on the menu in terms of like the most intricate, I would say. Just presenting fish in a way that maybe hasn't been seen before, hasn't been eaten in that way before. This is really just like showcasing just the simplicity of like food for me. You don't need 15 garnishes. You don't need 100 things to like make something this beautiful taste delicious. It really on its own is really, 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 really good. We're buzzing right now. The kitchen, it definitely seems calm in here, but like people are moving. People know that there's a lot of shit to get done. So we try to do a meeting with the team between 2 and 2:15 every single day.
How's that one guy's running around like a man?
Busy night. Tuna collar goes on the menu tonight. We have tagliatelle replaces oyster pan roast tonight. Monk liver mousse is going to replace the sardine toast for the evening. Yo, last night, incredible job. We had walk in the door, like unannounced. We did a really, really great job of making it happen. So like, food looked great. Put eyes on the prep list if you haven't. If we don't have anything else, let's have a good service. Great. It's about 2:30. Doors open at 5:30 for guests. So from here on out, it's really like balls to the walls, making sure we're set up and ready to go for tonight. It's almost 3:30. We've got till 3:55, guys. So let's just touch base on all of our mise en place and where we're at. Organizing prep at Time and Tide basically consists of using the app called Opsy. It's basically this intuitive system that connects what we are actually working on through a live document where our cooks are able to say what they're working on, how many of each item they might have. So each station has their own particular prep list with their items and needs for that station. Okay, so let's look at Fluke and let's see how many portions you have and what you need. So you have 24 breaded, you have 20 salads. This isn't counting anything that you just did. Swordfish, did you put it in yet?
Last night we finished with 22, and then this morning you portioned out 90 for tomorrow, today and tomorrow.
Okay, cool. For me, this gives these guys the opportunity to really just be able to say like, okay, it's my Monday, I'm coming in.
This Asian guy's just like, fuck, dude, my boss is here, get the fuck out of here.
Doing. Again, it's kind of in that ballpark of woo! Chef. This is our Time and Tide matchbook.
What are you gonna do with the golden?
The 10% of green. Yo, these are tough. Who designed these? Give that guy a raise. We're gonna finish walking through, making sure everyone's got what they need, and get ready for service. So it's almost 4 o'clock, 3:55. We call 5 minutes. We put all of our mise en place away. We scrub down the entire kitchen and basically get ready for service.
5 minutes. Wait.
Yeah, I don't know.
The 5 minutes originated at 11 Madison Park. This idea of just having like a reset moment in the kitchen. You're working, you're bustling, things get crazy. So having this moment to really scrub and reset the kitchen before service. We did it at the Nomad, we do it at Crown Shy, so everything gets polished and broken down. I have a reservation meeting with our dining room management and our hosts and maitre d', so we're gonna change, we're gonna get out there for that.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
We are sitting right around 150 cars, but 6 p.m.s do have to turn for that 8:15 push at the end of the night. We have 6 birthdays coming in tonight, and then 5s and 6s scattered throughout.
Particularly when there's something like a big celebration or whatever, we want to make sure that we're acknowledging it at least 3 times over the course of the evening. So as soon as they walk in the door, when the server greets them, and then at the end of the evening with the celebration, like treater moment.
We take it to the next level of making sure that we take notes on all of our guests. If you are left-handed, if you like sparkling water, the little things and the small details we like to focus on. So we have 30 minutes until lineup. So everyone's gonna grab a bite, take a few minutes, and then we'll get set up and really dive into tasting. It is 5 o'clock on the dot. I'm gonna drop these off with the dining room.
I spent some of it on weed and a chair. It was nice to get delivery for food a few times.
Really amazing dish that I'm excited about. That I
see,
think
my
is super
idea
delicious
with
and
money
fun.
is, so how
Crab
can I spend that
tagliatelle.
money to make
So
more money?
Norwegian king crab. Sell caviar
That's
here.
my thought process
If
with
you want a
money.
vessel for caviar, that's your vessel. And I'll give you even talking points, like the hot pasta with the salinity of like just the cold caviar. Like, I actually want to take one and go eat one because it's gonna be, I can think about it and taste it all at the same time. That would be really delicious. This dish, you should know, is like one of the first dishes that he ever put on the menu at the Nomad. So this is not my dish. This is 1000% his, but this is just like a little nod to him. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, chef.
So we just finished line up with the dining room. We're gonna dive into tasting now. Guys, can we not pack down the tuna? This one looks great where it's like kind of organic and it's just in there. It doesn't need to be this like smash down moment, yeah? Make sure that like the oyster's the right side up and make sure that the tail of the oyster or the skirt of the oyster is like either tucked in or like perfect, yeah? We're gonna head back to the kitchen.
Okay,
We're gonna
like,
go
what are
see
you
Garmager,
talking about?
and we'll finish the taste through there. Garmager, we're ready to rumble? We taste everything for the sheer reason of consistency. Someone might make something today, someone else might make it the next day and make it completely different. I get into everything, open every container, touch everything, look at everything to make sure that like, if all 10 components are good, then I know that the final product is gonna be exactly what I want. Trash this, this isn't good. All your edges that are brown, they need to get trimmed. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, you start touching things 1,000 times and then you're like, yo, there's something wrong, you gotta fix it. It's like, call the maintenance man is here. Literally, it's 5:30, the restaurant's open and I'm fixing screws that aren't tight, but that's what we gotta do. That's the job. Let's talk numbers. What do we got?
This guy hates his job.
Including those. Okay, should be fine.
He reminds me of my old boss. I ain't gonna lie.
Let's make sure we're marinating it like more. You know what I'm saying? Like get the skin side, like let's rub these down a little bit more. So I'm gonna finish tasting, get through the last 2 stations here, and then we're gonna get set up and ready to go for service. So it is 5:42. We are open for service. Guests are in the dining room. There's 5 tables that are seated. Any guest that sits, I'm able to click the table.
I smoked it, bud.
See anything. It also tells me where they're at.
I ripped it.
Any VIP notes that
I
I
would
need to
take
know,
another
any
toke.
guest notes that I should know.
Wanna know how I know I ripped it? Because I don't have any weed left in my
I
thing.
will expedite. I'll help the hotline finish, and I'll help Garmager finish food. The conductor of an orchestra, you know, like it's like telling.
I was
these guys
saving
and
it for
giving them
someone to
their
redeem
cues
a
and their
toke,
talking
and that
points
was
and their
you.
cooking points for what they need to be doing next. Order in
My
2 top.
dude.
Let's have a good service. Garmager, that's 1 goldfish. We call out our tickets in a very loud tone. Kind of really just gets like the energy in the kitchen up. Make sure everyone's on the same page. Make sure that we're all working in sync and in harmony. The goldfish. And we didn't want to do bread and butter, so it's just kind of this fun, playful way to start guests off with that cracker or that bread, if you will. So we decided to go with the goldfish. Think of like the cheddar biscuits at Red Lobster is kind of where like the idea came from and stemmed into this goldfish. So we're rocking and rolling. We have 5 tables ordered. We use KDS, which is a kitchen display screen. It's basically the same exact thing as like what McDonald's uses. But essentially all of our tickets come up on the screen. I read them, I expedite them, and these guys have a mirror image of like their counts and how many of each thing that they're cooking at any given time, so they know their board. Traditionally, most restaurants have ticket systems where the printer will print a receipt that has all of the items for that table on it. And being in the next generation and ahead of the curve is where we want to be with this restaurant. Is this correct on 32?
It's a group with 6 young people. All of them, they came here just for the experience. They're not hungry, so they order a few things, the plateau mostly. One of them, he's not having seafood, and he ordered the steak.
We're going 2 French fries, 32. Francis, 7-6, drop on top, crab tagliatelle. Drop on top means that they have another snack or another bit in front of them. Typically, we will wait to clear before we drop something else. In this case, it's just more snacks. Maybe the guest has an out time or they kind of want everything at once.
I have some to share.
In this case, they know there's
And
food on the
yeah,
table, I can
dude.
still drop it. Garmager,
I ordered a ½ ounce of weed online and they gave me a $1/4 pound
yes,
for $96.
Yo, let's go on a tagliatelle order
I ain't
fire
heard.
and a cacio pepe order fire. Let's go 7-1 with a monk liver mousse. You know the spiel? Talk to me, tell me.
Jelly, candy pistachio, celery.
You win. See you later. 71. It is 6:15. We are getting busy. Things are rocking and rolling. I appreciate you guys coming by and hanging out, but it's time for you to go.
I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions about your job here, if that's cool.
I'm like the ghost here. I don't know if you want to ask me questions.
What do you mean you're the ghost here?
I don't really work at Crown Shy. I'm Danny Garcia. I am the chef of Saga Hospitality's newest restaurant that currently doesn't have a name yet.
Are you allowed to tell us what you're working on right now?
Actually, I can't. Genuinely. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry I couldn't be.
We might see you at the next place.
It's classified. Bro, these fucking Bon Appetit episodes are good.
Is a casual.
These are good
izakaya
journalism.
style restaurant.
Journalistic
I like
videos.
dealing with the direct
Oh, dude, that looks
fire.
so good.
And also, I like philosophical idea of buying a whole fish and then process it. As a head chef, my responsibility is to bring everybody together. They all have their own ideas and their own heritage. I have to do prep and responsible for communicating with producers, fishermen, to bring the best season to the customers because every day is changing. My role is to bring a moment of the food onto the table. My name is Junya Yamasaki. Sorry about my dogs. I'm a head chef at a restaurant, yes. Here
Oh,
in
we
Los
just got 'em all
Angeles, and
chained
I just
up.
came back from Malibu and I got lots of fennel flowers. But now I'm back at the restaurant in the business, so I'm really in a hurry, so I gotta go. Oh, wow. Right. Let's go. We can use this flower just to decorate, but also for dishes because it's wild fennel. Basically, it's the same as fennel. This is a restaurant dining space. Yes, restaurant is all about the customers connecting to the kitchen. And
They literally
connecting
just
to
have
nature.
fennel all
We have a
around.
long counter, the people sitting facing a kitchen. I have to feed my dogs and I have to come back for a quick briefing and then the kitchen is gonna start.
I like this, dude.
10:30. So, shall we have a meeting, everyone? Morning meeting is very important because we use very fresh ingredients. And today I made a menu a little bit different from daily basis because we're gonna receive 137 pounds of bluefin tuna. So on top of every day's a la carte menu, let's do a tuna special today. We call it lip to tail eating. So we try to eat every part of tuna. On top of that, another fisherman is coming to drop 10 vermilion rockfish. Okay. So shall we?
Yes, sure.
Okay, let's do it. It's 11 and I'm expecting to get the tuna anytime, but before the fish come, I have to start lighting the fire, but small fire. It's gonna be like a slow cooking process, so I have to do that now. So we use almond wood, which is amazing for smoking. By the way, this is such a unique cooking system. In Japan, we call it okudo-san. San means somebody high up, so it's very precious. A big house, like a temple or a big farmhouse, they used to have this kind of system. We cook rice every day with this. Much easier to put the rice cooker, but it's just nice to be able to cook by direct fire. And also, more than anything, tastes so much better if you cook the rice with it. The bottom of the pot gets slightly caramelized, smoky taste. It's so important to connect to the
They call that bibimbap.
fundamental, like a primitive part of cooking. This is such an important connection to the past. It's not just the spiritual side of it, but it actually does taste better. So, so that's why we use this. I clean every day.
Literally, they call it bibimbap. That's like the when the rice gets all kind of sticky on the bottom and a little bit of caramelization to it.
This robata grill.
So good.
I take all the ash. It's nothing complicated. It's basically a box, all insulated, and I change the height, length according to what I have on the menu. It's like a Lego block. This is an insulated bricks. And today, the reason I have this wider, shallower part because I'm gonna use almond wood. So I'm gonna cook the aged tuna steak on a direct fire, which need a much shorter distance to the fire. So I use this section from here to here, vermilion rockfish and duck. Relatively high heat, but the distance. Otherwise, it catch the fire because the oil drops and it's gonna be a disaster. And then lastly, I made a little hole here because I'm gonna use this section to smoke bluefin tuna otoro. Here is a hay, and I put a little bit of charcoal and then put the hay. Joe is gonna slice otoro, like a fatty tuna, and pass it to me. And in a matter of 10 seconds or so, I'm gonna lightly smoke and then pass it back to him, and then he's gonna serve it. But that's basically this is the setup.
And how many are you getting?
Otoro is
Just
so
need
good.
10. So these fish are called vermilion rockfish. For me, it's California's staple fish, or like signature fish. One of the most sustainable but also stable fish for the fishermen to catch. His quality of fish is just phenomenal.
Well, this quality didn't exist before Junior came to Southern California and showed us like the technique and the tools and how to properly bleed the fish.
Usually it comes in like a banged up truck, but he brought it in a Prius today.
Carbon impact is very important.
It is important.
You know, boats, they burn a lot of fossil fuel. So my way of giving back.
Is it just riding shotgun?
No, it's, you know, the back seat folds down.
Okay.
Everybody always thinks these fish are millions of dollars or something because it's more of like an ego competition for the people buying them.
Well, most of the restaurants, they buy loin or belly. They buy section. For this quality of tuna, the only way we could provide in a restaurant at this price is because I'm buying the whole fish and directly from this amazing fisherman. Completely
here.
cost-effective. Thank you so much.
Enjoy it.
The mechanical anatomy of this fish is just incredible. They don't stop swimming. They swim from the moment they're born until they die. So like you see the fin is like this, completely sealed. And then there's a little ditch here. So the streamline is like a bullet. The body has this like energy source, which even after the brain death, the body is like independently alive. So this shinkejime method, so it goes into the brain like that, and then go like wiggle, but it's actually not really dead. So that's why you want to insert this wire all the way from the brain to the spinal cord to stop the nerve system. That increased the quality so much because of, you know, no stress whatsoever. I'm gonna process the head to smoke it. Just cleaning inside a bit. Like a little small gill left. And then any kind of like bloodline. Just wanna apply generous amount of salt. So we're gonna smoke the head now for about like 4 or 5 hours. Then we take the meat out like a pulled pork. And then we're gonna braise it with soy sauce, tuna, negima. So we're gonna smoke the head right now. This beautiful pit grill. We're not really supposed to be a smoker, but we do a DIY style smoker. To cover the head, this is perfect, a clam pot. So now it's covered for 4 or 5 hours. I just put in the thermometer so I can read the temperature. I try to keep the temperature like a 200 degrees Fahrenheit. I just started to do this for fun with friends using this pot, and it worked really well. So I'm just like, okay, might as well do at the restaurant. Okay, now I'm gonna take the quarter off. Okay. Kori kama, it's a quarter. It's like a tomahawk steak. It's really, really delicious. Another interesting thing about bluefin tuna is their body temperature is higher than normal fish. So you do this shinkejime dispatched, and then immediately you cut this artery and then bleed fully for like 30 minutes if it's this size in the water. And then you have to stuff lots of ice inside to cool it down. And then you have to put whole body in the ice to cool it down. Otherwise, the tuna is gonna burn itself. Inside there's always a little bit of water. So I'm just cleaning before I start processing it. We smoke the tail and then shred the meat and we make dashi. Dashi is like an essential broth that we use a lot in Japanese cooking. After this loin is removed, for those meat you can scrape it. It's called nakaochi, means the meat between the bones. We scrape it and use it for one of the dishes we do today. So some parts we're gonna dry age with the bone in. It gets denser, it gets sweeter, basically the taste gets stronger. But you know, that doesn't mean it has to be aged. There's a beauty of fresh meat, especially something like nakaochi. So how many bone marrow? We can get 1, 2, 3. Well, today we're gonna make a bone marrow martini, which is not at all traditional, but it's like bone marrow is a slightly briny jelly. So I'm thinking as like an olive with shochu and also tomato pure water and then lemon zest and then bone marrow. It's like refreshing so-called martini. Akami is a loin. Otoro is fatty tuna. Chutoro, we call it like a medium fatty tuna. So we're gonna cut today, like this much is enough. Today, we're gonna use that otoro, chutoro, and also part of akami too. Probably you saw the big Toyosu market, they use big knife. Not that. Joe is gonna take this fatty tuna part and he's gonna cut into so-called saku, the block that he can use for sashimi. That's his job. Every day he takes the part that he needs and then he makes into sashimi. The fish came today, all in a dry Asia. Start to use from today and then every day started to get aged. This is a remaining of the previous tuna I got 3 weeks ago. So this is like a very last piece of loin. The surface is a little bit dry, ruby red, and then closer to the skin, it's nice layer of fat. That's why it's pinkish. It's so much more dense and strong. Same as dry aging steak. It's amazing sashimi as well, but also it's so decadent, but it's so nice to do a steak. Tuna steak is a very simple dish, but sometimes people want to have a steak. So we do tuna steak frit. So first, trimming.
That looks so fucking good, man.
This dryness is important because it seals the meat. That will make the meat not that easy to dry out. So it's very important to get this, leather-like skin. My dogs love it because they love jerky, so, That's a bloodline. Not all the chefs discard, some chefs they use it. For sashimi, I don't really include it, but for steak, I will into katsu. Now he's prepping the salad from the crow. And Rohan is doing family meal. And at the same time, just finished frying tofu for his tuna head menu. And now I'm just filleting the Baminian rockfish. Why not, new fish on the menu, grilled, super fresh. I'm doing the grilled Baminian rockfish with the green grape and shiso salad or salsa, you can call it. I love prepping, and also I wanna be in the kitchen working together with my staff. We do all together, so I'm always in the kitchen. In traditional Japanese grilled fish, quite often use a skewer, so it doesn't have any mark on the skin. The reason I score the skin is the skin shrinks, so if you score the skin, that will prevent. And really, skewering really helps a lot to operate on the grill. Sometimes I use very traditional Spanish grill that many people use. And we are really open, we are not trying to do everything very Japanese. I think the part of the beauty of a Japanese restaurant outside of Japan is this kind of exchange.
So here's a tasting for the
Right. It's absolutely important to taste several times, even one dish. New dishes, we taste all of us together and discuss, what's the ideal, and everybody's opinion matters, and, we work it together. So last week we were using shrimp, and then we changed ingredients to Texas prawn. We call it Texan prawn. Every time we change one ingredient, we all have to try. Oh, very good.
I can get the batter lighter though.
Texas good. Right, it's a different from different from shrimp. It's much more meaty and it's very nice. So that's what he's been working on since the morning. The bun is toasted with the lobster butter. After picking the meat from the shell, he roasts the shell and then make two things: lobster butter and lobster aioli, which is on top of the bun. And then we put lobster crawl salad and then lettuce, and then he just made lobster bisque as a sauce on top of lobster katsu. So it's whole lobsters in it.
The lobster salad might need a bit more seasoning because you don't really get much kind of seasoning until you actually hit the katsu.
Yeah, in general, it's really nice and fresh, but you need not, in order to eat this big, you have to have much stronger taste. Let's take a little peek of the tuna, okay? It looks good, but when it's cooked, the tuna starts to cry. because internally, like, it starts to boil, all the fat comes out from the tears, and that's a sign of it's done. So it needs 1 hour, 2 more hours. But before the service, it should be done, and then take the meat off. Okay, so this is porcini. This is coming from south of Yosemite. So this is like a first porcini I went to pick this summer. I'm not allowed to tell the location, partly because in the mushroom picking world, it's very secretive. Many fishermen I know are really into mushroom hunting. So that's how I get to know the place. And then out of all the respect to them, I can't really tell where I catch. When I catch a lot. Sometimes I sell my mushroom to other restaurants. So this is the baby porcini, you see? Cute, cute, cute. And these you can eat it raw. And same as, nakaochi, the meat between the rib of the tuna, that's also super fresh. So we're gonna put it together. You can call it carpaccio. And we use pear as a medium to combine together. For some dishes like this, we have, say, like ichigo ichie, means one ingredient meets the other. Shaved baby porcini meets, bluefin tuna. Both are like top of this seasoning. One in the mountain, one in the sea. Let's put it together. That kind of, they meet each other. That's like really beautiful, poetic expression of cooking, I guess. I mean, it tastes amazing, but also you have this dish only this time of the year. You capture the moment of the season. That itself is very Japanese spirit, even though we call it carpaccio. And then finally, pine salt. In the Sierra, porcinis are growing under the lodgepole pine trees. So this is a needle that I, pick from the trees where the porcini is growing. And I grind it, and then with the salt. Let's taste it. Let's taste it. Yeah, try with the, there. Wow. Pretty damn good. So good. Dishes are looking really, really good, guys. Prep is like 90% done? Is it done? 90% done. I have like a 10% workout after the lunch. Time to eat. Yeah, it's like 4 o'clock. It's time for family meal. I have to walk my dog. I'm gonna just shuffle like really quickly and then take my dog. Chantal, stop. So this is my sous chef Artichoke. This is my junior sous chef Chantal. The biggest stress of my life, more than the restaurant. Pretty much for them, I have to go to the mountain all the time. Okay, I have to go and then let's forage, And they actually worked. On the way back with too much mushroom and it's too heavy, I bought this backpack for the dogs. Put lots of porcini on Chanterelle on the back, and then Chanterelle carry Chanterelle. Now it's time to
my man's putting
meeting
the dogs to
with
work.
So this meeting is about all the
That's
updating
legendary
of the menu.
shit, bro.
We don't
Man's
change
best
entirely,
friend.
but there's always a little bit of
Where the fuck's
adjustment, a bit of a
Rocky
change of ingredients.
Living
If
with my
there are
parents.
limited numbers, we have to mention it's limited. And also checking who's coming.
What a guy.
Sometimes like all the friends and family comes. VIP, you know who's VIP?
The family of Rohan's girlfriend.
Rohan, your girlfriend's family are gonna be here?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. I'm gonna send some good stuff. That's it about the guests, right?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, have to hurry up. Thanks. Now it's 5:30, like 30 minutes before opening. I have to change to uniform. I just have to do a couple of things just before, 30 minutes before I still have to prep. This is a grill setup today. So that's my setting. And then Nathan is doing all the, kakiage tempura as well as lobster cut sandwich. And then in this section, all the sashimi and then cold cut. And Rohan is doing all those other salads and, anything else but sashimi. Oh shit, it's 6:10 already. What are we doing? The customers are here. Please leave.
The endings are cheesy, but Oh, dude, full episode of River Monsters. Fuck.
Wonderful.
After the success of Spider-Man from 2000, it's no surprise that a sequel was made the very next year. Centered on a classic Spider-Man villain that didn't make the cut in the last game, I give you Spider-Man 2, which is not to be confused with Spider-Man 2. Or Spider-Man 2. Man, they gotta get better at naming these games. Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro is a game that has been largely overlooked by fans over the years. I'm guilty of this myself, as this is one of the few Spider-Man games that I've yet to sit down and play from start to finish, if you can believe it. So this will be a learning experience for me too. Before we get into it, if you haven't already seen my video covering the first game, you can click the link in the description to do so. I highly recommend it, as I'm not going to go in depth with the basic gameplay features here, since they're very similar to that game. With that being said, let's dive into Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro for PlayStation 1. After doing such a good job with their first game, you'd expect Neversoft to be back with yet another adventure for the web-slinger, but sadly that isn't the case this time around. Instead, developer Vicarious Visions was given the task of making this game. A company that was mostly known for porting existing games or developing handheld titles. Oh. As I said before, this game is a direct sequel to Spider-Man from 2000. Only where that game released on a handful of systems, strangely, Enter Electro is a PlayStation exclusive title, which is probably one of the reasons it's not as well known as the first game. I could barely find any details on this game's development compared to the first one. However, this game uses the first one as a base, so most of their efforts probably went into level design and mechanics, rather than building an experience from the ground up like Neversoft did. This game was originally meant to release in September of 2001, but the game's climax originally took place atop the World Trade Center. So, as you can imagine, it had to be delayed to October of that year. More on that later. This game sees the return of Rino Romano as Spider-Man, and I think he does an even better job here than in the first game. His delivery just feels that much more impactful.
Oh yeah, those walls are just as hard as I thought.
Aside from that, the rest of the voice cast do a decent job. There just aren't as many standout performances as there were in the first game. Music is composed by Todd Maston, and it's just about as good as it was the first time around. I particularly love this title screen music, which brings us right into the next part of the video. The game starts with a brief recap of the first game.
Previously on Spider-Man,
albeit with noticeably better graphics. This is because this game's cutscenes use the models found in the PC version of the first game. We open with a cutscene of Electro breaking into a facility called Biotech and stealing a device, which will amplify his powers. This game's cutscenes have such a dark and creepy atmosphere, which is funny since it focuses on one of Spider-Man's silliest looking villains. Some background if you aren't already familiar with Electro. First appearing in Amazing Spider-Man issue 9, Max Dillon was an ordinary electrician working on power lines when suddenly, lightning struck his body, transforming him into a living power generator. What's interesting about the original incarnation of Electro when compared to later adaptations is that he wears a metal harness over his body to control his electric blasts, instead of just firing them straight out of his fingers. Electro is definitely not as big of a threat as someone like Carnage or Doc Ock, but this game does make an effort to power him up before we finally confront him. Every level of the game opens with the Daily Bugle newspaper, usually trashing Spider-Man, and if you end up failing a level, you'll be greeted with even harsher headlines. That's some great attention to detail. Despite not playing this game very much growing up, this loading screen of Spider-Man running in place is burned into my brain. So classic.
Welcome, true believers. Stan Lee here to bring you yet another scintillating tale of superhero daring-do.
The opening level takes place in New York at sunset, and it looks great. Beast from the X-Men is here too, playing Black Cat's role. Maybe I should rephrase that. He gives you hints if you weren't already familiar with the game's controls. The other X-Men appear in the game's training mode. I wonder if this was some kind of cross-promotion with X-Men Mutant Academy 2, since Spider-Man is playable there. In fact, these games would have released on the same day had this one never been delayed. As I mentioned before, the gameplay is nearly identical to the last game, with the addition of being able to web enemies from midair and this web targeting system for when you need to yank something like an air vent or fire hydrant. Cool idea, but the execution really isn't great, since the game rarely tells you that's what you need to do. Get used to that, because that just about sums up this entire game. Health and web power-ups are back, and so is the Spidey armor pickup, but it must be harder to find this time around, because I only found it once during my playthrough. New additions include freeze web and electric webbing. These are very useful later on in the game. The streets aren't flooded with toxic gas this time, so theoretically we should be able to go down there and...
Wonderful.
Still can't do that. And hey, look at that, they finally remembered the webs on Spider-Man's suit. They look a little funky, and I think they still forgot to put them on his belt, but he looks a little less like a lobster now at least. This level is very similar to the opening mission from the first game. And look, the Baxter building is here too, in a completely different part of the city for some reason.
I wonder if they rent or own.
That's something you'll notice throughout this game. There's a lot more dialogue describing what's going on during gameplay. That's kind of ahead of its time. After finishing the tutorial, Spider-Man sits on a rooftop reading a newspaper before being interrupted by the sounds of a nearby explosion.
Time to do that hero thing, Spidey.
A hooded figure runs out of biotech and drives off, but not before getting a spider tracer stuck to him. This leads into the first mission that takes place in the streets of New York. It's so cool to finally get to see down here, even if you can't dynamically go from rooftops to ground level. This level consists of patrolling around New York and throwing trash cans at people. I think I forgot to mention that you can throw stuff in my video about the first game. So, yeah, you can throw stuff. At one point, criminals blow up a coffee shop, to which Spider-Man remarks,
Lucky no one was inside.
I love when stories meant for kids try to act like people didn't just die horribly.
Look, I can see their parachutes. They're okay.
To put out the fires, we must target a fire hydrant and web pull it. Only I was playing this part of the game on mute, so I had no clue what to do aside from running in circles like an idiot. I did, however, find this hidden basketball that you can play with in this alley. Next, Spider-Man climbs back up to the rooftops to follow the signal from a spider tracer. I really like the fact that the criminals are wearing camouflage on top of completely gray skyscrapers. You are not blending in at all. This level has some pretty cool scenery, like the part where you run across the top of this bridge. The thing that frustrated me here is that multiple thugs are stationed on rooftops throughout the city using giant turrets to shoot you. So naturally, I just ran past them to go straight to the end. Only nothing happened. So I had to backtrack all the way to the start and destroy every turret before it would let me progress. I wish the game had just told me I had to destroy every turret instead of making me waste my time. Spider-Man arrives at the warehouse only to discover the place crawling with thugs. One by one I defeated them, and Spider-Man is told by one of the thugs that something is happening at a nearby airfield. Suddenly, the Shocker appears and a boss fight begins. In the comics, the Shocker comes from Amazing Spider-Man issue 46. Herman Schultz was a common thief who was arrested after being caught breaking into a safe. Thanks to his expertise with tools, he was put into the prison workshop. There, he developed gauntlets that shoot shockwaves. Hence the name Shocker. Shocker and Electro are commonly confused with one another, so a good way to tell between the two is to remember that Electro has superpowers and Shocker does not. He just shoots high-powered vibrations. Really not as cool when you put it like that, but I digress. The warehouse is set ablaze and is going to blow any minute, so there's a time limit to fight Shocker. Definitely not the easiest first boss to fight. Comparing this game's boss battles to the ones in the first game, it's so unclear what to do this time around. In the first game, the solution was usually pretty straightforward. I tried punching Shocker, but it barely did anything. I tried webbing him up, and he broke out immediately. After trying and failing for 10 minutes, I learned that you're supposed to drop these huge crates on top of him. Only it's extremely hard to get it to line up. Eventually I was able to beat him, but this boss was rough. It's sad, because the boss battles were my favorite part of the first game. The warehouse explodes and Spider-Man hands Shocker over to the police, before making a reference to another character who was voiced by Reno Romano in the early 2000s.
I don't need pointy ears and a cape to figure out that this is probably another heist.
The next level sees Spider-Man swing through the city before being shot out of the sky by rockets. This is another street level mission, where weird mercenaries who look like ninjas have planted a bomb that takes 4 color-coded keys to disarm. The cutscene of them activating it is so weird looking. What do you mean, seconds later? I could have just walked up to it myself. After this, you have to search the city hoping to find the 4 specific mercenaries holding each key before the time limit expires. This one is creative, but it kind of feels like a repeat of the bomb in the bank from the first game. As you find each key, you can head back over to the bomb and insert it, which grants more time before the level ends. When you finally manage to track down each key, the bomb is disarmed. A fun fact about this mission: if you manage to hold off on inserting the keys until you have all 4, the negative zone costume is unlocked. We'll go back to look at all the costumes after the story is complete. Arriving at Hangar 18, Spider-Man discovers that thugs are planning to ambush the police with machine guns, which leads right into a stealth sequence. Trying to move around the level without being spotted is nearly impossible. I tried as hard as I could, and without fail they would spot me from across the map. At this point I was running low on web fluid, so it wasn't easy to take out every turret. You may have noticed by now, but this game is hard. It seems like everything from the first game has been made pointlessly complicated this time around. A lot of the time you'll have no idea what to do or where to go. That isn't to bash on this game. I just wanted to make sense how this one differs from the first game, despite looking visually similar. Anyway, Spider-Man successfully deactivates all the turrets, and heads inside the hangar, to what is, in my opinion, the worst mission in this entire game.
Quick, Spider-Lad, you stop the plane and I'll get the bad guys. Oh wait, I don't have a sidekick.
Spider-Man must now stop an out-of-control plane from crashing into explosive barrels, and the only hint you get is that he must use his webbing. So I thought, okay, I'll just web up the propellers to slow it down. Only when you web a certain propeller, the plane starts turning, and before I could stop it, the plane crashed into the wall and I had to start all over. Next, I tried picking up and throwing the barrels out of the way, but that took too long and the plane crashed anyway. Finally, after numerous attempts, I learned that the barrels can be destroyed with impact webbing, so I run around shooting all of them like a madman until I'm met with this giant door. No big deal. I'll just flip the switch and let the plane exit the hangar. You gotta be kidding me. Turns out you have to do all of those things in that order and still have time to spare to web up the propellers without letting it crash into the wall. Golly, I apologize for that rant, and I'm sure some of you guys will say you figured it out on the first try, but that was insane. Not even so much as a hint pop up saying webbing can be used to destroy the barrels from midair or anything. I'm sure now that I know what to do it wouldn't be so bad, but there are a lot of moments like that in this game that hurt the experience for me. The developers were trying something new and I appreciate that, but I don't think I should have to fail the level 20 times in a row before I finally figure out what to do. Spider-Man saves the pilot and uses a spider tracer to track a helicopter that escaped in the confusion. This next level is extremely simple after that last one. Tracking the helicopter, we platform across the city with this meter at the bottom of the screen indicating how close we are. What's strange is that the Spidey compass is still here, so it's not exactly difficult to pinpoint where we're supposed to go. Getting to the train yard, which looks a lot more like a prison, we enter another stealth sequence. Guards are patrolling the area, and after they're all taken out, we have to press various buttons around the map to make the door switch activate. This is reminiscent of the part in the first game where Venom locks 4 steel doors that must be opened in a specific order, which was one of my favorite puzzles there. The next level is more of the same, just beating up enemies and flipping switches to open doors and progress. I will say, these control rooms look very similar to the underground base seen at the end of the first game. One of the trains gets away and Spider-Man follows, leading into an encounter with one of my favorite classic Spider-Man villains. Approaching the train, Spider-Man is attacked by the Sandman. This isn't just a boss fight, but more of a chase mission where we have to juggle battling Sandman with trying to reach the train, which isn't easy since Sandman keeps building giant walls of sand that have to be destroyed by throwing objects at them. It's anxiety-inducing trying to throw objects before being hit by him, But I thought it was so cool that Sandman showed up, I really didn't mind. It's surprising he wasn't in the first game considering he's one of Spider-Man's oldest villains. For some background, Sandman first appeared in Amazing Spider-Man issue 4. William Baker, also known as Flint Marko, was a criminal who hid inside an atomic testing site facility to escape the police. Residing on the beach, a nuclear blast caused the molecules in his body to merge with the sand below, transforming him into the Sandman. Finally catching up with the train, Spider-Man encounters the Beetle, who quickly blasts him and flies away, leaving Spider-Man with an invitation to a Daily Bugle ball.
Looks like Spiderella's going to the ball.
Throughout the game, multiple villains are seen carrying strange briefcases. These cases contain the parts Electro needs to assemble a device that would give him limitless power. Now all Electro needs is the help of Dr. Watts back at Biotech to finish it. Get it? Dr. Watts? This cutscene uses a hilariously bad-looking model of Sandman.
Yeah, plans and strategies are all well and good, but I think you're forgetting about one thing.
What's up, Golden?
Spider-Man.
And it is really weird to see this sound effect used unironically.
It's policy.
Hammerhead shows up and explains that his plan is to ambush the science ball and kidnap Dr. Watts in the process. Spider-Man arrives only to find that the building is now crawling with Hammerhead's thugs. You'll also likely notice that this level is just a repurposed bank interior from the first game. After taking out some thugs, a civilian is trapped in one of the elevators, requiring us to yank one of the air vents down. I won't lie, I totally forgot this was a feature until now, so it took me a second to realize that was what I needed to do. The elevator is unstable, so we have to use webs to secure it. Only problem is, this game is really bad about giving you web cartridges, so I didn't have enough, and this happened.
Wonderful.
After respawning, I had my webs back, and was able to free the hostage. The rest of the level is basically just the bank heist from the first game, crawling along the ceiling and taking out thugs. I did really love this reference to one of my favorite underused Spider-Man villains partway through the level.
Hey, who dresses you guys anyway? Hobgoblin?
That's one thing these games do best. Spider-Man has already met most of his villains before they show up in-game, whereas the newer Spider-Man games always have him meeting villains for the first time. That just makes me feel like he hasn't accomplished very much in the years that he's been a superhero. The next level starts with a really strange cutscene.
Just 6 of you against 1 woman?
What do you mean 6? There are 3 guys there. Maybe the Beetle and a few other villains were originally meant to be here or something. Hammerhead comes from issue 113 of Amazing Spider-Man. He's a gangster with a metal plate in his head who can run straight through walls like the Rhino. His origin is one of the weirder ones I've seen from a comic character. Get this. An unnamed man was found in an alleyway, shot and left for dead. Above him was an old gangster movie poster. A brain surgeon named Jonas Harrow discovered the man and repaired his broken body, adding metal plates in the place of shattered bones. With no prior memory of his life, the man modeled himself after the gangster movie poster he saw, becoming Hammerhead. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they've retconned that origin by now in comics, but as far as his first appearance is concerned, that's what happened. Hammerhead's inclusion here is neat, but this boss fight is painful. This is another example of the game making no effort to tell you what to do. At first, I thought it was another Rhino situation where you wait until he charges and leap out of the way at the last second, which does happen, but it's nearly impossible to get it to work. So I tried punching him, and that did barely any damage. On top of that, I was constantly being shot at by him. After trying and failing multiple times, I learned that you're meant to target his gun and yank it out of his hand, and only then, for some reason, will he take a reasonable amount of damage. It still isn't easy by any means, but eventually I was able to defeat him. Upon beating Hammerhead, Spider-Man goes to check on Dr. Watts, only to find that she vanished. Spider-Man calls Dr. Connors, who works at Biotech, to see what's going on, and discovers that he is transformed into the Lizard once again. Arriving at Biotech, we have to make our way through a huge facility while being shot by flying drones. At the start of the level, a boiler begins melting down, which led me to believe that I had to race to the control room to shut it off. But whenever I tried... Okay, I think you get the idea. I won't bore you with my failing every mission over and over anymore, but this game is really confusing sometimes. The next room has a giant generator with vents above it that can be accessed after shutting off the laser grid and flipping a switch in the control room. Once inside the vents, we make our way to another control room and find out that Dr. Connors is in the Special Projects Lab. The next mission takes Spidey through various areas blocked by force fields. To disable these, we must complete a series of increasingly tedious and complex objectives, like destroying drone generators, making laser guns shoot each other, which rarely seems to work, and increasing the temperature of a room so robots can't detect us. While these last few missions have been confusing to say the least, I want to take the opportunity to highlight how cool the mechanical aesthetic in this game is. I like how visually distinct it is from the first game despite having so many assets shared between them. It also seems to be night a lot more in this one, making it even more visually distinct. Getting back to the story, Spider-Man arrives at the lab and encounters the Lizard, who is way scarier this time around.
Wow, maybe this wasn't the lizard. This amount of damage would do the Hulk proud. Come on, Doc, give me a sign here. Let me know you're okay. Relax!
What happened to his chipper attitude from the first game?
Listen, dude.
Jokes aside, it's cool to finally get to fight him, and I like that he has his purple pants from the comics. Speaking of which, Lizard comes from the Amazing Spider-Man issue 6. In this issue, Peter Parker is sent to get photos of Spider-Man and the mysterious Lizard who suddenly appeared in Florida. Once there, Spider-Man seeks the help of reptile expert Dr. Kurt Connors, only to discover that Connors is the Lizard, accidentally doing this to himself after using reptile DNA to regrow his arm that was lost during the war. As I'm sure many of you have noticed, this is quite different from how most adaptations portray the Lizard, often making him a scientist who works somewhere in New York instead of down in Florida. Regardless, that's what you need to know about Lizard. Now, let's get into the boss battle. At the start of the fight, we need to access this computer to formulate the antidote for Dr. Connors. These last few missions had a lot of weird minigames that look just like this for some reason. The Lizard is invulnerable unless he is shot with the antidote that serves as a web power-up. This is one of those bosses that you don't want getting too close to you. He is really scary in this game. And I can't get it out of my head that his screeches sound eerily similar to Mothra from Godzilla. Am I the only one who hears that? With Lizard beaten, he reverts back into Dr. Connors, who explains that Electro broke in and attacked him, probably explaining why he became the Lizard before, and that if Electro is able to complete his device, then he'll be able to amplify his electricity powers and become like a god. Spider-Man heads to Dr. Watt's lab, and on the way faces numerous drones and laser cannons. I really don't know why he has to do this. The only explanation given is that if we don't shut all of these down, he will never get to Dr. Watt's lab. This reminds me of the levels in the underwater base from the end of the first game. Everyone and everything is out to get you in this level. Spider-Man enters Dr. Watt's lab, only to find it destroyed just like Connors was. Using the computer, he's able to learn that Electro's device needs a special jewel in order to work. Before there's time to ask any questions, Sandman shows up, and a boss battle ensues. Before we get into it, I just want to say that this is by far the best boss battle in this game. This also happens to be the closest to a boss fight from the first game, in that you can pretty easily figure out what you're supposed to do instead of these weird convoluted solutions most bosses have. Fighting Sandman in the middle of a construction site is the most classic Spider-Man thing ever. To stun Sandman, we must activate a water pump to increase the pressure and then turn the valve when Sandman is in range. Of course they felt the need to make that a two-step process instead of just letting us turn the water on like normal, but it's not too big of a deal. There's a building under construction that we can climb to get a comet collectible, but I didn't have much luck making it to the top before Sandman destroyed it. Frustrating, sure, but I love the attention to detail that he can even do that. With Sandman finally defeated, Spider-Man finds a nearby newspaper that says something. I'm being completely honest when I say I can barely read this, it's so pixelated. Luckily in the next scene we get a closer view, and this serves as Electro's way of finding out where the jewel is kept. He does just that and heads for the museum. Arriving at the museum, Electro uses a power I have never seen before and brings suits of samurai armor to life to fight Spider-Man. This is the final stretch of the game, and with that comes a lot of creative ideas. This level requires us to destroy each samurai and then throw the remaining armor pieces into a generator that's being used to electrocute the entrance to the next exhibit. I think he could have just used the door if he wanted to keep me out. This next level is one of my least favorites. Spider-Man has to crawl along the wall all the way to the top, which is about the height of the Empire State Building, give or take. That's not all. There are also electrified walls, exploding screens, and lightning strikes to worry about. Despite this exhibit being based on the Earth's history, the only thing I learned during this level is that I hate lightning. The next area sees our first proper battle against Electro. It's really cool visually, taking place in a model of the solar system. There are a few annoying attacks he does, like spinning around shooting lightning, but strangely, the main move he does against you, this electricity dome, does no damage at all. So I had a very easy time with this. Electro grabs Dr. Watts and threatens to fry her if Spider-Man doesn't hand over the jewel. With no choice, Spider-Man tosses it over and Electro transforms into a pure energy version of himself, known as Hyper Electro. I'm not kidding, check the character viewer. He then flies to the top of 2 suspiciously unnamed towers so he can absorb as much electricity as possible. He then blasts Spider-Man and ends up destroying part of his suit in the process. The first ever instance of suit damage in a Spider-Man game. The final battle is here, and it's not easy. There are multiple things to do before Electro can be damaged, like destroying generators on the central antenna, and then disabling capacitors on the other tower. After all that's done, you can now damage Electro, but only if you stand in the most specific spot and get him to do this lightning attack that causes him to get stunned. As far as I know, that's the only way to do it. Even then, I nearly died multiple times. He plants electric mines everywhere, and they're so hard to see, with so many electricity effects already flying all over the screen. After all of that, Electro is defeated once and for all. We don't get to see the immediate aftermath of his defeat, instead cutting to a gag of Spider-Man reading a Daily Bugle that claims the mighty Thor was the one to save the city from Electro instead of Spider-Man.
What?
Spider-Man is obviously not happy about this, and crumbles it up before swinging into the sunset. Our last ever look at this version of Spider-Man. Elsewhere, we see Hammerhead and Shocker playing poker in prison, while Electro sits in the background whining about his defeat.
If it weren't for Spider-Man, I'd be a god now! Would you shut up?
I had the biggest smile on my face when this happened in the final moments.
You know any other games? All I know is poker.
Nah, but maybe they know a few.
Hey! You guys know how to play Go Fish?
That's gold right there. After sitting through a bizarre credits sequence to say the least, it's time to go back to the main menu and check out this game's bonus content. Starting with the unlockable costumes. And there are quite a few. Alternate costumes include Spider Phoenix, Prodigy, Dusk, the Insulated Suit, Alex Ross Suit, Alex Ross in White, Venom 2 from Earth X, Negative Zone, Symbiote, 2099, Captain Universe, Unlimited, Bagman, Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly, Quick Change, Peter Parker, and finally, Battle Damage Spidey. I was pleasantly surprised to see just how many there were here. I also discovered a strange Easter egg, where if you held down all the shoulder buttons on the controller, Spider-Man sort of disappears and leaves behind a ghostly white outline. From what I can tell, you can't actually play as this, so I wouldn't count it as a hidden costume, but I still felt like it was worth mentioning. Let me know if you know why this is here. While there are a lot of suits, only 2 of them were unlocked by the end of my playthrough. Those being Earth X Venom 2 and Battle Damage Spidey. I've heard more suits than that are supposed to be unlocked by beating it on normal, but who knows. Maybe that's my punishment for dying 100 times in every level. With such a great lineup of alternate suits, this leads us to my favorite bonus feature of the game. Create a Spidey. Most of the costumes in this game grant you special abilities, like infinite health or infinite webbing, things like that. This feature takes it to the next level by giving us the ability to mix and match these powers between the various suits. So if you want to play the game as Peter Parker with infinite health and stronger punches, you can. Likewise, if you want to play as Symbiote Spider-Man with limited web cartridges, you can do that too. Although I don't know why you would. The point is, just having the choice to customize Spider-Man any way you like is really sweet. Just like the first game, there are a variety of comic book covers to collect and view, many of them being first appearances of characters in this game, or issues related to certain costumes. We can also view cutscenes, storyboards, Daily Bugle headlines, everything you'd expect to be in the extras menu. However, one thing that took me by surprise was the Parker Portfolio section, which contains art of the game's various boss battles done by Marvel comic book artists of the time. Different pieces of art are unlocked by playing through the game on various difficulties. I played on normal and unlocked this beautiful art done by Mark Bagley, but I also found these pieces done by John Romita Sr., who drew many of the most important Spider-Man comics ever created. Tutorial missions are included that feature Charles Xavier and Rogue from the X-Men, guiding Spider-Man through his various abilities. This is why Beast made an appearance at the start of the game's story mode. On top of this, there are various challenges to play that take place in some sort of weird Matrix-looking environment. I'm not sure if it was an issue with my copy, but every time I tried to play one of these while using an alternate suit, I would revert back to normal Spider-Man, so be aware of that. Cheat codes make their grand return in this game, with What If mode even being featured. In the case of What If mode, this version isn't as creative as it was in the first game. I think a more fitting name would have been Banana mode. Normally this would be where we start to close things off, but before we do that, we need to talk about the censorship this game faced following the unfortunate attacks on September 11th, 2001. Many of you who played this game may notice strange details here and there, like how Spider-Man says,
Wonderful.
if you fall to your demise, or how Thor is mentioned in the game's last cutscene, but is nowhere to be seen aside from that. All of those and more are the result of the aforementioned censorship, following the game being delayed until October. Somehow, copies of the original version of this game still exist, and by viewing gameplay of them, we learn just how far that censorship goes. In the final game, level names were changed, cutscenes were cut to pieces to remove lines of dialogue, and a scene where a plane explodes, along with the entire final mission being remodeled since the final battle originally took place on top of the World Trade Center. Perhaps the most interesting cut feature of all is this lost Thor cutscene. Rumor has it that there was originally going to be a scene where Spider-Man encounters Thor after the final battle. You may be thinking it's probably still in the original version of the game, but that's not the case. So it must have been cut even before that for some unknown reason. Footage of this cutscene is said to have been featured on Activision's official website around the time of the game's release. Only problem is that that was 24 years ago, and the website is long gone by now, making this lost media. As of today, all we have that remains of this scene is this image. Hopefully sometime in the near future, more will be uncovered about this mysterious file. Enter Electro would see its release on October 18th, 2001. Seeing as this is a PS1 exclusive title, there aren't nearly as many versions of this game as the predecessor had. That said, there are some cover arts I'd like to compare. Most of these are identical to the US version, except for the sleek red version from Japan. Following its release, Spider-Man Enter Electro would get mixed reviews, but reception was generally lower than it was with the first game, which is to be expected since this is essentially the first game but not as good. Despite my saying that, this game is still a good time. By no means is this a bad game just because it didn't live up to the impossible standard set by the first one. I still recommend Enter Electro for any Spider-Man fan out there. Just play the game on easy mode or turn on invincibility. Thanks for watching. This has been a cool experience getting to play through an older Spider-Man game I had barely touched until now. If you'd like
OSRS is a small farm-to-table restaurant in the English countryside. We are a Michelin star. People travel even countries to come eat dinner here. As a head chef, I've moved to the countryside just to work at this restaurant. We have our own farm in which we grow a lot of our own produce. You kind of really have to plan your menus according to how farmers grow their crops or how they raise their animals. It really lets nature tell you what you need to put on your menu. Hi, it's Kieran, head chef at OSRS restaurant. We're going to start our day today by foraging some wild garlic. We're here in Bruton in the English countryside. We're about 10 minutes from the restaurant, so let's get to work. This is Guinness, by the way. Wild garlic. It's like a green leaf, like long and flat. It grows everywhere in this part of the world. In London, we'd have to buy the wild garlic from local suppliers. Obviously, this is a lot cheaper and you get it a lot fresher. These ones you can make oil out of and they're really delicious. You make oils and soups. But if you're going to eat them raw, you want to use the fresh, new, young shoots. This wild garlic is going on the chicken Petivier dish. We dress it in its own oil and it just goes nicely on the plate. And with these shoots, the best way to kind of get them out of the ground is just to use a pair of scissors. If you're pulling at them all the time, you can damage the plant. So that looks like it's enough for a couple of days. It's almost 8 o'clock, time to get back to the restaurant and do some real work. We are at work, which is OSRS restaurant. This used to be a 300-year-old building. It was an inn before we took it over, and we've done heaps and heaps of renovation to it. The whole kitchen got gutted out, ripped out, and put in brand new. Boys here are already working. So I'm gonna get it changed, and then we're gonna break down a whole venison, so let's go. So this is the prep kitchen where all the real work gets done. I'm gonna go grab the venison and we'll get started. So this came in last night actually. So yeah, super fresh. It's a big old boy. So we'll get this whole animal every week. For me, I think it's really important to take whole animals as much as you can. There's way more that you can do with them. You can be very creative with using kind of waste cuts. The less things we can kill, the better, in my opinion. So it's from the Thornbury estate. It's a 30-kilo fallow, grade A headshot. So we have a guy called Matt. He shoots all our deer for us and brings them in whenever we need them. So we'll take 1 to 2 deers a week, depending on how busy we are. Making the most of it should last us. So I'm going to take the back end off first. I'm just going to get the knife at the lower base of the back, cut through until I get to bone. So you want to use the knife for soft tissue and then only using the sword just to cut through bone, because you want to keep the cuts in the flesh nice and clean. Otherwise, it's going to turn into shredded tuna, essentially. So this is pretty much the back end of game season. We use venison pretty much from November through to late February. So this is for our main venison dish. It's a 2-step dish. We use the heart on top of a little taco, and you kind of eat that, and then it's like a secondary course. The rest of the meat comes, and we serve it very simply. We have each kind of component on the plate, which would be the belly, the sausage, the loin, but really it's kind of focusing on the venison and not messing around with it too much. So it's obviously got its own very gamey taste. It's very lean, even though this one here, I'd say, is especially fatty, which is really good. This is where we get the best venisons in. It doesn't have the same marbling as beef, but it's very tender. It's got a kind of stronger flavor profile. This is a female, so it's a doe. The does, in my opinion, are a bit better. They're a bit more mild. You can get the stags in the wrong season, when they're kind of full of adrenaline, fighting each other. You get this really strong flavor that I don't really like. So this is a tenderloin. If this was beef, this would be the fillet, or fillet. Obviously, it's a venison, so it's a lot smaller. The bottom side will have this kind of layer of silver skin. Silver skin is just a layer of sinew that's connected to the loin. The way I like to remove it is kind of treating it similar to a fish and treating it as skin. I'm just kind of pulling it over, letting the knife do all the work, and then you should get a pretty clean loin. The way kitchens work, or a lot of kitchens work, is that you start on like maybe a cold starter section or a larder section, and then you'll move around the kitchen, and usually the most experienced kind of chef de partes, you call them line cooks in America, start taking on the grill section, which will be all the animals, meat, fish, and that is generally the section where you learn the most about butchery, I think. And so we're going to break the belly down. Any fish or meat butchery, you're essentially trying to get as close to the bone as possible. And yeah, the best way to do that is running a knife super close to the bone and getting it nice and tight. So the belly, we're going to brine them in a kind of pastrami-style brine, and then we're going to cook them overnight until they're really, really soft. And that's going to serve as a kind of skewer to go on the venison dish. Things like getting it
Why is it
deer
such a
and
small
working really
piece?
closely with farms makes my life a lot easier. However, from working in London,
Like,
you can
bro,
pretty
there's no
much
way I'm
order
paying
things
for that.
at 1 o'clock in the morning, and they will turn up at 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. You don't really get that here. So you have to be a lot more organized with what you order. They give us the animals or the vegetables when the vegetables are kind of perfect, rather than just being able to get it whenever we want, essentially. So the belly, we're going to stick both these parts together. So this is it's a powder, it's called transglutamase, also known as meat glue. With the venison belly, they're notoriously thin, so we want to kind of have a nice thick wedge. So what we do is we just dust it with this powder, and it kind of acts like a protein or like an enzyme, and it will stick meat together. So it allows us to get a really nice fat piece of venison belly. You want like a nice even coating, so just dusting it through a sieve makes that possible. You can see all the layers of the belly through sticking them together. You get the top layer, get some layers of fat, and you get some layers of meat. It just looks better, and it's a lot nicer to eat. So it's 10 o'clock at the moment. I'm going to pass this off to my grill chef, because there are some lobsters I need attending to for our lobster course. So let's get to it. Sam, I need a big, strong man. Oh, yeah. Grab some deer, put it in the fridge. So we have beautiful native lobsters here from off the coast in Cornwall. You can see they've got a really nice blue color to them, which is pretty unique. They came in last night. We work very closely with the fish supplier. For lobster, you want, obviously, alive is like one of the most important things. They have to come alive. We also look at the hardness of the shell. It's very important. If you have a lobster where like the shell is starting to get a little bit soft, there's a chance when you cook the lobster, the flesh can go kind of mushy. There's two kind of main techniques to getting lobster out of the shell. One is kind of blanching it in water very quickly, and then freezing it also. We freeze these tails overnight, not for very long, just for like kind of 4 to 6 hours. Just making a little incision at the top of the shell. You should be able to peel it straight off. And then I like to use the back of a spoon because it's not very sharp. You don't want to kind of hurt the lobster in any way. So just peeling it back very gently, and it should just kind of pop out. So the quicker you can freeze it from fresh, and then the quicker you can get it out of the shell, the better the product's going to be. And this is going to make them really easy to release the meat from the shell. And then it means that we don't have to cook it first, which means all of the cooking for the lobster can be done over the charcoal, which is a lot better for a flavor. Obviously, if you just grill it in the shell, you're not going to get the exposure from the meat to the flames. We're going to put it directly onto the kombu. Kombu is a type of seaweed it's dried. It's very thick. It's got loads of natural kind of umami flavor and seasoning. And just by storing the lobster raw on the kombu, it helps dry out the lobster, gives it a bit of flavor, firms up the texture. We carve it into kind of 4 pieces, and we serve it with an egg yolk sauce. As you can see behind me, we've got the most amazing view of kind of the fields and the countryside. Especially coming from London for myself, it's a real treat because after working a lot of kind of like dingy basement kitchens, getting to see this every day is pretty special. So a lot of people travel to the restaurant to work because of the accolades that we've kind of gained over the years. We've recently been named in the Condé Nast Travelers Hot List. We also have the Michelin star, which is really important for kind of getting staff to work here. We were Good Food Guys Restaurant of the Year just a few weeks ago. So things are going quite well on that front. From all the claws and the heads and the shells, we make this beautiful lobster ragu. These are ready to go. I'm going to blanch these claws off, and then we're going to light the grill, ready to smoke some quinces. So I'm just separating the claws from their knuckles, because they all take a little bit different time to blanch. So the big, thick, crushing claws will take 5 minutes, just so you get each kind of piece perfectly cooked. So when that timer hits 4, I'm going to add the smaller claws. When the timer hits 2, I'm going to add the knuckles. This is the quickest way to blanch all 3 different parts of the claw without having to make it take 20 minutes. So the ice just stops the cooking. Obviously, they've been vigorously boiled for a certain amount of time. And we get them to the point that we like them. And then we want to chill them down as quick as possible. We're just going to keep them fresh, and also it's going to stop the cooking exactly where we want it. And now it's time to light the fire, so we're going to get these away. Here I've got some quinces. They've been roasted in sugar and vinegar, and they're about to get smoked. I'm just starting to light the grill.
Good.
We have a couple firelighters in the bottom, and then we've got these smaller pieces of kindling that set fire very quickly. So we're going to initially get the fire going with those, and then as the fire builds, we're going to transfer to charcoal. Charcoal is what we cook on. It keeps a hotter fire, it's a cleaner fire. But if we're smoking, we smoke over wood. Obviously, wood creates the smoke. Cooking over the live fire, it can be difficult, but once you know what you're doing, I think it opens a lot of doors. It essentially allows a larger range of heat, and it allows you to cook things a lot more slowly. So most of our meat, we will very gently hang or hold above the grill. And then when we want to give it surface color and surface flavor, we'll kind of do it after the cooking. So it's kind of like a reverse way of cooking, but finishing it with loads of flavor. We've let the quinces kind of soak in the syrup overnight, and they've absorbed everything. It's red wine vinegar, it's light brown sugar, flavor it with some star anise and some cinnamon. All of the juice and the pectin, which is like the protein, comes out of the quince and turns it into this very kind of dense, jammy, red syrup. That syrup, when it goes over the grill, will cling and thicken over the quinces, and you'll get this really nice kind of smoke on there, because the smoke can attach itself to viscous liquids a lot more. They become a chewy texture, almost like cured meat. And we're just going to hang these above. We could do it in a dehydrator, and it would take half the time. But we want to do it naturally, and we want to do it where we're imparting flavor onto it. So this is a very slow process, but in the end, it's super worth it. We're going to let these go. It's about 3 p.m, and we really need to get started on the chicken pithivier. So let's move on to that. So just grab some chard. We're going to use this to wrap the chicken for the petivier. Petivier is kind of like a pie, and we stuff it with black truffles, and we wrap it in a sausage meat, and then we kind of shape it into a nice breast with pastry, and then we do beautiful kind of scoring all the way around. This truffle comes from Wiltshire, which is like the next county over. It does change every week, but it will be about £800 for 1 kilo. So yeah, not to be wasted. We put it on as a supplement. The reason why it's a supplement is simply because they take so long to make. The skill involved, I don't think we could realistically make enough to like serve everyone it, and we wouldn't want to like cut corners. If something is like incredibly laborious, labor costs probably the biggest overhead that restaurants have. So if something takes a long time, you're going to pay for it. This is the fast meat that we've made out of the legs. So all the drumsticks and the thighs we've minced down, and we've mixed it with like set powder, all the trim from the truffles, and diced lardo. And then we're going to wrap that on top. And you can kind of just shape it into place. You want it to be as airtight as possible. If there's kind of large air pockets inside, when it goes in the oven, there's a chance it could all explode. The idea is that when you carve it open, you can see every layer that I'm kind of putting in here. So like on a weekend where we'd sell close to 12, this is pretty much all I do. In terms of a normal working day, we get in at 8 o'clock. We stop maybe once for some dinner, and maybe once in the morning for some breakfast. But we can go till 1, 2 in the morning sometimes. It's a tough old day. It's tough on the legs. So this is a sheet of puff pastry with all butter pastry. It's going to go very soft very quickly, especially in like a warm kitchen. So you want to move nice and quick, and you want to work from the fridge at all times. You're treating it almost like a ravioli. You're trying to push out all the air from one side, bringing it to the other side, so that you don't have any big air pockets. When you cook the chicken in the pastry, it really helps keep the chicken moist. So that's going to go straight back in the fridge, and then we can kind of make it look pretty once the pastry's nice and hard again. These are going to chill in the fridge for a while. Later on, we're going to score them and glaze them in egg yolk. I'm going to check in on my team and have our pre-shift meeting.
This is virtue. This one is no sugar.
Part of my job is kind of checking in with the team, trying things, tasting new dishes, and kind of making sure everyone's running smoothly.
Virtue,
So virtue.
Earl Grey,
Earl
and
Grey.
bergamot.
I might like this one better.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more like comfy vibe with the Earl Grey. It makes it more floral.
It becomes instantly more refreshing the more you get. That's good.
So now it's 4:30 and we're having family meal. Some sort of tomato pasta.
I don't have enough air
Thank you so much.
rooms. What the fuck? It's
Hungry boy. There you go.
Okay, so it's 5 o'clock. It's time for our pre-service meeting. I'm all changing to my chef whites, so let's do this.
All right, welcome to Tuesday dinner. So we got 25 people in, starting at 6 with 4 tables.
During the pre-shift meeting, I tell the front of house exactly how many portions of the supplements that we have to sell. Just kind of updating them, really. We have 7 lobsters, which will be 14 portions. We have 6 pies. Cut of venison today will be the loin.
That's right.
So good service.
We chef.
We're just cleaning down for service. Everything kind of speeds up at the moment. We're all rushing around setting up for service, so yeah, it's going to get pretty intense. So the way kind of service runs is the dockets will come on here. We slide them. It's kind of like a leather docket rail. And then we've got the 2 sections, the grill and the garnish section. Everything will kind of come through a funnel, through me, and then we expedite it out the kitchen that way. So it's 6 o'clock. Thanks for following me. I hope you got a good idea of what it's like to be a head chef at Osset Restaurant.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, buddy. Give me those 100 fucking essence.
burgers. Good.
We got them frozen burgers, man.
"25 years ago, the creator of The Simpsons unleashed a brutally honest, unflinching look at the future. It was outlandish, mind-bending, a little heartbreaking, and all kinds of funny.
Shut up and get to the point!
Futurama is a pillar of adult animation, so it's hard to believe that the executives at 20th Century Fox never liked any of it. They demanded changes throughout its inception, then doomed it with a terrible time slot, confounding the showrunners as to why it had to turn into a shit show.
Oh my, yes.
In 1989, the Fox television network was a fledgling and floundering broadcast channel with very few claims to fame. The Simpsons changed all of that. Created by cartoonist Matt Groening, with the help of producer James L. Brooks and showrunner Sam Simon, The Simpsons' rebellious mindset, subversion of family sitcoms, self-aware meta-ness, and its all-around hysterical range of humor, from the highbrow to the slapstick, created an instant hit for Fox. The next decade belonged to Matt Groening's animated sitcom.
Ay, caramba!
Idly hope.
Excellent.
Millions tuned in each week, and that rabid fan base spent billions on merchandising. Its boundary pushing, for the time, and pointed social satire offended parents, religious leaders, and U.S. presidents.
To make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
It won dozens of awards and was inarguably one of the greatest TV shows ever made during its heyday. It directly led to the 90s boom of adult animation, like Beavis and Butthead, Family Guy, and South Park, and inspired countless others, from The Office to The Daily Show. And being animated, it was also easily dubbed for overseas markets, making it a global phenomenon. Simpsons Mania was everywhere. While today it's nowhere near the behemoth it once was, it's hard not to overemphasize how much influence The Simpsons has made on pop culture and really the world at large. Needless to say, Fox would do anything to get another Matt Groening show on the air, and they hassled him for years.
Not long ago, the Fox network approached the producers of The Simpsons with a simple request: 35 new shows to fill a few holes in their programming lineup.
By 1995, Groening started considering it in earnest. Fueled by his apparent fear of robots, Groening wanted to combine comedy with science fiction.
I'm gonna do what I've always dreamed of. I'm gonna write that sitcom about the sassy robot.
Staying in the same lane as The Simpsons, he envisioned a future that wasn't an optimistic utopia nor a dystopian nightmare, but one where everything is just as stupid and polarizing as today.
If I were registered to vote, I'd send these clowns a message by staying home on election day and dressing up like a clown.
You're not registered?
Nope, not vaccinated either.
He eventually landed on the idea of Futurama, about a well-meaning simpleton, Philip J. Fry, who gets accidentally cryogenically frozen, waking up in the year 3000, and is taken in by his extremely distant nephew, Professor Farnsworth, a 160-year-old mad scientist.
This is a chance for Fry to test out my experimental anti-pressure pill. I can't swallow that. Well then, good news. It's a suppository.
About a year into the project, he decided he needed help fleshing out all these concepts. In 1997, he recruited David X. Cohen. The X means nothing, by the way. He had to differentiate himself from another David Cohen in order to stay in the Writers Guild. Cohen went through the usual comedy writer's path, by earning a physics degree at Harvard, followed by a master's in computer science at Berkeley, which naturally got him his first gig, writing for Beavis and Butthead. And that led to him joining The Simpsons in '93.
You call this writing? If I puked in a fountain pen and nailed to the monkey house, I'd get better scripts.
But sir, at Harvard they
at Harvard they taught you. Hit the streets, egghead.
Cohen wrote multiple episodes and segments and constructed probably the greatest sci-fi moment in the series' history.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Wow, Poochie came from another planet? I guess.
He was also the guy responsible for throwing overly complicated math jokes in the background, inadvertently creating a dedicated fan base primed for a nerdy sci-fi cartoon.
Then they said, you know, we want to make this look sciencey, stick some equations in the background. So that's where I thought, oh, instead of just making it mumbo jumbo, I might as well make some jokes that 3 of my friends from graduate school will get at least, and no one else will ever care about or be talking about in the theater 20 years later.
Groening saw Cohen as the perfect match to help him develop Futurama. And Cohen knew he had to say yes because no other offer in Hollywood could be more suited for his skills and interests. Seeing as how science fiction comedies didn't really exist at the time, Groening and Cohen were mostly inspired by the low-budget productions of old sci-fi television, like Doctor Who and Lost in Space. The two spent a year detailing every aspect of Futurama, like picking which scientific concepts to parody and discussing how robots had integrated into society. While Groening already had Turanga Leela, Zap Brannigan, and Kif Kroker, with Cohen they created the more sci-fi-ish characters like the talking crustacean Dr. Zoidberg.
Look at me! I'm Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner!
The dark matter pooping pet Nibbler, and the impulsive, selfish, hard-drinking robot Bender.
Bender, honey, we love you.
Shut up, baby, I know it.
Bender was very deliberately meant to be Futurama's Homer Simpson, but this time he couldn't be accused of being a bad role model by pearl-clutching parents because he's a fictional robot.
Try this, kids at home.
Is television sensation Bender a bad role model for Earth's children?
That's crazy.
They also created a robot called Pocket Pal that would periodically appear to explain the future to Fry, but tossed the idea, figuring that not explaining the insanity of the year 3000 was far funnier. In the end, the two men had an enormous binder representing 2 years of work. In April of 1998, they were ready to pitch Futurama to Fox. Groening and Cohen spent 2 hours describing a myriad of characters, locations, themes, and plot lines to the eager executives. Groening finished by saying,
"What I've done to the American family with The Simpsons, we're going to do to science fiction with Futurama."
They jumped up and down and ordered 13 episodes on the spot. And then, that's when the honeymoon was over. The second they ordered it, they completely freaked out, and were afraid the show was too dark and mean-spirited, and thought they had made a huge mistake, and that the only way they could address their anxieties was to try to make me as crazy as possible with their frustrations. When James L. Brooks brought The Simpsons to Fox, they were so desperate for content, they made a deal with Brooks and Groening that they would never creatively interfere with the series. But in the years since, the execubots at Fox had become increasingly corporate and excessive meddlers in all their other shows.
Executive Alpha, programmed to like things it has seen before.
Hey.
Executive Beta, programmed to roll dice to determine the fall schedule.
More reality shows?
Groening soon realized how spoiled he was on The Simpsons. He spent countless meetings with Fox, constantly telling them no because they wanted to change every aspect of the series. They questioned aliens having Italian accents, futuristic products with identifiable brands, prostitutes being coin-operated robots, and they didn't get why the plots kept happening off of Earth.
Why not? It's clever, it's unexpected.
But that's not why people watch TV. Clever things make people feel stupid, and unexpected things make them feel scared.
Fox also didn't approve of him selecting Rough Draft Studios to handle the animation, even though the company was founded by Simpsons veterans. Groening called the experience the worst of his career. He already resented the idea that Fox thought the success of The Simpsons was a product of their efforts, and wasn't afraid to arrogantly point at his yellow family as proof of what happens when creatives are left alone. Again, Groening's Simpsons built the network and made them billions. He assumed he'd get some leeway. Even his chosen cast weren't safe from the mindless tampering. Initially, Charlie Schlatter from Diagnosis Murder was set as Fry, and Mad TV's Nicole Sullivan landed Leela. But quickly thereafter, Fox abruptly fired both of them, with no reason given.
The part of the story I remember, which is so cringeworthy for actors, is that Charlie called Nicole and said, "My agent just called me and they have fired me." And then Nicole goes, "Hang on 1 second, I'm getting a call." Oh. Anyone who's worth their salt has been fired at some point, like I have, and you guys, yeah. So it's sometimes it's not the right fit or whatever.
Or some executives feel like they need to pee on your show.
Caught off guard, Groening and Cohen had to go with their runner-ups.
Him.
Since Billy West was already cast as the professor and only auditioned for Fry, they gave him the role. As for Leela, in came Katie Seagal, who had just finished Married with Children, which, fun fact, Fox canceled publicly before telling the cast and crew. Tragically, they also lost Phil Hartman. Groening created the role of Zapp Brannigan specifically for him. After his unexpected death, Billy West also took the part, modeling his performance on Hartman.
If you so much as glance at another woman, I'll be all over Leela like a fly on a pile of very seductive manure.
Like The Simpsons, Groening mostly stepped back from day-to-day operations, becoming more of a consultant. He would attend table reads, when the actors first get to read a new script together, occasionally pop into the writer's room, and would give notes throughout the whole process. David Cohen was always intended to be the series showrunner from day one. He filled the writer's room with Simpsons alums. Nearly all of them had science or math degrees, 3 of whom had PhDs, which made them perfect for getting the most out of science fiction.
Say nerd! Nerd!
At that time, to make a single episode of Futurama, or The Simpsons, took around 9 months. After the writing was finished and the actors had recorded their lines, US-based animators would draw roughly 1,000 keyframes for each episode. The writers would give notes, changes were made, then the animatic was sent to the South Korea studio, where they'd animate the entire thing, about 20 to 25,000 frames. But unlike The Simpsons, Futurama was colored digitally. In fact, the series used a wide range of computer techniques for the final product, from the straightforward 3D effects of the Planet Express ship to the hidden lip sync alterations for dialogue replacement. When the pilot was finished, Fox was furious to find out it wasn't, to them, anything like The Simpsons, meaning they were literally expecting a family of 5 in space.
You see, TV audiences don't want anything original. They want to see the same thing they've seen 1,000 times before.
In a last-ditch effort to placate the studio's concerns, Groening and Cohen purposely produced the 3rd episode, I, Roommate.
The network really was freaked out by the show with the suicide booths and the lobster creatures and Bender being so antisocial. And so again, this was our show, just to tone things down. This script was written specifically to their specifications. And their reaction, David?
Worst episode ever.
So even bound by all the notes axed of them, Fox still didn't like the show. Groening finally put his foot down, saying he would no longer listen to their gripes and that they'd produce the series just as independently as The Simpsons. Futurama debuted Sunday, March 28th, 1999. 19 million Earthicans tuned in, even beating their lead-in, The Simpsons. Reviewers were lukewarm with the new series, thinking it wasn't as sharp as The Simpsons, but its originality and inventiveness showed great promise. Grading wanted Futurama to be aired in the ratings sweet spot of 8:30 p.m. on Sunday nights, sandwiched between the powerhouses of The Simpsons at 8 and The X-Files at 9. Fox only let it air there for 2 episodes, before moving it to their lower-rated animation Tuesday nights, alongside King of the Hill, Family Guy, and the PJs.
Due to technical difficulties, we now bring you 8 animated shows in a row.
Futurama lost nearly 50% of its audience with the change. Groening called the move a historic blunder and assumed it was a reprisal from Fox because he wouldn't listen to their notes. Throughout the rest of the year, Groening did not play nice when speaking to the press. He fumed that Fox no longer fostered original series, that they operated permanently in damage control mode for their past failures, and frankly, that they clearly had no idea what they were doing. Groening was willing to take all that blame if the series tanked, but it needed to be on his terms. Overall, though, he was optimistic that the quality of the show would grow an audience regardless of its time slot. And sure enough, it did. By the end of its first season, viewership was steadily climbing. At the beginning of the second season, Fox put Futurama back in that prime Sunday 8:30 p.m. spot for only 4 episodes.
That's all? But
Now, there'll be plenty of time to discuss your objections when and if you return.
Whether they were truly punishing him for their lack of control, or perhaps furious that he kept dragging their name through the mud, Fox gave their new series, Malcolm in the Middle, the spot and moved Futurama up an hour and a half earlier. 7 p.m. on Sundays was considered a death sentence on Fox, as it often competed against the sports ball games and post-game talk shows. If the games ran over, any series caught in that time slot would simply not air that day, and the episode would be put on a shelf. Because of this, Futurama's 4 seasons of episodes aired inconsistently, becoming 5 seasons of broadcast television, and they were completely out of order, which normally wouldn't be a problem for most sitcoms, like The Simpsons, but Futurama leaned into its continuity, especially with its Fry and Leela romance and the ever-evolving mythology of Fry's importance in the universe. When streaming Futurama, it's placed in that broadcast order, not chronological. Sunday at 7 p.m. is where Futurama remained for the rest of its run. Over time, Fox basically forgot the show even existed. When it won the Outstanding Animated Program Emmy for Roswell That Ends Well, Fox never bothered to call Groening or Cohen to congratulate them.
Hey, don't cut that. I need that to speak.
And Fox couldn't be mad at the show for offending anyone because all the controversies they feared would crop up never came to be. Though the Nixon estate did ask them to stop making fun of him.
In our darkest hour, we can stand erect with proud, upthrust bosoms.
Anyone who laughs is a communist.
All Fox saw was declining viewership,
Fuck, I love
thanks
Futurama.
to that
Show's so
erratic
funny.
schedule. Sometimes it meant only 1 new episode a month, and that made building an audience nearly impossible. Gloriously, ratings slowly cratered. Lasting 72 episodes, Fox technically never canceled Futurama, they simply didn't order another season. But really, what's the difference?
Another classic science fiction show canceled before its time.
For fans, it was a bitter outcome, because the series was genuinely flourishing creatively and critically. Perhaps the first season wasn't as strong as some were expecting, but critics and meatbags alike agree the show only got better. By season 5, or the last half of season 4, depending on how you look at it, Futurama was firing on all cylinders and is widely considered, to this day, the best the show ever got. This was the result of 2 decisions made by David Cohen. The first was fully embracing their science fiction roots, as they were able to explore insane concepts like no other television series in history.
We noticed that the fans were responding really well to the episodes that had more sci-fi in them, and you'll see we do go for more serious sci-fi series as it goes along. And the thing that was very surprising to me a lot of those, I believe, ended up being our funnier episodes as well. And that's what we didn't know we could do at first, just to do a story which was a real sci-fi story, but also be a good comedy story. Or
Got you, shiny boy!
The second was getting audiences to cry. Groening always had the idea that the show could tackle heavier topics as long as Cohen made sure the characters reacted to their crazy circumstances in relatable, sympathetic ways. During the third season, the writers tested the waters with the episode The Luck of the Fryrish, where an angry Fry believes his brother Yancey stole his name, his luck, and his dreams, only to discover that Yancey had actually named his son after the younger brother he lost.
Son, I'm naming you Philip J. Fry in honor of my little brother, who I miss every day. I love you, Philip. And I always will.
The episode was so well received, it gave Cohen the confidence to push things even further, culminating in perhaps Futurama's most infamously devastating episode, Jurassic Bark, where the audience learns Fry's dog spent the rest of its life patiently waiting for Fry to return. This poignancy put Futurama in a league of its own, above all other animated sitcoms of its time.
Oh, dude, that's fucking heartbreaking. I don't remember that episode.
And has never quite been given the credit it deserves for paving the way for other adult animation to dig a little deeper and tug at those heartstrings. Writer Ken Keeler was given the unenviable task of writing the finale. The Devil's Hands Are Idle Playthings aired on August 10th, 2003. Cohen and Groening consciously didn't want the episode to have a sense of finality, so Keeler focused on the emotional core of the series, Fry's unrequited love for Leela.
A man writing an opera about a woman? Oh, Sarah, how deliciously absurd.
And instead of having them finally come together or saying goodbye, he simply ended Futurama on a positive note.
Please don't stop playing, Fry. I want to hear how it ends.
Groening, Cohen, and the rest still had stories they wanted to tell, and always held out hope that Futurama could return.
More than likely,
but
yeah.
one thing would need to change.
Yes, I see. Good news, everyone! Those asinine morons who canceled us were themselves fired for incompetence.
Yo, shiny boy, you have a good night, buddy. Love you, bud. Stay out of trouble.
This is waterfall fried chicken, and it's one of the most viral street foods in Vietnam. They start by pre-cooking some chicken and then turning on this hot oil waterfall, which sounds almost exactly like heavy rainfall. Once the chicken crisps up and turns a beautiful golden brown color, they flip it over to get a crust on the bottom side, and once it's fully cooked, they drain off the excess oil and rest it for a few moments to lock in all the juices. It's served with an orange fried rice that's cooked by a robot, as well as fresh vegetables. This is waterfall fried chicken, and it's one of the most viral street foods in
I ain't gonna lie, that looked pretty fucking good. Some chicken with some sriracha honey lime fucking broiled into it. I'd be smashing the fuck out of that. What am I doing? There we go.
Breaking Bad is a series that has given us a countless number of tense, memorable, and masterfully shot scenes. From moments like this to moments like this.
I am the one who knocks.
There was no shortage of moments that took our breath away. But if there is one episode that rises above all others, it is, without a doubt, Ozymandias. This episode isn't just a key plot point. It's a relentless, devastating, and technically flawless hour of television that showcases the final collapse of Walter White's world and the irreversible consequences of his pride. Today, we will break down why Ozymandias is rightly considered one of the greatest episodes in history. The episode's title, Ozymandias, alludes to the famous sonnet by Percy Bysshe Shelley, which tells of the ruined statue of a once mighty pharaoh whose empire has turned to dust.
My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
It is the perfect metaphor for Walter White, a man who built his drug empire only to watch it crumble to dust before his very eyes. The entire episode is a visual and emotional embodiment of this poem, a demonstration of the futility of power, the inevitability of retribution, and the destructive force of pride. The script, written by Moira Wally Beckett, and the direction by Ryan Johnson, work in perfect synergy, creating almost unbearable tension and emotional depth.
Yeah, sure. I can pick up a pizza. Hopefully Bogdan won't get me too late.
The episode begins not in the heat of the moment, but with the deceptive tranquility of the past, a flashback to Walt and Jesse's very first cook in the desert. This moment, full of awkwardness and hope, stands in stark contrast to the present. We see a Walt who has not yet become Heisenberg, lying to Skyler on the phone, but his lie seems almost innocent compared to the web of deceit he would later weave.
God, Jesus, God.
Shut up.
Oh.
This scene is important, not just for contrast. It reminds us of the journey Walt has taken and of all that has been lost. The camera here is more static. The colors are warmer, creating a sense of a lost idyll. Jesse is still full of youthful energy, and Walt is full of awkwardness. This is their golden age, which will end in catastrophe. A sharp cut throws us back into the present, right into the epicenter of the shootout's aftermath. The desert, previously a symbol of freedom and new beginnings, now becomes a place of death and destruction. Cinematographer Michael Slovis uses the harsh, natural light of the desert to underscore the brutality of the events. The sound design is minimalist. Only the wind and the heavy breathing of the survivors can be heard, amplifying the sense of emptiness and horror. The central figure of this part is Hank Schrader. Despite his fatal wound, he maintains his dignity and his principles. The scene of his death is one of the most powerful in the entire series. Director Rian Johnson masterfully builds the tension. First, we see a wounded Hank trying to reach for a shotgun, a gesture of desperation but also of defiance. Then Jack Welker appears. A low-angle shot emphasizes his power and threat. The dialogue between Hank and Jack is a clash not just of two men, but of two ideologies. Hank, a representative of the law, refuses to compromise, even in the face of death. His words to Jack are full of contempt.
Bet your ass the cavalry's coming.
No, 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 Jack. No.
Dean Norris conveys his character's entire range of emotions, from pain and fear to unyielding will and disdain for his killers.
You can go fuck yourself.
In this moment, Walter White completely loses control and his remaining scraps of humanity. His desperate attempts to save Hank look pathetic and selfish.
The DEA doesn't know about this. Not yet.
He screams that Hank is his family, his brother-in-law.
Say again?
He's my family. He's my brother-in-law.
But these words ring false against the backdrop of his previous actions. He offers Jack $80 million, his entire fortune for Hank's life.
$80 million? So that's what got this party started, huh?
This shows just how distorted his values have become. He values the life of his brother-in-law, a man of the law, in money earned from drugs. Bryan Cranston plays this scene with incredible commitment, showing a broken Walt who has lost everything, yet still tries to manipulate the situation. Hank, however, demonstrates true strength of spirit. He understands the hopelessness of the situation and refuses to be humiliated before Jack. I'm sure you all remember the line.
You're the smartest guy I ever met. And you're too stupid to see. He made up his mind 10 minutes ago.
This is not just a statement of fact, but a moral victory over Walt. He sees right through Walt, understands his futile attempts to fix everything, and refuses to participate in this farce. His final words, "Do what you're gonna do," are an act of accepting fate with a courage that Walt so desperately lacks.
Do what you're gonna do.
Hank's death is filmed without pathos. It's quick and brutal. A short shot, the sharp sound of a gunshot, and the camera immediately focuses on Walt's reaction. His collapse to the ground, first a silent scream, then morphing into a soul-shattering cry. This is a cathartic moment, played by Cranston with stunning physical and emotional commitment. We feel the full depth of his loss, understanding that Walt has lost not just a brother-in-law, but the last connection to his former self, his final moral compass. Rian Johnson uses a close-up on Cranston's face, conveying the unbearable pain and the realization of what he has just lost. This is the point of no return, after which Heisenberg definitively conquers Walter White. The next part of the episode is dedicated to the consequences. Jack's gang digs up Walt's money. A low-angle shot shows their dominance and Walt's humiliation. Jack, showing a strange semblance of honor among thieves, leaves Walt one barrel of money, about $11 million. It's a cynical handout that highlights Walt's total collapse. He has lost his family, respect, freedom, and even his vast fortune has been taken from him, leaving only a small fraction. It is at this moment that one of Walt's most horrific betrayals occurs. Noticing Jesse hiding under a car, he gives him up to the gang without hesitation.
Found him.
Found him, he says with ice-cold calm. This is revenge for Hank, but it is a low and despicable revenge. The moment he confesses to Jesse that he watched Jane die and did nothing is filled with incredible cruelty.
I was there. And I watched her die. I watched her overdose and choke to death. I could have saved her, but I didn't.
Walt not only betrays Jesse physically, condemning him to slavery and torture, but also destroys him morally, taking away his last shred of dignity. Jesse's scream as he's driven away is the cry of a soul that has lost everything. Aaron Paul reaches new heights of acting in this scene. The scene of the gang and Walt leaving the desert is set to the song Times Are Getting Hard Boys by the Limelighters.
Now I've got no place to go. Guess I'll have to roam.
Walt, left alone, rolls his barrel of money across the lifeless plain. This image symbolizes his complete solitude and the weight of his actions. His empire is destroyed. His family is lost. All that remains is this barrel, a symbol of his crimes. The camera pulls back further and further, turning Walt into a tiny, insignificant dot against a vast, indifferent landscape. He has become Ozymandias, King of Kings, of whom only ruins in the desert remain. Next, the action moves to the Whites' home, but the tension only escalates. The fight scene in the house is the physical embodiment of the family's destruction. Skylar, pushed to her limit, grabs a knife. Her fear is mixed with rage and the desire to protect her children. Walt, in turn, tries to regain control, but his actions only worsen the situation. The intervention of Walt Jr., who steps between his parents and calls the police, is the final straw. He sees his father for who he is, a dangerous monster. The culmination of the domestic tragedy is the abduction of Holly. Walt, in panic and desperation, takes the baby, his last symbol of normality, his last link to his past life. Skylar's frantic scream as she runs after the car, her fall to her knees on the road, is the apex of her grief and powerlessness.
Walt! Please, please stop! Walt!
But even in this darkness, Walt shows a glimmer of remorse. Sitting in a public restroom, he changes Holly's diaper. When the baby utters her first word, Mama, while looking at him, Walt's face reflects the full weight of what he has done. He understands he has taken a child from her mother, that he has destroyed everything. He kisses her goodbye and leaves her at a fire station, the only safe place he can offer her. This moment underscores his final fall. He can no longer be a father. He is a danger to his own daughter. Walt's phone call becomes the next climax. Knowing the call is being recorded by the police, Walt puts on an entire performance. This dialogue is another example of the highest level of writing and acting.
Your fault. This is what comes of your disrespect. I told you, Skylar. I warned you for a solid year. You cross me, there will be consequences. What part of that didn't you understand?
He intentionally says cruel, accusatory things to Skylar to clear her of suspicion, to cast her as his victim, an unwilling accomplice. You never believed in me. You were always against me. This lie is designed to save her from legal prosecution.
You know, you never believed in me. You were never grateful for anything I did for this family. Oh, no. Walt, you have to stop. You have to stop this. It's immoral. It's illegal. Someone might get hurt.
Anna Gunn brilliantly conveys Skylar's entire spectrum of emotions: fear, disgust, pain, and the quiet realization that Walt is trying to protect her, albeit in such a monstrous way.
Oh, what the hell do you know about it anyway? Nothing. I built this. Me alone. Nobody else.
Tears stream down her face, but she plays along, understanding the stakes. In this call, Walt, perhaps for the first time in a long time, commits a truly selfless act, though it is cloaked in the form of a monstrous lie. However, even in this moment, his true self breaks through. His tirade about building an empire and doing everything for his family is interrupted by an almost accidental but key admission. I did it for me, I liked it, I was good at it, and I was really alive. This is the final confession of his egoism, his true motivation. The episode's finale leaves Walt completely alone. He stands on the side of a road, waiting for the man who will help him disappear. He has lost everything: his family, his friends, his empire, his name. All that's left is Heisenberg, and a barrel of money that has become the symbol of his ruined life. The landscape around him is as empty and lifeless as his future. Ozymandias is not just an episode, it is an event. It is a perfect storm of brilliant screenwriting, masterful direction, outstanding acting, and flawless technical execution. Every shot, every line, every sound works to create an atmosphere of inevitable tragedy and emotional devastation. This episode demonstrates what television is capable of when all the elements come together, and it rightfully takes its place in the pantheon of the greatest works of television art.
Say goodbye to everyone. Goodbye to everyone.
Look at video. I like video essays like that.
Every investigation begins with a thread, with an anomaly that disrupts the normal order of things. In the case of Gustavo Fring, that anomaly is not a piece of evidence, but its complete absence. I believe that this very fact, the gaping void in the place of his past, is the key to understanding who he really was. Our investigation begins in the office of the Drug Enforcement Administration, where Agent Hank Schrader asks a question that cracks the first fissure in Fring's flawless facade. Exhibit 1 is the dialogue between Hank and Gus. Hank, after doing extensive work, states bluntly, "I know you're a Chilean national, but there's no record of Gustavo Fring ever having existed in Chile."
I know you're a Chilean national, but there are no records of you ever living there.
Really?
This is not just the absence of convictions or petty offenses. This is the total absence of a man in the national archives of his own country until 1986. For any investigator, this is a red flag the size of a national banner. A person cannot just materialize out of thin air in 1986, obtain a visa to Mexico, and then to the US. Note Fring's reaction. He does not deny, he does not panic. He uses a known historical reality as a smokescreen. His answer is a masterpiece of cold and calculated disinformation.
General Pinochet's government was guilty of a great many sins. First and foremost were its human rights abuses. But it was also notoriously unreliable at keeping records. I'm sure if you keep digging, you'll find me.
Hidden in this phrase is not a defense, but a challenge. He doesn't say, "You will find nothing." He says, "Keep digging." This is the confidence of a man who knows that his past is not merely lost, but professionally erased. The ability to wipe all records of one's existence from state databases, even ones as chaotic as Chile's under dictatorship, points to access to the very state apparatus he accuses of unreliability. Even Mike Ehrmantraut, a man with vast resources and experience, later confirmed he could not find any trace of Gus's past, which only underscores the professionalism with which the purge was carried out. I believe this is not the story of a man who fled his past by creating a new identity. It is the story of a man who perhaps kept his name, but surgically removed all history attached to it. This is a much more complex and sophisticated operation, suggesting not flight from the state, but service within the state, endowed with the power to manipulate its own archives. His mocking,
"I'm sure if you keep digging, you'll find me,"
may in fact be his private joke. He knows the only Gustavo Fring they can find is the one he himself constructed after 1986. This void is not a gap in the biography. It is the foundation upon which we will build our case. When official documents remain silent, the most valuable sources of information become those who knew a man before he became a legend. In Fring's case, these are his enemies, powerful cartel figures who encountered him long before he became the meth king of Albuquerque. Their fear and cryptic hints paint a portrait of a man whose reputation preceded him. The poolside scene at Don Eladio's estate is our Rosetta Stone. After Hector Salamanca coldly kills Max Arciniega, Gus's partner, Eladio, spares Fring himself. His words, "I consider the most important evidence in the entire investigation."
La única razón por la cual tú estás vivo y él no es porque yo sé quién eres tú. Pero entiéndeme bien, ya no estás en Chile.
A powerful cartel boss on his own territory has just executed a man for unauthorized drug dealing. By all laws of this world, Gus should have been next. Yet, Eladio spares him. This is not an act of mercy, but an act of self-preservation. Killing Fring, as Eladio implies, would bring catastrophic consequences from a power far greater than the Juarez cartel. The addition, "You are not in Chile," is crucial. It means the protection Fring enjoyed was geographically and politically tied specifically to Chile. Outside it, he is vulnerable. Hector Salamanca, a man of brute force and primitive cruelty, in one flashback scornfully calls Fring Big Generalissimo.
Gran hombre, gran generalísimo, gran cocinero es más parecido, el hombre gallina.
This term is extremely important. Generalissimo is not a standard military rank. It is a title borne by supreme commanders, most often associated with 20th century dictators like Francisco Franco. In the context of Chile,
146k horse? Oh shit, okay,
the term
okay.
is a biting and very specific taunt. This is no random insult but a deliberate jab based on knowledge of Fring's past. It is not his only insult. Another time, hinting at Gus's close relationship with Max, Hector sneeringly suggests renaming their restaurant Los Culos Hermanos, or the Butt Brothers.
Pollos hermanos.
Yo diría los culos hermanos.
These attacks are always personal and aimed at Gus's past, which Hector clearly knows better than others. The brilliant and paranoid Lalo Salamanca is the only one who understands the true nature of the threat posed by Fring. He distrusts Gus and begins his own investigation, trying to uncover, like what happened in Santiago, and dig into his German partners.
Como lo que pasó en Santiago, eso también era negocio. Necesito saber que todo esto ya es caso cerrado.
Lalo's investigation establishes a critically important link between Fring's Chilean past and his corporate patrons from Madrigal Electromotive. In one episode, Gus calms the panicked German executive Peter Schuler by reminding him of the Santiago incident. He says,
I will never forget what you did. You are still the same man.
This is direct confirmation of their shared perilous past in Chile. Lalo's search for the people from Santiago is nothing less than an attempt to expose this old alliance. These testimonies create a unique dynamic of power. Formally, after Max's death, Fring was forced to submit to the cartel. Yet Eladio's fear and Hector's taunts show that they were aware of a hidden power Gus possessed. A fragile equilibrium emerged. Fring played the role of loyal distributor, while the cartel leadership understood they were dealing with an entity they could not fully control or eliminate without dire consequences. This is why Gus was able to build his underground empire under their noses for 2 decades. They simply feared probing too deeply into his affairs. Lalo's investigation was so dangerous for Gus, not because it could expose him as a drug trafficker. The cartel already knew that. It was dangerous because it could reveal his true identity and the methods he commanded.
I heard about it. He should have let me take care of them.
Maybe.
This was an existential threat, and that is why Gus went to extreme measures to stop Lalo. Now, I propose we step away from external evidence and analyze the subject himself. The psychological profile of Gustavo Fring is another fundamental anomaly. I argue that his personality traits are absolutely atypical for the world of drug trafficking, but perfectly fit the profile of a man trained in state intelligence or secret police. His defining qualities are methodicalness, patience, and discipline. His obsession with control manifests in everything, from perfectly ironed shirts and impeccable order in his restaurants to the structure of his criminal empire, which functions with the efficiency of a transnational corporation rather than a chaotic gang. This pedantry is not just a personality trait, but an operational doctrine aimed at minimizing risks and eliminating variables. His patience is almost superhuman. He waits 20 years to take revenge on the cartel. This contrasts sharply with the impulsive and short-sighted cruelty of his rivals, such as the Salamancas. Such patience is not just a virtue, but a strategic weapon, allowing his enemies to underestimate him and make mistakes. It is a sign of a mind trained in long-term strategic planning, a hallmark of intelligence work. Fring is a master of compartmentalization. He can coolly manage a public business while simultaneously running a brutal criminal empire. He almost never allows emotions to influence his decisions. Even in moments of extreme stress or anger, he remains pragmatic and restrained. This emotional detachment is a key psychological trait for operatives who must commit violence without letting it compromise the mission. Fring himself, in conversation with Walter White,
I don't think we're alike at all, Mr. White.
and he is right. His personality is not just a collection of traits. It is a refined and weaponized skill set, fully aligned with the training of an intelligence officer or secret police agent. Compare him with other criminals. Walter White is driven by ego and impulses. Tuco Salamanca by rage and addiction. Don Eladio by hedonism and arrogance. Against their backdrop, Fring is an outsider. His motivation and methods are alien to this world, suggesting they were forged in another, far more structured and infinitely more ruthless environment. To understand Fring's methods, I propose a detailed breakdown of one episode, which, in my view, perfectly illustrates his training. The murder of his loyal aide Victor is not an outburst of anger, but a clinical procedural demonstration of power and a lesson in terror. The situation is as follows. Victor was seen at the scene of Gale's murder, making him a huge liability for the organization. Walter and Jesse are in the lab, defying Gus's authority. Fring needs to simultaneously reassert control and eliminate the threat. It begins with Mike asking Victor if anyone saw him at the crime scene. Victor's answer, that he was just another looky-loo, seals his death sentence in Gus's eyes, for whom no risk is negligible.
By you? Yeah. So what? Just another looky-loo.
Follow the sequence of his actions. He enters the lab in complete silence, ignoring Walt's desperate justifications. He removes his business suit and puts on an orange protective jumpsuit. a procedural act that itself foreshadows impending violence. He chooses an ordinary utility knife, turning a mundane object into an instrument of execution, all the while never taking his eyes off Walt and Jesse. After Victor is dead, Gus just as calmly returns to procedure, washes his hands, changes back into his suit, and delivers a chilling command: get back to work.
Get back to work.
I argue that the entire scene is theater. It is a calculated, dispassionate act staged for maximum psychological effect. The goal is not to punish Victor, but to terrorize Walt and Jesse into submission. The absence of emotion, the procedural nature of the violence, and the symbolic cleansing afterward are all signs of a man for whom such actions are routine, if not habitual, parts of professional activity. This is the work of a trained killer, not an enraged drug lord. By killing Victor in this manner, Gus essentially teaches Walt and Jesse a lesson about the true nature of power. He shows them that in his world, loyalty is secondary to operational security, and human life is a variable that can be eliminated with cold logic. This act was meant to horrify them not so much with its brutality as with its impersonality. It is a demonstration of a system of control far more terrifying than the cartel's chaotic brutality. Now I must introduce the key historical context that makes our theory not merely plausible, but nearly inevitable. To understand who Gustavo Fring might have been, one must understand what Chile was during his youth. In 1973, in a coup supported by the CYA, the democratically elected government of Salvador Allende was overthrown, and General Augusto Pinochet came to power. This marked the beginning of an era of right-wing military dictatorship, ruling the country through fear and violence. The main instrument of this terror was DINA, Dirección de Inteligencia Nacional, Pinochet's infamous secret police, later succeeded by CNI. DINA was responsible for kidnappings, torture, and killings of thousands of political opponents. Their methods were systematic, brutal, and highly organized. They operated not only within the country but also abroad as part of programs like Operation Condor. I believe this environment, a state built on paranoia, total surveillance, and methodical violence, was the perfect crucible for the formation of a man like Gustavo Fring. A poor young man, as he himself told Hector he once was, might see service in the army or police as a path to power and stability, which could eventually lead him to the most elite and merciless units. Fring's skills in surveillance, counter-surveillance, and psychological manipulation fully match the known methods of DINA agents. Moreover, there are historical reports and accusations that Pinochet's regime was involved in cocaine trafficking to finance its operations. If Fring was an officer of DINA CNI, it is highly likely he was either a witness to or a direct participant in these state-sanctioned narco operations. This experience would have given him the necessary knowledge and connections to enter the drug trade in Mexico, not as a novice, but as an experienced operative moving from state crime to private enterprise. Now I am ready to put forward the central unifying hypothesis of my investigation. I believe that the historical anomaly known as Colonia Dignidad is the most likely place where all the main threads of Fring's hidden past intersected. His role as a Chilean state operative, his connection with German nationals, and his mastery of systematic cruelty. What is Colonia Dignidad? It is a real place, an isolated German colony in southern Chile run by former Nazi medic and pedophile Paul Schaffer. Critically important for our investigation, Colonia Dignidad served as a secret center for detention, torture, and executions used by Pinochet's DINA. The Reddick Commission report and other historical documents confirm a close connection between DINA and this German colony. This establishes a direct, documented link between Pinochet's secret police and a German-run operation on Chilean soil. The colony was populated by German citizens and maintained ties with German industry, political parties, and even the German embassy, which for years turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed there. This creates a disturbingly plausible context for how a Dina operative like Fring could meet and establish a connection with a German national, such as Peter Schuler of Madrigal. Their shared experience, which Gus reminds Schuler of.
The two of us, our backs to the wall. I will never forget what you did.
Could have referred to an operation in or connected with the colony that went awry. Thus, I propose the following hypothesis. Gustavo Fring, as a DNA officer, was assigned to Colonia Dignidad or worked in cooperation with it. It was here he could have participated in or witnessed the most extreme forms of procedural torture and killing, honing the cold-blooded methodology he would later demonstrate. And it was here he laid the foundation for his relationship with Peter Schuler, a relationship that later enabled him to build a legal front for his drug empire through Madrigal Electromotive. Their partnership was not merely a business arrangement, it was a bond of trust forged under extreme circumstances. Pinochet's neoliberal economic policy created a gold mine for foreign transnationals like Madrigal. Madrigal's success and Fring's rise are two sides of the same coin, born from the union of authoritarian power, underground violence, and corporate opportunism. Madrigal is the legitimate successor of the power structure Fring once served. In this final section, I will bring together all previous evidence to propose a radical re-evaluation of Gustavo Fring's entire life. I argue that his criminal empire was never primarily about profit. It was a carefully constructed, 2-decade-long operation with one single overriding goal: revenge. The catalyst was the murder of his partner Max by Hector Salamanca.
Por favor. Él es mi compañero, sí. Yo lo necesito.
Carried out by Hector Salamanca. This trauma became the defining event of Fring's life. It transformed him from an ambitious entrepreneur into a man consumed by vengeance. This vendetta was so obvious to his enemies that Hector Salamanca's last words before his stroke were directed at Gus. It is personal.
And you treat us like dogs! Hector, this isn't personal. It is! It is personal!
Hector, in his primitive rage, understood the true nature of their war. In response to this trauma, Fring weaponized the very skills he had acquired in Chile: patience, strategic planning, ruthlessness, psychological manipulation. All these tools, once serving a fascist state, were redirected toward fulfilling a deeply personal mission. His entire business strategy was a form of slow, agonizing revenge. He didn't just want to kill Hector Salamanca, he wanted to destroy his family, break his mind, and erase his legacy, leaving him alive to see it all.
Don Eladio, Don Paco, Cesar, Reynaldo, Fortuno, Cisco, and Luis Escalada, all dead.
He didn't just want to break free of the cartel. He wanted to poison its leadership and watch it rot from within. This is the logic not of a businessman, but of a torturer applying his craft on a grand scale. Ultimately, this personal vendetta, which was the engine of his success, also became the cause of his downfall. His need to personally torment Hector led him straight into Walter White's trap, proving that even the most restrained man can be undone by the one emotion he could never fully control. Gustavo Fring is not merely a drug lord. He is a ghost of a dark chapter in history, a man whose existence in America was but a long, cold
Oh, the Limpers, man. The Limpers. Give me antiques. Come on, give me a mask. Motherfuckers is a pretty good source of toe flax seeds. My god.
One year ago, the Diamondbacks were en route to the World Series.
It's the first time in 16 years they have hosted a championship series.
Today, not so much. In fact, they missed the playoffs altogether, overpaid on one of the most expensive free agents, and they have an owner that has flat out insulted his own player publicly. Yet, 1 year ago,
The Arizona Diamondbacks are headed to the World Series.
they were arguably the most fun team in baseball and had players everyone loved.
Vaughn gets a standing ovation as he walks back to the third base dugout.
They were an impossible journey that made it happen.
If they win, I will retire.
The Diamondbacks were heavy underdogs all season and postseason. They barely snuck into the playoffs at 84-78, were outscored seasonally by 13 runs, then had to face a division winner in the wild card, then a 100-win team in the divisional, and then a 2022 World Series roster in the NLCS. But one round before the World Series, they had to face their hardest challenge yet.
We have arrived here at this best-of-7 championship series. Two teams that match up for the first time ever in the postseason.
The D-backs conquered Philly, and we're on to the next round for the first time in over 20 years.
We're gonna get on an airplane. We're gonna head west for Dallas in the World Series.
Arizona had a tough task, which was to beat the Texas Rangers, a team that had the best postseason record in MLB history when playing on the road, and defeated some of the AL's best teams like the Orioles and the Rays. 2 off-seasons ago, the same Rangers team spent $561 million in a single off-season on free agents alone. In this same 2023 season, at the trade deadline, they acquired 2 superstar starting pitchers and a well-known bullpen arm. These are both 2 teams that faced heavy adversity to get to the World Series. Let's not forget that just 2 years before that series, the D-backs were a 110-loss team. Manager Torey Lovullo spoke about their quick transition, saying, "I've thought about it 100 times for sure. I've thought about it 110 times. How about that? I can't wrap my mind around it. It just goes to show you perspective, persistence, hard work, that anything's possible. We're a small market organization and we've done it from within. But the real challenge was winning the thing and defeating Texas. When comparing the 2 teams, Texas was number 3 in runs scored and the D-backs were 14th. The Rangers were 18th in ERA, but the Diamondbacks were 20th. In nearly everything the Diamondbacks were good at, the Rangers were better at. One of the most unmanageable problems for the Diamondbacks was that they could not afford to lose any start from their number 1, number 2, or number 3 pitchers in the postseason. Because if we look past those starters, they had no pitching depth at all to start games. So that problem caused them to overwork their pitchers throughout the postseason and even pitch a bullpen game with no true starter during Game 4. The last big disadvantage for the Diamondbacks was their managerial situation with manager Torey Lovullo. He had never managed a World Series game in his career, whereas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy won 3 World Series with San Francisco during the 2010s. And all of these really just caused the Diamondbacks to drop this series and lose all of their momentum.
This is painful. This is just plain painful, and I can't quite move past that right now. But
they lost, and the city of Arizona completely felt distraught and the emotions hit hard. But at the very least, it was a very promising season. In the pitching staff, Brandon Pfaadt emerged in the playoffs with a .327 ERA, giving them a great trio of superstar Zach Gallen, veteran Merrill Kelly, and rookie Brandon Pfaadt. As for the lineup, they had 3 starters who had an 800 OPS or better overall for the season. But now that the offseason was beginning and free agency was opening, they had a chance to fill some of their glaring roster holes. Before getting into those crazy events, we need to talk about the sponsor of today's video, Vessi Shoes, who have created groundbreaking technology in their newest big release. An everyday shoe that's waterproof called the Tidal Sneaker. Think about times in your life where you could have used waterproof shoes. You may have gone hiking or even went to a baseball game, but the rain ruined 2016 and quickly made the playoffs in his first year in charge. However, since then, they were going through a multi-year playoff drought, meaning for 2024, they had to go all out. They had to try to win, and they plan on not only doing that, but also winning the World Series in 2024. But before signing any star player, GM Mike Hazen wanted to lock down manager Torey Lovullo to a long-term deal, keeping him through 2026. The next order of operations was going to be player personnel.
We had a trade today. Eugenio Suarez, he is headed to the Arizona Diamondbacks from the Seattle Mariners.
Suarez was going to be an instant upgrade over their 2023 third baseman,
Yo, what's up,
Emmanuel
Thug Waffle?
Rivera, with him hitting for a higher OPS and more home runs than Rivera did. In the starting rotation, the Diamondbacks were anticipating signing a superstar, specifically Eduardo Rodriguez. He was coming off of his best season yet, pitching a 3.30
that's all
ERA
good,
with
buddy.
the Detroit
Long stream,
Tigers, making it his lowest ERA ever. On December 8th, the Diamondbacks pulled the trigger on a 4-year deal worth $80 million guaranteed, giving them 4 starting pitchers in their rotation with 1 spot open. They didn't address that open rotation spot until way later in the offseason, but they did address one major question mark on December 17th that happened to be their outfield problem. Because after the season ended, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., one of their best players, became a free agent, and he had a projected deal of 4 years, making $54 million. Rumors were swirling that they wouldn't end up bringing back Gurriel and would instead trade for Rays star Randy Arozarena. Ultimately, they didn't trade for Arozarena, and they ended up signing Gurriel on a 3-year deal worth $42 million, keeping one of their best bats in their lineup. The Diamondbacks seemed to be having a great offseason that just kept getting better.
So the Diamondbacks signed Jock Peterson to a one-year, $9.5 million contract.
In 2023, Jock Peterson played up to a 764 OPS and was considered one of the better DHs in baseball. But last but not least, the Diamondbacks made one more major move just 2 days before their opening game.
Major news coming down as Jordan Montgomery is now a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
What made this move so significant is the work that Montgomery did in the postseason. Through 37 total innings, Jordan pitched a .263 ERA and struck out 24 players. This move completed their offseason, an offseason that was clearly successful, where they added 2 starting pitchers, a third baseman, and a designated hitter, while also only losing 1 player to free agency. So, as of March 27th, their offseason was officially complete.
Marte is home, Corbin's home. It's a 2-run double for the birthday boy, Christian Walker.
The Diamondbacks won in an explosive fashion on opening day, winning in a stunning 16-1 game, with nearly everyone getting involved offensively, including third base acquisition Ironman Suarez. In the third inning specifically, the D-backs lineup scored 14 runs, which is the most runs that any team has scored in one inning on opening day since the year 1900.
Rocky's fucking living
the third inning ended up lasting over 30 minutes.
First time in Diamondbacks franchise history they've had an
guy's better than me.
8-run inning on opening day.
Will there ever be a more memorable opening day for you than what happened last night with you guys?
Probably not. You know, I don't think I've ever been a part of an inning like that, whether it be opening day, whether it be Pony League, high school, college. That was unbelievable.
Opening day gave the city of Phoenix hope, but as the
spoiler
season
at.
went on, things came to get a whole lot harder. They lost the first series to the Yankees, went on a 5-game losing streak, and struggled in the beginning of the month. By
Fucking
April
Templeton.
19th, they had already lost 3 total series and had a record of 9 wins and 11 losses. But that same day was super important for the 2024 Diamondbacks.
Jordan Montgomery is on the mound making his Diamondbacks debut.
What did he do? He went 6 innings and gave up only 1 run, capitalizing on a great day in Arizona with a final score of 17-1 for Montgomery's first seasonal start as a Diamondback. Montgomery having a good outing was essential for the team, especially considering that Eduardo Rodriguez was out with a lat strain from the beginning of spring training. But the celebration
it's cooler than what it was in the summer.
Short-lived, losing 4 of their final 6 games and ending April in the most bizarre delay that we've seen all season long.
Quite a scene here at Chase Field. You're looking live at a bee colony that has established a foothold high atop the backstop behind home plate, and thus we remain in a bee delay.
A bee swarm delayed their game by 2 hours, in which of course they later lost that game, finishing their monthly record at 14-17. By the time May came around, starter Merrill Kelly was transferred from the 15-day IL to the 60-day IL with a shoulder
like when it
injury,
snows? I mean,
leaving
it's
their
alright, I
rotation
just
down
stay
to
inside,
Zach
no?
Gallen,
Like when
Brandon
I'm getting all
Pfaadt,
damp and
Jordan
cold.
Montgomery, and a young 26-year-old Ryan
Like
Nelson.
that.
Nelson at the time had a 5.23 ERA and clearly just did not belong in the rotation. So clearly, the injuries were certainly piling up and hurting this team. May ultimately just wasn't the Diamondbacks' month, while the Diamondbacks were losing important series that were considered must-win, including the final 4 games of May where they went 0-4. So why were the Diamondbacks so bad? Outside of injuries from key stars like Rodriguez, Kelly, and closer Paul Sewald, there was one glaring problem with the Diamondbacks. You see, when we look back at 2023, Corbin Carroll was their best player in virtually every single offensive statistic. He had a 5.4 WAR, 25 homers, 285 slugging, and an 868 OPS on the season. Carroll was also a great player on the base paths, stealing 54 bases, only behind Acuna and Ruiz on the season, good for the 3rd most stolen bases in MLB. And he also became the first player in MLB history to 25 homers and 50 stolen bases. If we look at the end of May in 2024, Corbin Carroll was not the same player at all. His bat was at a career low, hitting for only a 197 batting average and a 573 OPS. But the worst part of his entire season was that he no longer did this.
Play it off the wall. Corbin Carroll flying around second. He'll head for third.
Carroll stole only one base all month in May, making it his lowest number of stolen bases in a single month since his
Oh, we
career
made some
began.
decent
They had
progress.
a
Yeah, I've just been
25
doing
and 32
Slayer.
record by the end of May, at a season low
We unlock
7
these
full
monsters
games
here.
below
They wear the
500,
black mask,
sitting
and
at
if we can
fourth
get
place
that
in
black,
their division.
black mask, that's
The
a huge
D-backs
upgrade for
momentum
Dune
didn't
Slayer.
exist heading into
I do a lot more
June,
damage.
meaning winning needed to happen as soon as possible.
Not even close.
And through the first 4 games of June, that is exactly what happened.
Let's go, D-backs! Let's go, D-backs!
Not even close,
Momentum
bro.
was finally beginning to build, whether it was Ketel Marte's 2-run homer in the 9th inning on June 2nd, or the offense putting up 10 runs on June 1st, optimism was finally here. They went 7-3 in their first 10 games that month over rivals like the Padres and Giants, and others like the Mets and Angels, putting them above 500. They ended June with a 16-11 record, good for what was their best month of the season. Undisputedly, they were beginning to form an identity of what they were great at, good at, and bad at. By the end of the month, their record sat at 41-43, sitting about 2.5 games away from a playoff spot. So how are they magically performing at such a high level? Well, for starters, the bullpen was performing great. Closer Paul Sewald was fully healthy and came back, pitching in 11 games for a perfect 0 ERA. Reliever Kevin Ginkel had a .75 ERA by the end of the month in 12 games. Secondly, their offensive production had really increased. Whether that had been Ketel Marte having arguably his best season to date, chasing his first ever MVP, or even utility man Kevin Newman out of all people hitting for a .316 batting average in 16 games.
Kevin Newman is on quite a roll offensively.
So, the Diamondbacks were finally showing signs of life, but they had a tough road trip ahead with 2 of their rivals, 2 of the best teams in baseball.
He's back big! Padres walk it off! Nando gets it done! Fly ball, left field, at the wall,
Sure, the D-backs were on fire, but to think that they'd win both of those series would be insane. But the result was also insane, winning 4 of 6 on that road trip, all of which were must-wins. They were in position for victory in all 6 of those games, but Paul Sewald blew multiple of them in heartbreaking fashion. Regardless, the Diamondbacks stayed hot from July 10th to July 20th, winning 6 of 7 games. In the middle of that time span was the All-Star game where Ketel Marte represented the D-backs. But because it was mid-July, it meant that the trade deadline was coming up and the second half was coming up. So they had to play their best baseball.
Corbin Carroll with an inside the park answer back.
The Diamondbacks won the Chicago series, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and then came Washington. By trade deadline day, their record was 56-51, good for 5 games above 500. General manager Mike Hazen saw one major weakness with the team, and that weakness was the bullpen. Not only had they given up 50 home runs as a bullpen, higher than any other NL team, but they had the 4th highest bullpen ERA in the NL. So, they saw an opportunity to add arms into the bullpen, trading for 2 key bullpen arms, lefty AJ Puck and righty Dylan Floro. Puck wasn't having nearly as good as a year as Dylan Floro was, but Puck provided leadership and was a veteran MLB player. The last move was actually an unplanned and unexpected one that did happen due to their first baseman Christian Walker getting hurt. They were unsure how long he would be out and decided to add externally in the form of a switch-hitting first baseman.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have traded for first baseman, one-time All-Star, one-time Silver Slugger, Josh Bell.
This marked the end of their trade deadline, sitting with a record of 57-51 and adding multiple different players. Corbin Carroll was coming off of his best season yet, and stars like Eduardo Rodriguez were nearing their return from the injured list. Not to mention, they scored 17 runs in the last game of the month. Everything was playing out perfectly. All they needed to do was hold a wildcard spot over the next 2 months as they entered August. And specifically, things started out very well in August for their new first base acquisition.
Josh Bell joins the party. Way back and gone. Welcome to the Diamondbacks.
Did I play Apex? Not today.
Josh Bell lifts it pretty.
No Apex for me today, buddy. I'm just brain rotting the fucking RuneScape.
This was a beginning to a phenomenal month, arguably their best month in the entire year. And to make it even better, Eduardo Rodriguez finally made his Diamondbacks debut on August 7th, pitching 5 innings and letting up 3 runs. They ended up sweeping Cleveland and then winning a 4-game set against the Phillies. But on August 10th, something horrific happened.
Now, Ketel Marte is down. Stubbs came in hard trying to stretch that single into a double, and Max Esposito out there to have a look. Ketel is up now and limping around.
Ketel Marte landed himself on the 10-day IL in the midst of chasing a league MVP. Regardless, Maroc Heli came back the next day and performed well, providing some optimism during a tough time. They played inconsistently, sweeping the Rockies in a 3-game series, but then getting swept against Tampa Bay. By August 18th, their record sat at 69-56, 13 games above 500. Over the next 6 games, they went 6-0, giving them an 88% chance to make the playoffs according to Fangraphs. Eduardo Rodriguez had pitched 3 starts up to this point with a 3.94 ERA. As for Jordan Montgomery, on the other hand, he was so bad that they decided to move him into the bullpen in the midst of their 6-game win streak. Whether it was his injuries or not, he simply wasn't good. After this move happened, the rest of their season seemed to fall apart with it, dropping 2 of 3 games against the Mets and then blowing their divisional chances by losing a series to the Dodgers. Regardless, they still seem to be playoff locks with their most important month coming up.
Diamondbacks sweep in Boston. They go 600. They'll go for the sweep tomorrow with Zach Gallen.
They finish off the sweep. That is 6 in a row. Diamondbacks are rolling. They have won
That's a good editing.
the last 13. And they win it 9-8. His first ever walk-off home.
In September, it was by far their most chaotic month, the craziest, with the most intense games and a tough playoff race. They entered the month with a 76-60 record, tied with the Padres for the #1 wildcard spot, and had a 91% chance of making the playoffs according to Baseball Reference. In early September, they won a series against a division rival in San Francisco, lost a series to the Astros, and then won 2 games against the Rangers, setting them up with 4 series remaining and the team scrambling to make the playoffs. Starting with the Rockies. They were playing in Colorado, so it should have been an easy series against a team that was 58-93, in which this happened.
Fastball with some good movement on it. Yeah, watching that, that's the strikeout victim. And there's the first one of those.
And in the bottom of the 9th one game, somehow this happened.
Pitcher steps in.
And this is a broken back roller. There's one on the first. Here comes the red.
They of course lost a series that they easily should have won. Simply, they fell victim to their #1 ranked offense. They collapsed in one of the easiest cities to hit baseballs in, leaving them down to their final 3 series, playing 1 in Milwaukee and the rest at home. In an explosive fashion, the team won their first 3 games against the Brewers, but the series finale is what mattered the most. Heading into that game, they had a 97.5% chance to make the playoffs according to Baseball Reference. And those odds were about to jump up dramatically as the Diamondbacks were leading 8-0 coming out of the 3rd inning with a 97.5% chance to win the game. But then, suddenly 2024 Jordan Montgomery happened along with the Diamondbacks defense.
At that point, and now the Brewers have him on the corners.
That's a base hit. In the score is Ortiz. Brewers have 2 men aboard, nobody out. There's a rocket into right center, and it's off the glove of Cleveland Smith. Wind him up, coming in to score. Adames Sanchez to 3rd, Frelick to 2nd.
Okay, sure, it was a mix of Montgomery imploding along with the D-backs defense, in which the bullpen would let up 7 more runs over the next 6 innings, losing them the game with a score of 9-10. Their record dropped to 87-69 with only 6 games remaining on the schedule. The Arizona Diamondbacks finished their season going 2-4 in that stretch, and at one point going scoreless in 43 of 53 innings, leading to the finish of their record being 89-73, the 2nd most wins that they had ever had in franchise history. So they were in a 3-way tie with the Braves and the Padres. This potentially would be their 2nd time ever making the postseason in back-to-back years. But the question was, did they make the playoffs or did they not? To make the postseason, they needed to have beat the Braves in their season series or have beat the Padres in their season series. But before I tell you whether they did that and made the playoffs or not, and how they did, you need to understand that a bundle of factors led to their September collapse. Whether that was players like Ketel Marte and Christian Walker being overworked, or stars like Lourdes Gurriel Jr. being injured. And simply, their regular season record would have been better if Corbin Carroll was better. If we look back at 2023, he had a 91% success rate when stealing a base, whereas in 2024, it fell down to a staggering 81% success rate. But inevitably, the number one reason that they finished 89 and 73 was both Jordan Montgomery and Eduardo Rodriguez simply were not good enough. With Montgomery pitching a 6.23 ERA and Eduardo pitching a 5.04 ERA, if those two were healthy and pitched well all season long, they certainly wouldn't have had the 27th worst ERA in baseball. And especially, they wouldn't have had that 5.34 ERA in September, which was dead last in the league, by the way. And in fact, the Diamondbacks owner decided to trash talk Montgomery and blame him for the poor pitching, saying that signing him was the biggest mistake of their season and that it was his idea to sign Montgomery in the first place. He said, quote, "Looking back in hindsight, a horrible decision to have invested that money in a guy who performed as poorly as he did. It's our biggest mistake this season from a talent standpoint." A big mistake indeed. In the end, the Arizona Diamondbacks missed the playoffs in 2024, yet still one thing was on everyone's mind.
We should have made the playoffs, and we didn't, and it's pretty disappointing, quite frankly.
They failed, and all of Arizona is disappointed in the Diamondbacks. But there is one team that had a rebuild going from the worst team in baseball to one of the top in the league, none other than the Baltimore Orioles. So if you want to learn more about their insane strategy, click the video on your screen right now.
Down in the hole. I kill 16 more. Take like 5 of those, eat these. Five more cave horrors, and then we go get a new task. Into Zagamites. Actually have to kill these mutated Sigil mines. Fuck. No, you got answers. He plays OSRS. Or you mean? He plays OSRS. I'd fucking whoop beat his ass in some OSRS, bud. I'd fucking demolish him. Him and I were playing 2 different fucking games, buddy. Playing it right now. I'd put him in the fucking dirt. Fucking yo, JC, redeem a toke, man. What game? Like, or RuneScape? Yeah, it'll still fuck you up. Or you mean Diablo? The double Ranar drop back to fucking back. Both okay, facts. Cheers. You'd smoke his ass in RS? I swear to God I would, bro. I'd fuck his day. Wait. Don't say shit. Wow. My mind, Sharona. Oh. Redeem toke. Thank God it didn't redeem. $18 black dragons. Ooh. Fucking bolts, mate. Give me. No, this motherfucker's been demon and toad. Come on, now. You're crazy. Crazy, dude. Dang. Out of here. I'm up out of here. Loading. Oh, bomb. This guy earlier, Jay? Yeah. Do I still have the thing? Look at earlier, this guy, I was fucking fighting these monsters, and I kind of took his spot, and he goes, "Bruv," and I just went, "Wah." I went, "Wah," and then he just fucked off. That's so funny. Wow. Man, that shit is so fucking good, dude. The storytelling and shit. Banging. No subtitles? Suck my cock, bro. What you mean? I use my respect clear at the start, not knowing. What do you mean? Like your skill points or so? Oh, okay, okay. Alright. Bro, I was looking here and I was like, what the fuck? This is my old account. I bamboozled the fuck out of myself real quick. Like, what?